is locally flat. It's that the
No, if you zoom in on a circle is also. This is where you're incorrect, I think. And maybe I misunderstood you, but a circle, if you zoom, a circle is also a manifold, meaning that if you zoom in on a circle, it is also locally flat. Like if I zoom in on a point on a circle, it's going to look like a line, not a circle.
That's messing with result. You're creating a matrix of resolution, right? Which is exactly what I said.
If you zoom in on the edge of a circle,
yeah, that's fine. But have you ever used a graphics program that does constant render, so it has free floating points, like Adobe Illustrator or anything like that? So vector drawings. Have you ever used vector drawings where it's free floating points and it's rendered actively?
So I'm very familiar with mathematics.
Okay, so the question was, have you ever used
he is very familiar, sir.
Yeah, that's great. So you could be very familiar with mathematics and know nothing about graphic programs. That's why the question I asked was, have you ever used a vector drawing graphics?
I'm sorry. Maybe my speaker's like shitty. I'm trying to listen to you. But I can't hear you. So, like, can you try saying it again, but more clearly?
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yes. Have you ever used a vector drawing art program?
A vector drawing art program? Oh, I know you're talking. No, I've never used one.
Okay, so the way
I know what they are, though.
They work is they have floating points. Yeah, they have floating points. Right? As you zoom in, it re-renders the line. Right? And the line keeps getting more precise and more precise regardless if you zoom in or out, which is why people use them. So they can scale their drawings like effects, right? But the problem is that eventually you get to the point where the line can't be rendered by the screen because the dimensionality of the line is less rendered than the pixels on your screen, and then you start to see these chunks. And you can look at those chunks and isolate those chunks and say, look, I have a flat line here. But if you had greater resolution in your screen, it would then re-render it as a curve. So the only point that you're seeing it is because you don't have the resolving power.
It's really hard to understand. Sorry, I don't know what it is. Like, I think you're trying to say, like, if you zoom in on a vector, like after a while, like messy things happen, right? With the resolutions. Did I get that right? Because like your mic's.
Yeah, I think you need to adjust your microphone a little bit. It sounds a bit scuffed.
I just can't understand what you're saying.
Words here and there.
But anyways, like the point that I'm trying to get at is there are plenty of shapes that like look curved, but if you zoom in locally, they're not curved. And a sphere is exactly one of those. If you put like if you have a giant sphere and you put a small object on that giant sphere, that small object is going to assume that it's on a flat surface. So is there anyone else that wants to engage or?
Did the channel just die? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, weird. It just like got silent all of a sudden after whatever you just said about vectors.
Yeah, I was just.
It was the end.
Vectors are a weird thing when it comes to gravity. You know, like you could take a vector that looks straight, and to you as an observer, it would be a straight vector. You'd be going straight, but gravity would be to an external observer, you wouldn't actually be going straight. It would look like you're being pulled in towards the gravity, or going around. You know, the source of gravity. It wouldn't be straight, but it's like you'd have to fucking turn. Sorry, pardon my French. It's not like a plane where you have to hit the rudder and turn to take a left. You can just go straight or around. This is saying that the Earth is a sphere. You can go straight, not hit your boosters at all, not change your rudder, but you're not actually going straight. It just seems that way.
So gravity knows what to do for you. You don't need to know it. Gravity will do it for you. Gravity knows what to do. That's amazing.
No, that's an insane straw man of what was just said.
Yeah, it was.
Do you want me to explain?
He said that you don't have
to do
anything to stay straight. Gravity will do it for you.
No, you're not going straight, technically. You're turning, but you don't have to use a rudder to turn or change your rocket. And let's say you have rockets on the left and right side.
So going straight and turning are the same thing.
Okay.
Wait, what do you mean?
No, they're not the same thing. No.
What do you mean?
You just said that he said that you are going straight,
no, it
but
looks
you
like
are actually curving.
All right, yeah, but if you're on the moon,
Yeah, exactly.
If you're somewhere else and you're watching this spaceship, it's not going straight. It's going around. It's like there's satellites right now that you can look at. I think there's even live feeds of like the ISS.
Yeah, there are.
It doesn't need a certain amount of. It doesn't have to turn. It just needs a certain amount of speed to equal out to the gravity. If it goes too fast, it escapes the gravitational well of the Earth, and goes actually straight. But it's still not actually straight. It's straight relative to the sun because our entire solar system is still part of the galaxy, and our entire galaxy itself is part of the universe. So that's also moving. Everything's moving. It just that. And someone said something about a local frame of reference. I think that's the best way to put it.
Yeah, the what I was trying to say is that a sphere is locally flat. Like that's because and you can actually prove that mathematically by showing that a sphere is a manifold, and all manifolds are locally flat.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So like you can be on a sphere and think that
and you can go straight. Yeah, but you're not actually going straight. You're turning, basically.
Right, and to give like the four-dimensional analog, imagine like we're in space, right? And you go in one direction in three-dimensional space, and then you come back around the other side. That would be a four-dimensional sphere, but in reality, it would look like an infinite three-dimensional space. And so, like, it's very possible that we could be inside a four-dimensional sphere, but we wouldn't know that unless we had a more global perspective of the curvature of the universe. And for the same reason, it looks like the Earth is flat, but it's not.
Yeah, I agree with that. No, I wouldn't say it looks like it's flat. Like you can measure that it's not flat.
Yeah, you can. And I mean, you could take a satellite picture too. Those are pretty convincing. I don't understand, like,
you can even measure how big it is and like how far it would take to how long it would take to circumnavigate it. And for that matter, you could like if you're an airline pilot and you want to go from point A to point B on a sphere, unless you're going around the equator, it's not going to be, and when I say straight, I mean straight on the sphere. It's not going to be a straight line. It's going to be, a gray circle. I think it's what they call
we can
it.
make sure we can make sure certain topography, they're not flat, right? There's topography. You go up and down in topography, like altitude,
Yeah,
valley.
That's
So
true.
yeah. But does that make it a sphere of a certain circumference, a certain radius to the sphere?
No, what we're doing is we're explaining why it is that, like, just because it's that the surface you're on is locally flat doesn't necessarily mean that the whole surface is flat.
And doesn't necessarily mean it's a curving sphere at the same time.
Correct, I agree. I'm just saying what the other guy
Exactly.
said was, what the other guy was saying is that because it's locally flat, therefore, if you measure that the Earth is locally flat, then therefore it is also globally flat, and that is a logical contradiction. That's a fallacy. But
I mean,
but the thing is, like, I still think Occam's razor is not affirming the consequence.
Yeah.
Like, that's the whole problem with this like voice channel, is that you all somehow think that, like, Occam's razor is affirming the consequence, and you think that's a logical fallacy. When in reality, Occam's razor is a tool that we can use to understand a lot of things, and yes, Occam's razor is not as, like, convincing as, say, statistical significance, but it's still way more powerful than nothing, and it's also way more powerful than the fallacy of affirming the consequence.
No.
Does Occam's razors make?
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, does Occam's razors make the reality you live in a sphere? That makes it that?
Yes, that's Occam's razor. Is if you look at all the evidence, it points towards a globe Earth, and so Occam's razor says that that's the one that it begs the least amount of questions and it answers the most amount of questions.
Yeah, I would say that you got a misread of Occam's. I would say the most simplest answer that has less assumptions, and all things being equal, the simplest answer is most likely the correct answer. The answer that requires all kinds of complex explanations, like flat being not flat, law of non-contradiction, that would violate
like motionless
Occam's
being moving, right? Like motionless being spinning.
Yeah, all these contradictions. The one with the least amount of contradictions is probably, all things being equal, most likely the best answer. The simplest
like looking at the sky moving, but it's because the ground is moving, even though you don't feel it moving, but it's the opposite of what you experience and observe. So the opposite is true. That's Occam's razors for you.
No. It's a corroboration of evidence. So it's not just the fact that you can look at the stars. You can also look at satellite images.
So when you say evidence, you just say evidence like a word that you write evidence on a piece of paper. Evidence, prove the Earth is a.
What just happened?
Internet just disconnect for a second there.
Yeah, we can.
The CIA was on to us. We had to switch positions quickly.
Jesus.
So he's saying that evidence, therefore globe, because the word evidence, you put it next to therefore globe, it means that it's a globe because evidence.
His evidence is in the math of the model, not in reality.
That's what I'm saying. The math on the piece of paper, you do the math on the paper, you put evidence to it, and you say, there you go, guys, Occam's razors. This is the evidence right here on the paper.
And the problem with Occam's razor is, sure, you observe something, then you make an assumption, but that's mostly what it is, assumptions. And like I said before, we have an axiom that we all observe you said locally, but you look out to the horizon, as far as we can see, I can see, and even with an equipment, as far as I can see, the Earth presents itself to you flat and level at the horizon and horizontal. Now, since you're a mathematician, you love numbers, you said we don't have any proof. You want to take the globe math and maybe use the actual math that's been claimed and put it to work in the field, as in looking for that curvature rate, the drop of distance that is lacking all over the place, rather than looking up to the sky and making assumptions that does not prove.
Actually, good point, because they're using the math to go contrary to the actual experience, Occam's razors, right? So they're saying all this math that we're doing contrary to reality, they're using that math to say Occam razors is the math, evidence. Look at the evidence in the math. Therefore, your experience is wrong. What you observe is wrong. Your measurements are wrong because math on the piece of paper as evidence. Good job, guys.
I think the whole point of science in general is to disprove things.
Science is about questioning things.
Well, I think there's an issue here, which goes beyond evidence, because someone raising the texture, and I think this kind of speaks to what's going on in VC, is that yes, there's questions about mathematics and the measurement of the Earth and so on, but I think tackling the question of evidence will never satisfy someone who, for instance, if you showed them simple video proof or simple photographic proof of the Earth as it is,
or simple measurement proof.
Or yeah, I mean, even then,
contrary to the math.
I'm sure.
Contrary
even,
to the math.
Yeah,
right?
I'm sure even if someone showed you a video of them performing a test showing the curvature, you would even doubt that, right? The issue is that in any debate of any kind, right, science or otherwise.
Can you be specific, bro? Can you be specific? You even doubt that? What is that?
Let me just finish off the point. So if I showed you evidence of any kind for any debate possible, could be politics, philosophy, anything, it could be forged. Anything can be forged, right? The issue isn't
not reality, bro.
Well, it could. Anything could be forged. I could say this is what someone said, give you a paper written by them with their signature, and you could say, well, that's forged, right? You could do that, right?
Yeah, but that's not reality. That's the paper, the math in the paper. That's not reality.
The issue is that the evidence satisfies most people, right? It doesn't satisfy you, but I think it's irrationally not satisfying you, right? Because you have to then come up with an idea for why all of this photographic and video proof is not satisfactory. And then you create a conspiracy theory. And the conspiracy
when you say this, where is it?
Conspiracy theory is, as someone said, Occam's razor would suggest that it perhaps is the most likely answer.
Whoa, Jack. Whoa.
The most likely answer is that we're not moving and there's no convexity. Is that not?
Exactly.
But you see how, like, you could say, I could throw anything at you, and you could just say, well, it's fake, And so the question of evidence, when people try to give you evidence, it's like, well, no, I think it's that we all have evidence that we find satisfactory, but you guys specifically are, you go against Occam's razor in the sense that you believe, I assume most of you believe, because
you're grabbing the math and labeling the math evidence contrary to the actual experience.
Evidence, because if someone
you're saying this math is evidence, and you're denying this math on the piece of paper.
No, I'm saying that photographic evidence of the planet, or someone going to Antarctica, for instance, right, wouldn't
going to Antarctica.
Wouldn't satisfy.
How does that prove the globe going to Antarctica?
He's going to keep doing this.
So it would satisfy most people, right? Because we have no reason to think it's fake, and many countries produce the same sort of information, and the chances of all these countries conspiring together is very, very small, right? And so Occam's razor would say, what's the most likely option? Are all these countries in the world conspiring together? Probably not, right?
Yeah, they conspire together all the time. You see the systems of alliances They've got.
Is
They
my mic
conspire.
working?
Yes. Well, some countries
So
do.
somehow you broke your logic. 'Cause
No, Chris.
if your worldview is correct, countries cannot conspire.
That's a straw man, right? Because I know
So
that
can they conspire or they can't conspire?
countries can conspire, but there's
Okay, so
there's
they
an element
can
of
conspire. Okay,
well,
good.
let's be nuanced. There's an order of magnitude here. You're not talking about two countries conspiring to invade Iraq, which a lot of conspiracies do get revealed eventually, right?
Good morning,
But
beautiful
you're
people.
you're extending
Good
it
morning.
to not just allies, but the entire planet. That is unlikely, and in some sort of
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we
No.
hear you.
We hear you, but those two are
No.
talking at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm sorry.
No worries.
Can you
Trying to,
hear
like,
us?
chime
Can you
in, but
hear
this
us talking? Can you hear us
Yeah, I
talking?
can-
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, I was the math guy, right? You're talking about the math that I keep trying to like correct you on, right? I said specifically that
Correct on. The math
according
that
to the
goes contrary to the correcting reality out there, that math that you write on the piece of paper and saying, hey, this math is proof contrary to your experiences.
I've
and the
never
things
said
you
that.
measure
You're just
and
straw
observe.
manning me. What the
You're
fuck,
saying
bro?
you were using
Like,
Occam's razor.
let me. Yeah, I'm using Occam's razor, but with a giant.
The Occam
body
razors
of-
against
hold on.
the
Let
actual
me.
experience. No, you hold
Okay,
on. You hold on.
we're not gonna. Can I have?
Bro.
Can I say one thing?
We were saying something and you jumped in the middle of that. So can you stop?
All right.
Well, you're not gonna let me talk. That's fine. Whatever, bro. You don't have
After.
choice.
This guy wants to hear himself some more.
You're
After.
derailing. You're derailing right now. So stop it.
I'm the mathematician who described how apparently you can prove the globe Earth from math. I never said that. That's a straw man. I never said that. I said specifically that mathematics corroborates the evidence and the data that we see on multiple different fronts, including the fact
What evidence?
that- okay,
You're doing a
the
good
satellite
job.
images. The satellite
You're
images.
doing a good
The
job.
twist of the
So
stars.
much better than
twist of
just
the
sitting
stars,
those guys watching.
And hold on, why are you interrupting me? Again. Okay, three things. The twist in the stars, the shadows, and specifically the mathematics that corroborates that spheres are locally flat because they're manifolds.
Oh, God.
So that's the evidence that corroborates the globe Earth using Occam's razor. It's not affirming the consequence.
So using Occam's razors, there is no convexity in reality, no movement of the ground in reality, and you're doing math on a piece of paper going contrary to the real experience, and we can demonstrate and measure.
It is
and
a
you say,
satellite
and then you,
image.
hey, I'm not done. And then you're writing evidence of the globe on the piece of paper and drawing the globe on the piece of paper and putting all the math together that corroborates to the globe on the paper, contrary to the actual experience.
Okay,
Good job,
how is a satellite image me putting math on a piece of paper? See how you're straw manning me, obviously?
He's
like-
not gonna stop.
Busted.
You're not obviously not listening to the things I'm trying to say. I pointed towards multiple things that corroborate the same story. And using
Silence
Occam's
is
razor.
victory.
You're
Stop
saying
butting
that you're saying that imagery is proof of the globe. This imagery that you got is proof of the globe. That's what you're saying?
It's one of the things that corroborate proof of the globe. Yes. Yes, it's one of the many things that I just listed.
Yes. So look, if you have like 75 affirming the consequent formations, right? They could be conditional ifs, right? And so it's possible that the thing is true, and it even could be a option within that.
Yeah, but that's the whole point of science, right? Is that like in Occam's
Do
razor?
not interrupt AI. Do not interrupt AI. Do not interrupt him.
Who's interrupting?
He finished the sentence, Skemsy, you autist.
Finish the sentence, bro. Just calm down, dude. Anyways.
Really?
Yeah, he did. I was responding, and he just like interrupted me. I don't know what he said because I forgot because this dumbass tried to interrupt me. What did he say?
How's it go again? So if you have some conditional ifs, right?
Yeah.
And it's possible that thing is true based on that logic. If you make it form the conclusion necessarily, then you have a fallacy.
No. But what I'm trying, I understand what you're saying. Occam's razor is somewhat fallacious, right? It's fallacious because it's the whole process of elimination idea, right? And we understand that Occam's
well, no, I wouldn't
is limited and not as like.
It's not fallacious.
I can't hear you. No, it's subtly fallacious.
Not,
no. What?
Yeah, if you use it to say, therefore this is true, then it's fallacious.
Right, exactly.
You realise the globe, the amount of logical fallacies you have to present to give us the globe. You realise that, man?
Well, I could give you satellite images. I can give you the shadows. I can give you the twists in the stars. All these things corroborate the same thing. That is empirical evidence.
Well, yeah,
the satellite images. The satellite images are literally they're literally showing you the globe as a globe.
Bro, you seriously think pictures on a screen is empirical evidence?
Holy shit! Okay, so this is where we're at. This is where we're at.
Yeah,
I guess all science is false, right?
Yes. No, dude, it's not unreasonable to be asked.
So you think? Hold on, you think they're made up?
You can say that about anything.
Again. Explain. Hold on.
It's
not unreasonable. You can say that about anything.
He's gonna explain.
How do we know?
Jesus.
I see now why
you're triggered. How do we know you're triggered? There, that's my hypothesis. If somebody says something salient, you're triggered. Let's test that hypothesis.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say this doesn't work when your mic doesn't work. Basically, it's going
to be mind your own business, please. We moderated the room. No need to.
Yeah, I don't mind okay. My mic is bad. Otherwise, I'm going to think people are hearing me, and I'm going to judge them poorly for their responses, right? So
I can hear you perfectly.
Mathematician made a statement, and AI is going to reply, so we need to listen. Butting over here.
So how many mathematicians would come into Discord and call themselves a mathematician?
Huh? Who are you asking?
He said, listen to me, I'm the mathematician. I'm putting the math forward contrary to reality. Therefore, globe. Satellite images, right? Images that
also the twisting stars.
That go contrary to the actual experience, the real thing that you can, down here, the thing in question, the thing that you can measure and experience, we have images contrary to that reality.
It's locally flat.
Autistic shit going on in this channel. Like, are you guys good?
It's because you can't understand that spheres are locally flat. It's so simple. Spheres are locally flat. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so flat is flat.
On what scale?
No, flat is not flat. There are, on a large scales, you can be on many different surfaces that are locally flat, but not at all globally flat.
And that only depends on the scale that you're currently using to measure, brother. Locally flat isn't an ontological status.
Luckily, we have satellite images of the planet that show us what it looks like.
Well, let's go back to my other question.
People.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say this channel always bickers at people for looking up instead of looking down. But like when you give satellite images, you say, "Oh, you look down too far."
What?
Or, it's on a computer screen, therefore it's fake. Like it's just bullshit.
That is not the reason, dude. That is not the reason. Yeah, I mean, sure, maybe some people. Maybe some people who are not that adept would use that reasoning, sure. But that's not the reason.
I'm just saying what was said like 2 minutes ago.
What you want to do is talk about... Yeah, go ahead.
So if you have what appears to be an image, right, which can't just be an image in general or a picture in general, it has to be specific types, right, that can be validated to be representing the thing accurately. So if you have a claim to that,
like satellite images.
Some satellites don't even claim that, and some do. So if you have one that claims that that's what they're presenting, right? Then that's a claim. That
Satellites
claim
don't
then has to
claim
be
anything.
validated.
People claim things based off of satellite images. So yeah, not all satellites take a picture of the Earth.
There you go, brother. That's the point. So
But
not every image that is
what the
alleged to
fuck do you
be.
mean? Yeah, every image corroborates that information. Every single one.
Oh, man, this guy's fallacious as F.
Hey, I posed in the chat, man. You want to see satellite, man? We got satellite on a balloon.
Yeah,
Go look at it, bro. Go look at it.
If I may, right, just to kind of emphasize the point, when you have been given proof, any proof can be forged, a photograph, anything. When your mum shows you a photograph, she could have forged that. It's possible. She might have some incentive behind it, like making you smile, and she wanted to fake a photograph for it, right? But that's the thing. The work is all just about to begin. Once you've got the photograph, why does it satisfy people? Why, when you have a video, why does it satisfy people? Well, because you have all the work cut out for you to explain a centuries-long conspiracy theory between competitors that would like to see their competitor turn to dust, right? A socialist state, a capitalist state, people have different financial incentives, right? You have all of that work yet to come. And so when people look at those images, they might be less inclined to want to subscribe to this idea and might just accept the proof, right? Because it is proof. It is a form of proof. If you're in a court of law, they show you a video of someone killing someone, they're not going to say, well, this was obviously forged. There's lots of financial interest in this being forged. No, they'll accept it as a proof, right? You guys do not care about the evidence.
Say it again. Sorry, you're almost done. I want to hear that conclusion.
I think you guys aren't concerned about evidence. What you're most concerned about is trust in the system, right? Because evidence that satisfies people here.
There's other evidence.
Other evidence of what specifically?
A globe. You're saying there's just like this one thing, right? I've mentioned multiple times now. There's so many different.
Yeah, no, I know that. But mathematician, you're not. The issue here is that you could talk about the stars, right? You could talk about people even performing experiments on the drop over distance. You could talk about the mathematical proofs, right? But I've witnessed over the last 4 days people do all sorts of circumstantial evidence. The circumstantial evidence is evidence, and it's perfectly strong evidence. But why do they not accept it? Right? It's because evidence doesn't matter, right? It's they frame it like that, but it's not their concern.
Right. No, I get what you mean.
That's interesting. True. Now you can follow that topic to topic. Okay, so you've got this idea. There's a group of people, and they're flat earthers only because evidence doesn't matter. Now go to a next group and test that group. Go directly against what they're saying.
No, I think you care about something. I think the evidence isn't what you're concerned with. I think, for instance, if I give you a proof, if I give you a proof,
I'm giving you a chance to test your worldview right now.
Yes, but listen to what I'm saying.
You can go into any one of these other rooms that are operating right now. Tell them a direct contradiction. Yeah. All right. Like you could go into the LGBTQ room and show them evidence of biological sex or something.
If I was going to show you a picture of me at my, let's say I was a Christian.
Yeah, you're not paying attention, dude.
But I'm going to tell you what the issue is here. If I said I was a Christian once, and I'm far from it now, and people say, I don't believe that, and I show them a picture of me getting baptized when I was 5, you could say that's forged. But why is it that most people wouldn't object, right, to that, right? It's because the work and the idea of me going to the hassle just to prove that seems unlikely to most people, including yourself probably, right? But yet when it comes to the idea of the shape of the earth, which it doesn't show any immediate sort of consequence, right? You then have all the work left over to explain why it would be universal on this planet of all governments or all on this disc, all the governments involved, all the meteorological organizations are behind this, even though that some of these countries would like to see the other country turn to dust, right?
So you believe them and you don't believe them at the same time. Because say America, is America in on it?
Well, I don't know. This is your conspiracy theory.
No, it's not my conspiracy theory. This is a pawn shop where you give your shitty ideas onto me. I never said
conspiracy
flat
theory.
I never said flat was a shape. I never said the Earth was a planet.
Okay, yeah, but you think they're lying. You think they're lying.
Great. Can you stop interrupting
sorry,
him, because
my apologies.
you were able to speak
pretty retarded. I gotta
bring
say,
many
these
points.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Because
you said governments can't conspire, and I said governments do conspire.
I didn't say that. Sorry, I'll be quiet.
He didn't say that. He didn't say that. He never said that.
I did say that governments conspire. Like, there's conspiracies all the time in governments. Very rarely do they meet what you're talking about. Like, let's think about it this way: Bill Clinton couldn't manage to get head in the Oval Office without the entire world knowing, right? Some conspiracy theories are true and probably remain true, right? Domestically, it's easier to keep a conspiracy theory, but it's not a foolproof thing. But internationally, with competitors that, like I said, would like to see each other turn to dust. Now, it seems strange to anyone to think, oh, yes, this seems more likely that these photographs are fake because, Gorbachev and whoever the US counterpart was at the time actually were in cahoots, right? Or even further back, right?
Sure. So what we have on the table is an argument from incredulity, basically. They don't believe that there could be this grand of a conspiracy. It's unlikely to them. Therefore, they won't consider it. Okay, fine.
No, that's not necessarily it.
That's not what he's doing.
The issue too is that you have a problem with this. Is that if you follow the conspiracy, right? Can government lie to you? Do governments conspire? You say objectively no, they cannot lie.
That's not what he's saying.
Conspire.
You're not listening to him, bro.
I would say the Occam's razor is very simply governments do conspire and governments do lie.
They do, but to what extent, right? Does this, like, we're talking an order of magnitude,
That's
right?
a Boolean expression.
Who cares? Listen, this can all be arbitrated by simply directly measuring the object in question. And if it turns out to not be curved,
we have satellite images.
If it turns, I'm speaking, son. If it turns out to be flat or curved, then it is what it is, right?
I'm sympathetic to you, AI, right? Because I think, and you, Crit, right? Because I do think there's a lot of mistrust you can have in a system, right? Like, there's loads of reasons to mistrust the system. But a photograph, right? A video of someone literally going up into space or whatever. You've got to think about the work you've got after that, right? To say, well, watching what's his face, that guy from the British TV show, go up and see the curvature of the Earth. You've got a lot of work after that, right?
What guy? How high did he go?
I can't remember his name. Like,
it was Brian Cox.
No, not Brian Cox. Not Brian Cox. I wasn't even thinking about him. But I can't remember his name off the top of my head. But the point, I mean, the government, well, whatever you want to say, NASA, Met Office. I don't know off the top of my head because it was.
Well, then what does it matter? So he went up and came back and told us he saw the curve. Well, that's an anecdote.
No, it was a video. It was a video, right? That's the point. The point is videos and photographs can be proofs.
Where's the video?
Post it.
I've seen plenty of high altitude videos that's wonky. So I mean, what's the point?
Yeah, I know. I'll post it. But obviously, like, if I post it, like, what's going to happen? You're going to say chance, right? You're going to say that. This is part of the issue.
I've seen videos from different altitudes with different curvature rates. So what am I supposed to believe?
Well, it depends on the altitude.
So the point is that
it also depends on the optic.
Most people would look at pictures of the globe from far away.
Yeah.
Most people will look at pictures of the Earth from far away, or people will look at people going up and seeing it, or people will see people going to Antarctica where in theory you're not supposed to be able to go. Like, all of these things put together, the circumstantial evidence of the skies and so on, right? Whatever it may be, all the work is still yet to come.
Where's the theory you can't go to Antarctica? Where's that?
Well, I'm not saying you're saying that, but some people in here have said that, so I'm not going to necessarily attribute it to you specifically.
Okay,
right?
So the proper argument wouldn't be that you can't go, because obviously it's logistically possible. It's that you're not freely allowed to go.
Is it logistically possible to send a satellite into space?
In principle, sure.
Okay, then why don't you believe the many pictures of the Earth?
Well, it's very simple. Because I can't validate them, right? But I can validate that the Earth is flat and level.
This is the problem. You want something. You want certain evidence, but when we give it to you, you can't believe it.
Well, where's this image, right? that's validatable to be
can
an
look.
accurate representation of the Earth.
What do you define validatable? What do you mean? What are you looking for?
Well, for example, some people have said, why don't they have a live stream on a rocket continuously pointing down and up from all of its mission?
They do. Wait, they do. SpaceX had.
They literally do. What are you talking about?
Yeah, from launch to like orbit. SpaceX had. I saw a live stream.
Yeah.
Right.
It's just
so
that you haven't looked at the evidence. Just because you haven't looked at the evidence doesn't mean it's not there.
Well, it's not.
Dude, I've seen plenty of high altitude footage.
It's not about that. It's that I think in this debate, VC, I've noticed that like we almost give them the ground of saying like, okay, we won't talk about photos, we won't talk about videos. But I actually think I read an article about a flat Earth thing because I've been quite interested in it recently, from a physicist who said, look, don't try and explain with evidence. It tried to go to the simple things like the conspiracy, the trust, and the photographs and the videos.
It's not just that. I do think it's still valuable to look at the shadows, to look at the stars. Like those two things are also corroboration of evidence.
That is true.
You guys don't get is what you're talking about is unverifiable. It's not something that you can verify for yourself, like the things we're talking about. It's two different categories.
I also can't verify what an electron is or what it is.
Irrelevant.
But at the same time, like I can see all of the effects.
This all fits within the strategic behavior of sophistry. Irrelevant information, like you just presented, unverifiable data presented as fact.
No,
like you presented before that.
My question to you is:
this is just nonsense.
To you is, what evidence would be good enough? You have to see it with your own damn eyes.
Well, the evidence that would be good enough for me would be measurements of the surface that you claim is curving. Proof of the thing you're claiming, not something else where you
why
a satellite image.
Yeah, why can't you look at the
That's not a measurement of the thing you're claiming.
Why does it have
an unverifiable image that can be doctored.
What's the issue?
What do you mean?
Yeah, this is the issue. The doctored.
Like you want images, but then you don't.
I got a good example. So prior to the Iraq War, NASA systematically photographed every square centimeter of Iraq, all through 2002. Then later on, Colin Powell took some of these photos that NASA took and presented them to the UN General Council and said, these photos show nuclear missiles being pointed at Israel and Europe with a 45-minute launch window. These also show a reconstituted chemical weapons program with roving manufacturing systems. Okay, all these photos were doctored. Not one of them actually showed any of this evidence.
Sure, bro.
Okay,
but,
so
but
obviously
bro, you can prove a curve, right? So let's say I'm in Tel Aviv, right? I start.
Hold on. You can join. You can make your point.
No,
in a second.
bro,
I just want to respond.
bro, but like
I just want to respond.
Can he finish? Hold on.
No, you're.
Go on.
Sorry, I just want to say like.
Okay, I give my space to
when it comes to evidence. Wait. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Evidence, right? Is it all could be corroborated, right? Everything we know that is evidence could be corroborated, or it could be not corroborated. Sorry. Manufactured. It could be that everything in the scientific community is completely made up, right? And just
Not
like
everything. No.
What isn't? Like,
you could say all of geology is made up, though, right? All of geology, all of astronomy is made up, right?
Yeah, there's things that can be tested and done here on the Earth. There's things that you have to take on faith that other people have done in outer space that you can never go and test.
There is a way.
You can't.
There is a way.
You can't test. Hold on. You can't. You can't. Most people in here can't test radiocarbon dating because you don't have the tools that you would need to.
No, but we can acquire them here on the Earth. That's something that's verifiable. We can
you have
look
it,
into
right?
we can look into the processes and how that works on the Earth. It's not comparable.
But you haven't.
It doesn't. The difference is one is verifiable. The other is something outside of our purview. But
Yes,
like
I
even
have
Jeff
done
Bezos
great.
can't go check this out because he can't go high enough with all his money.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on, friends. This guy claims that first order knowledge. So why don't we hear what he has to offer?
Well, I don't know
He
what
says,
first.
I have done something. So what did he do?
No.
He's not talking to you,
bro.
man.
Bro,
Fenor, please.
please. What I
Yes.
wanted to say is there is a way, like, to determine if something is, let's say, some type of three-dimensional object. In the case of like the world we exist on, right? So let's say I live in Tel Aviv, right? I start walking from Tel.
Oh my God! Just go ahead, AI. Go ahead, AI.
Back to mathematician. Come on.
Yeah, so mathematician wants to present what he's done in the real world that carries the conclusion that the Earth is necessarily a globe. All right, go ahead.
No, no. What I was saying was that I was making an analogy to radiocarbon dating, and so what I was saying is that most of you in here have not.
Did he disconnect?
Hold on. Let me fix my. I gotta fix
Most
my
of
mic.
you in
Hold on.
here have not done the math on paper that goes contrary to the reality of this world. You haven't done it, guys.
Hold on, sorry.
Most of you people in here cannot math like mathematician can math.
Yeah, that's true.
Therefore, go.
I'm disconnected. my I do know more math than all of you, but anyways,
It's okay. Yeah, clearly.
I do want to say that like I have collected firsthand knowledge of radiocarbon dating. Have you?
Join a radiocarbon dating channel and talk about that.
Yeah, so
What I'm trying to get at though, hold on, sorry. What I'm trying to get at though is that most people in here believe the evidence that's provided by radiocarbon dating, even though they don't have firsthand knowledge. So why is it that the flat Earth is not willing to accept the satellite images as evidence of a curved globe?
Flat Earth can do that, bro. Flat Earth can do anything. Flat Earth can speak. What are you talking about? There's individuals in here. You're talking flat Earth like this gonna do something for you. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, let's say curved Earth deniers. Let's call you that, right? Instead of flat Earth.
Yeah, there we go.
Wait, can I get a mic check?
Can you respond to what I said or no?
No.
See, this is the issue. Like this.
Okay, well then now we.
This is like the Achilles heel in a way.
What philosophical are necessary for that conclusion?
Go ahead, AI. Go ahead, guys. Come on, let AI say something.
In
Go
the
ahead.
sense that I think. Okay, sorry.
What assumptions are necessary to carry any conclusions about carbon dating?
What assumptions?
Yeah.
That carbon has a constant half-life.
Yeah, into antiquity, right?
Yeah. Well, until
okay, so
like.
where's the evidence? Where's the evidence from antiquity that that's the case?
Yes.
Dun, dun, dun.
No, see, this is
I'll
what I'm
give you a
talking
hint.
about.
I'll give you a hint.
I know you're making my point, though. I know. So you're making my point.
To say that it is, therefore you can say how long it is.
No, I didn't say there is.
What?
I didn't say there is. What I was trying to say is.
You said that.
Oh, okay. Well, what I was trying to say is that that most of us trust radiocarbon dating because it corroborates with other evidence.
No, thank you.
No,
like for
most
example,
Globers accept that we like to look into things and be skeptical until we have some substance to our beliefs.
Right, but when you are given satellite, but hold on, when you're given satellite images, you reject those evidence because it's not good enough for you.
No, that
other people have too.
You're misrepresenting it again. That's something that we cannot verify. We could go out and verify things and test things, but like with the carbon dating, there's something that we can't verify, And so
right, but you haven't.
You take it on faith.
You
we
haven't.
Don't.
You have not. You have
That's
not.
the difference. That's not evidence. That's just taking something on faith.
Dude, homie, all of the UN General Assembly, all of them, rejected photos from space presented by Colin Powell in NASA. So you can't say only flat earthers are the only people who have only rejected photographs from space.
Show me. I'm actually interested in this. Can you give me that source?
Yeah, dude, it was like
I didn't know this.
worldwide
I'm
news.
sorry. Well, I was not even like, I'm still pretty young.
Yeah, but don't you remember Bush lied? People died. You don't remember that? Or no?
I was in fucking elementary school when Bush was alive.
Oh,
But
fair
it still
enough.
happened.
Fair enough.
But it still happened,
Come
right?
on.
Okay, so
Well,
the
wait a
idea
minute,
that
wait a minute. Hold on, we got to bring it back to politics. So there's actually a chance that Biden sniffed you.
Okay, well, can you send me the links? Because I'm actually interested. Like, I'm actually genuinely curious about this because that's pretty
I
interesting.
don't know
with the
what
UN.
sources you trust as far as a news
UN,
goes.
absolutely. The UN, 100%. If you give me
just
UN,
look up the UN.
you said it was. Oh,
Yeah,
damn it,
just look
dude!
it
Come
up.
on, I'm like on my bike. Come on. Fuck.
If you're on your bike,
What
you're
am I-
not gonna read it now anyway. So me doing a fetch quest for you won't be.
All right, what am I looking up? What am I looking up? Go ahead. I'll do the homework for you.
Hey, if I do math that you're not on a bike, is that evidence that you're not on a bike?
That's pretty funny.
Negate.
Yeah.
A negative.
Hold on, friend. 100% sure.
Colin Powell, UN. What else? That's it. Just Colin Powell, UN speech.
Yeah, there could be enough
photographic
there.
evidence.
But you just make one mental note. Go ahead. Okay.
Photographic evidence rejected, something like that, maybe.
Yeah, I can't.
I just wrote UN.
Can
Colin
someone
Powell,
please post this?
I just wrote UN Colin Powell fake space images, and I found it here. The Intercept. Colin Powell was a nice man who helped destroy Iraq. Powell branded satellite photos. The intelligence behind this speech was the opposite of empathetic. It was false, manipulated, and fabricated. The Intercept.
Well, okay, the Intercept.
See, the
is like
problem
done
is
by-
this was your homework that you didn't do. Your worldview said photos from space are impeachable. You
No one
should have
said
done
that.
a little bit of background research before planting your flag on that worldview.
No one said that correct. What we are saying is that, like, yeah, people can forge things, and people often do have conspiracy theories where people do forge things. However, right, you're not just saying, one government forged an image. I think it's more digestible to say the moon landings were fake than it is to say that.
I don't see where in this speech. I don't see in the. I'm looking at the Intercept article. I don't see where it's talking about space satellite images of Earth. Like where, can you set like maybe I have the wrong Intercept article? Can you just like send me the article, please? Because I can't find it.
But Craig, I know that you all like to. I know that you all like to talk about who's made what fallacy, but that's a straw man because we're saying photos can be doctored. So, but the issue isn't whether or not photos can be doctored.
To take those on faith when you already admit that they can be doctored. That's not evidence.
Hold on. I need to help my friend here, Mr. Drace. So what he's saying, Drace, from my perspective, and it's just me speaking to Drace, so Britt, you don't need to interrupt, is that it's not about whether they can or can't be doctored or not. It's about, do you believe there's this vast worldwide conspiracy?
That's a different
all
question.
you got to do is just critique and scrutinize the singular piece of evidence that's in contention at the moment. Now, don't get me wrong, there are broad brush arguments that you can use to dismiss a lot of categories of evidence. That's fine, you can do that as well. But it's not that flat earthers are just saying, I reject all evidence, right? Some do, don't get me wrong. But in general, what you should be doing is saying, okay, I'm going to scrutinize this piece of evidence.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. It's like the same, but for instance, like when I talked about the hypothetical with your mum showing you a picture of you as a kid, sometimes you might have faith in that idea, first of all, that your mum isn't a part of a worldwide conspiracy to show you that you were actually blonde when you were younger, right? So in a way, we already operate in this way in the world, and you all do as well. But for some reason, when it comes to the curvature,
like Santa Claus can't be fake because
I'm
too many
almost done.
parents
I'm almost
would
done.
be in on it.
No, it's
Dude, you're just regurgitating the same thing.
The idea is that you think this conspiracy theory that the entire world. By the way, the
pawn shop idea.
It's hard to explain how states interact, right? Because you have to do a lot of scaffolding. But a lot of
no one's talking about conspiracy theory, but you're the one.
So why would
talking about conspiracy?
Why would all the world be on agreement on this one particular thing? Maybe they're not corroborate. Maybe they're all accidentally doing this on their own, and they're not working together at all. That is possible. But you see how a lot of legwork has to be made, right?
Is a logic of a child.
The burden is on the one who brings up something that, like, actually, sorry, that's the wrong phrase. The extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, right? So if all these countries are, lying to us,
that's not what we're saying. We're not saying all the countries are working together.
Hold on. Can you name me one country that believes that the Earth is not a globe?
Belief is not the same as working
Countries
together.
don't have beliefs. That's right there is a logical
Okay, one
fallacy.
government that says otherwise.
Governments don't say things. Government's a collection of people.
Right, but like, can you give me a? Yeah, you're just playing semantics, though. Like, can you give me like somebody?
I'll give you an example.
If all countries went to the moon, do you really?
I'll give you an example. Within all of these countries that you think cannot be working together, there are Freemasons. My foster grandfather was recruited from within the Freemasons into a secret society that controls my government.
Yeah,
so
it's called
there is stuff happening in the background that you don't know about.
Okay,
it's like
we're going to
Freemason to a person.
I mean, Freemasonry is like literally. This is conspiratorial. So you are now conspiracy. That is a conspiracy.
Whatever. I'm just telling you, based on my life, I don't know about everything else. I'm just telling you that there's potential for more things that you are not considering right now.
This is why
that's true. That's true.
Can help
that's why. That's exactly right. Yeah, they don't understand Occam's razor. By rejecting the most probable answer, you are creating more problems than you're solving.
Yes,
doesn't matter, dude. Occam's razor. Listen, I want to be clear. Occam's razor is neither a logical proof or a proof in any sense in any category of philosophy.
It's meant to. So when you said it's like an incredulity thing, right? It's meant to tell you, for instance, what is rational to accept, right? What is irrational for you to do if you say, well, actually, all these photos, all these videos, all of these things, satellites and so on, right? Actually, every single government is being controlled, right? Or there's something going on in the background in every single one of these governments. Either they're working together or not, doesn't really matter, right? Absolutely. And that is actually why all of these all this proof that's being produced can't be trusted, right?
Right,
that seems to go against the simple answer.
Yeah, but check this out. Check this out, brother. Drace gave you an example of his government being corrupt, right?
Well, that's not verifiable, though, is it?
Right. I was in Iraq during the weapons of mass destruction. I was in the facilities, right, and I saw the corruption of their government that they presented to their people. Their people didn't. I'll put it to you like this: their people did not understand the outside world. They were filtered through a lens, and the reason why was so that their regime could maintain power for their people. So it's not an incredulous or extraordinary claim to say that the people at the pinnacle of power would be corrupt. I mean that's pretty almost an axiom.
Wait, can I just say that really quickly?
No, let me give another example. In the Caribbean, in Puerto Rico, that gets federal funds from the United States, there was multiple investigations from the Fed. They had to come in and take over the government because the funds that were supposedly being used for certain things, the money was being stolen and used for other stuff.
Yeah.
Wait, Britnett, really quickly, could I just say that lying about one thing?
Saying that the government doesn't lie, doesn't do this stuff. Yeah. It's just a fallacy.
Right. So we're not saying that the government doesn't lie. I think what we're saying is the government can lie about some stuff, but it's not an all or nothing thing. Some things wait, Trace, really quickly. Could I just say
so big? Okay, we get
some things are like harder to lie about than other things. Not only that, but not. Okay, I'll let you speak after this really quickly. Not only that. Okay.
Occam's razor is you see the Earth is flat and stationary. That's how every single human being experiences the world. And then you're told by the government that it's not, and the world is lying to you. That's what you're told.
That's not
You
Occam's
don't trust your
razor.
senses.
It's not what Occam's razor is. No,
This is a good
is
point as
supposed to
well. This is a
corroborate.
good point as well.
Guys,
You have spoken about Occam's razors like for
You
the
need to hear
last
the
hour,
counter
dude.
argument,
You're gonna say it again. You're gonna talk about Occam's razors again
This
when
is
you've been told you're wrong about it. So the example about the government, it wasn't all of the government. It was some people in the government that had access to the funds and they stole a bunch of it. So it wasn't all of it. It was some people. Just to give you an example.
So, first of all, with yes, countries, governments can lie, organizations can lie, but we also know they can probably tell the truth as well, right? And we know that some lies are harder to keep than others by order of magnitude. So, for instance, Bill Clinton couldn't get ahead in the Oval Office without the entire world knowing. We couldn't actually keep the idea of no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq a secret for very long at all, less than a decade, right? Before that was found out, Watergate was found out, right? So conspiracy theories are often uncovered, and the entire world accepts them, right? Typically happens. No few conspiracy theories, that I'm aware of that are very well supported are a secret for very long, right? So the issue here is just that either on the one hand, right, we have either in collaboration or otherwise, the entire world and subsidiary organizations are conspiring.
Isn't that a false dichotomy?
I'm not setting the dichotomy yet. You can't tell me if it's false before I set it up.
You're resetting again. No one's talking about
No, I'm just going to. I'm going to set up the Occam's razor for you, right? So either you have this conspiracy theory of this magnitude that you're referring to, or the Earth is simply curvature.
Or it's
which
just
one do you
flat,
think's
as
more
it appears
likely?
to be. Or it's just flat, like it appears to be. It has nothing to do with government at all. You could take all the evidence away from government.
Or Earth is Earth, and it is not a label that you're giving it to, like flat Earth, globe Earth, or Earth is Earth, and water is water, and things are things the way they are without your opinion about it. What do you think about that?
Yeah, the Earth will be Earth even with government isn't around.
That is vacuous, right?
Yeah, and it's almost like you think that this globe has been prevalent for 2,000 years or something, when people were getting fired as teachers for teaching the globe back in the 1900s. So it was more like NASA proved the globe, and therefore the discussion got stopped. That's all. And then then it got taught to the children as holy truth, and they grew up believing it. That's just.
Well, why would you think a teacher would get fired for teaching anything other than the curvature?
There was in the newspapers back in the 1900s.
Look, if you taught a kid, right, anything that wasn't going against any curriculum, right, they would get fired no matter what it was, right? It doesn't matter about the curvature of the Earth, right? So, like, in a way,
the only thing that kid is going to reply to you is bah, bah, bah.
You're not. That's again, see, that's just being childish, right? The idea that is being put forward is that the evidence, right, can be given to you. You could look at the photographs for yourself or the videos or whatever. But
dude, you're just a pseudo intellect. You're not teaching anybody anything.
Wish. No one needs your little aping out in the background, right? Because this. What I'm saying can cause a lot of doubt in this room.
So many times, you don't need to repeat yourself.
Wish.
Not valid
You're
evidence.
scared. You're scared.
It's not verifiable. You know this.
I'm scared of you.
Wait, could I please just add something here really quickly? I think that, the way science works is, right, you have a model, and then you have evidence can either support one model or the other. So the pictures of the from satellites supports obviously the globe model, but it's not about just accepting or rejecting the evidence, whether it's verifiable, as the other guy was saying, because all your beliefs about the world should be grayscale. Like they're not just black and white propositions. That you have a certain level of confidence in them between 0 and 100%. So, for instance, it is actually true that maybe there is a giant conspiracy and all of these pictures are fake. But then you have to sort of work out, okay, what is the probability that the valid or not. And then that's when you start going into the whole game theory of everything. Like what are the what's the probability that a whole bunch of different government entities that compete against each other are working together, or like a whole bunch of different companies that are competing with each other can work together. Has anyone on their deathbed when they have nothing to lose ever said, wait, just let me finish and then you can respond, Jace. Maybe some people have, but how many? Has North Korea is not in league with the countries in the West and stuff. Are they?
North Korea has a space program.
What about Nazi Germany? Would Nazi Germany on the brink of defeat? Maybe they could even threaten to release this, grand secret, and they were launching.
What's the probability that they all work together and it's all a grand conspiracy, etc.? The probability that those pictures are valid is 0% if the surface has no demonstrable curvature drop over distance. So measure that, you can validate your pictures. If we measure flat against the dimensions of that,
that's my point. You don't need the ambiguity.
Those pictures are done. That's
it. So if you have some way of measuring that there's no drop over distance, you've measured it to be flat. That's evidence supporting the flat Earth. And now there's lots of other evidence supporting an ellipsoid Earth. So we have to see which sort of which one has more evidence.
So when you posit the idea that because this is kind of almost avoiding the point, right? Because
I'm not done, and you've been talking all morning. Go get it. Go get the evidence, because those pictures themselves need evidence. They need to be supported.
You guys been talking about images and pictures from space. So image, any visual object that is modified or altered by a computer on an imagery object in a computer. Picture, a drawing, painting, or artwork created on a computer. There you go, guys. You have no evidence of space when you're saying that we have images or pictures from space that show you the cartoon globe. That's your evidence? Cartoons? Come on, guys.
What I can say is, though, that the evidence that we all observe, right? For instance,
by definition, you're promoting cartoons and images.
Yes,
just to prove that the reality that you experience is a cartoon or an image. Think about it.
Like over the horizon, and they were all like jerking off to it. So it's like, it's not like you guys don't just like accept evidence like that too. Like you guys have your like videos and pictures of like, look, see guys, I can see the Great Pyramids from fucking North Carolina. It's like, you guys have your pictures, you guys have your video evidences.
Don't lie.
You have all these videos.
Stop
lying.
Stop lying.
Like, why do you just start like aping
we are
out?
not using
I understand you're a stupid brown monkey, but like, holy shit,
No
bro,
one in
calm
the
down.
world said you can
Jesus.
see pyramids from North Carolina.
We are not saying that.
I know, I
We are
was
not
being
using doctor
hyperbolic.
videos
The
to
inability
lie
to like
people.
engage with a
Any
You're
hyperbolic
lying.
videos that
Stop
we
lying.
show you are things that you can
Do you
go out
guys
and verify
okay?
for
Do you or
yourself.
do you not?
We're not asking you to believe in our videos like you do with yours. We're just saying, hey, look at this. It doesn't match what we were told to believe, and so maybe you should go check it out for yourself and see if it is actually real.
No. The issue. Well, partly true, right? We both have our own. We both believe photos and videos can also be correct, and we both have our own photos and videos that we do believe to be correct, right?
No, belief not required.
Not only that, but we also find it satisfactory as evidence, right? The issue The issue here is that when
you're not listening.
You ask a question, don't let anybody answer.
He's twisting what I said and answering something else.
Are you scared you're not going to get enough time to talk?
Nigger.
Is that why you're doing this?
Who are you arguing with me? Like what's the issue?
Why you keep filibustering? Are you afraid you're not going to get your say?
5 people on your side talked one after another, right?
Literally
I'm
just about
currently on my own on this side. So yes, right.
Scared that you're not going to get a chance to talk.
Okay, Crit, please, right? Just give me a second. So the idea that yes, we both have photos and videos that we think are sufficient evidence, right? That is true. Now,
you're generalizing it. That's not
when
what
you
I
say
was telling you.
Well, what else is there to add to it besides we both believe in photos and videos?
I told you literally, we're not telling you to believe in these videos. We're telling you to look at these conditions in real life and go test reality for yourself. That's how we got our conviction from reality. You get them from videos. You believe in
you've
videos.
performed a
That's
real
the
life
difference.
test. You've performed a real life test. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, I've performed long distance
you prove it?
observations. I have looked at boats disappear at the horizon
But
using
can you prove it, though?
bigger and bigger optics, seen it appear again and again.
Yeah, but have you got any proof that this happened, or am I meant to believe that you did this?
I did that
Yeah,
for
the
myself.
beautiful thing
Just like
about
we're
it is you
asking
can
you
do
to
it
do this for
yourself.
yourself. I'm not here to convince you of anything. I'm
Okay.
just asking you to reconsider your beliefs.
So yeah, well, the issue here is that right now on one side of the room, right, you have people who are satisfied with this evidence, and then the other side of the room you have people who aren't, right?
No,
but
you
these
have
are these other
lazy
people,
retards
these
who
other
just read
which you're
papers, and then you
panicking
have
again.
people who
Be quiet.
actually
Be quiet,
do
young man.
experiments.
Oh, he's doing it again.
Just
Right,
sit
anyway,
on your ass and read papers.
yeah. So, like I said, on the other side of the room, right, there are people who have, you know, there are a few of you, I suppose, right, who believe that actually all the evidence that we have is controlled by a huge cabal in the world, right? Which is obviously that's fine.
This is
that's
your
fine.
pawn
But
shop
it's very
idea.
less, but if we use, you know,
That's your pawn shop idea.
probability,
You're trying
right?
to pitch
Our
to
side is
us.
probably correct, right?
I'm actually genius, and I know what you believe, so I can tell
Wish
you what
you're
you
so scared of me.
believe. You're an idiot, dog.
The reason why you all
Okay,
had to jump in
Brit,
one after
no,
another is
Brit,
because you know that
you're
I've got you.
spurging out. Brit, the people who think there's a worldwide cabal are the people who think the Earth is a globe. That the worldwide cabal people, these anti-globalists, they assume a globe, and they're fighting against the people who think the Earth can be controlled by humans. Basically, Alex Jones. Okay, who you need to talk to is Alex Jones, not me. Alex Jones is just as much of the anti-flat earther as you are. And you two can argue back and forth about conspiracy theories and grand conspiracy theories and who's in charge, who's running the show, which owl told which person or whatever. Whatever you want to talk about. If this is not a conspiracy channel, it's a flat earth channel. You want to make it about conspiracy theories because you live in the worldview where you trust the government.
No, this is no.
Even
I want to
though
make it
you-
about conspiracy theories because this is where I think
No,
you guys start to fall apart a little bit, right?
No, you're just not wanting to address the actual issue that the Earth isn't curved or rotating, and there's no evidence of that, and so you want to run off into your speculation land of, I don't believe anybody could do this because government is good.
Well, that's obviously a straw man again. Like I don't know why
No,
you're
that's essentially what you're saying.
Well, that's not
You've
what
been
I'm saying.
strawmanning us this whole time.
I
and now
don't
you're
think
trying-
government is
you don't
wholly
li-
good.
Oh, they're not
If
good,
there was
but they,
evidence
they,
Do you
they
say-
could, they
would
could
you
just be
believe
lying, and
Could be
and
lying. I don't
therefore
think
it's
that.
not possible.
Sorry, no. Why? Let me just get this clear, right? You think I said or alluded to the idea that government are completely honest and good? Is that what you think?
Okay, now you're just trying to misrepresent me because
You
I-
just said
I-
that.
no,
Everyone heard you.
You're right. You're right. I didn't phrase it exactly the way
So it
you
is a
said
straw
it.
man. Yes.
No, it's just the impression I got from your claims. It was a
Well,
little bit
let's
too
not
far.
make-
You're
let's not-
correct in that.
Let me
I'm
speak
not
for
trying
myself,
to
sir.
strawman you. Do you understand that?
Well, you're not. Well, you're not
You're
trying,
just
but you
not
do
addressing
accidentally
what I'm
then,
saying
right?
and hooking yourself onto some small imperfection.
Well, no, it's that if you're going to represent
Yes.
my view, and you're going to tell me what I believe, right? Yes, there are conspiracy theories. Yes, that could happen that people are liars and so on.
Yeah,
and
that's
lots of
not an
things.
argument.
But-
Our argument is the
but-
ground curving or not.
Yes, and
So
if
you
I
don't
showed
want to
you
address
if I
that
showed
and
you
you
a
want to go
picture,
into something else.
if I showed you a picture from 50 countries, like let's say there's 50 countries that have satellites, I don't know if there is, right? But let's say we'll go from 50 countries, but they'll have corroborating evidence, right? That the
all
Earth,
of those
the Earth has a
satellites are
curve,
connected
right?
to all of those satellites are connected to the space agencies who work together. So what are you talking about?
So you do think there's a cabal, at least between the agencies, right?
No, the
you
space
ever
agencies
looked at
openly
any of these
admit to
pictures
working
and seen
together.
how
What are you
they're so
talking about?
different
That's
So
not a
if
cabal.
Okay, the reason why I refer to this is because I could send you an evidence of any debate, any topic, anything, right? And you could say, and you could always say that this is fake, right? You could do it with anything. But why would we believe that some things are not fake and some
Okay,
things are,
let's
right?
follow your worldview. Let's jump in. Let me dive into your worldview for a second. So here we go. We got a photograph from space, Blue Marble 2.0. here's NASA director of visual arts. It's Photoshop because it has to be. Okay, so if it's a real photo, why does it have to be Photoshop? Crickets. No answer. You ask them for the raw data. You submit a FOIA request. Okay, NASA, since you won't explain why it has to be Photoshop, let me look at the raw data myself. No, you can't do that either because that's national security.
No, the issue is here. The issue is here.
Damn.
The issue is here.
I can't see your photo. I can't see your data. Just trust you, bro? No, bro. No, bro. I'm not going to trust you.
That's not what I'm asking
I've seen government
That's
lie
what you
to
are
me.
asking for, because you're asking us to believe in these satellite images that come from these people.
No. So
And
the
it's
issue,
Photoshop.
the issue
It's
is here, right?
Photoshop because it has to be.
The issue is here, for instance, like right?
Why does it have to be
maybe
Photoshop?
let's say NASA's.
Why are all the photos from NASA Photoshop?
Okay, let's say, for instance, that NASA does have people being conniving in it, right? Let's say that's
Let's
the case.
just say, okay, their photos are real, but right now we're diving into your worldview.
No, Chris, I just need to get to the next point.
Yeah, the point that right now we got
to get to the next
space. Right
okay,
here,
so let's say that
why is it
NASA is corrupt, right?
No, why is it Photoshopped? That's the question.
How much do you know about the Met Office in the UK? How much do you know?
Why does it have to be Photoshopped? The photos from space. Why did it have to be Photoshopped?
Oh, let's say it's Photoshopped, right? But
okay, so why is it?
I don't know. Maybe NASA wants to prove that the United States is the greatest country in the world. Who knows, right? The point is,
so that photo's out then, right?
The point is, how much do you know about the Met Office?
Yeah. So is it Photoshopped or not?
Answer my question. How much do you know about the Met Office?
Yeah, I'm talking about this photo from space right here. Are you looking at it? I'm looking at it.
Oh, I don't know. I can't.
Yeah, Blue Marble 2.0.
Yeah. How much do you know about the Met Office?
Is it Photoshopped or is it not?
How much do you know about the Met Office?
Yeah, I'm looking at this photo right here.
I can't tell. Right? There's clearly something looks a bit
Photoshopped.
Something looks a bit strange about it, but with the face on the fucking thing. But that could be explained. I don't know. Maybe someone will explain it, right? But the point is, how much do you know much about the Met Office?
NASA says it has to be Photoshopped. They can't give you a photo from Earth. There is no photos of Earth.
How much do you know about the Met Office? How much do you know about the Met Office? Because the reason why I asked that, right, is because it might be the case that NASA's an obviously corrupt organization, but there's at least...
Or they're not corrupt. What they're telling you the truth. All the photos are Photoshopped.
There's several more that you just don't know about. You don't know anything about the Met Office or how it could be corrupt, right?
So
you just assume it also is because NASA is, right?
Or
NASA
you can
photos
stop
are out
talking
because they're
about
Photoshopped.
people. Or you can stop talking about people. You can test their claims directly instead and see if they stand up or not.
Well, I think this is what I was getting down to earlier on. Because I like Heretic because he's going to take me on a date one day. But I just want to say the issue when it comes down to is that
which photo's right.
The issue when it comes down to is I don't believe there's any evidence anyone could ever submit that you would accept. Right?
Okay, let's look at the photos. Let's look at the evidence. And we're fully inside your worldview right now. Which photo of Earth is correct here? So
I don't know.
There's 6 photos presented of Earth.
I don't know.
And they're compared.
Could all
side
be. They
by
might
side.
not all be. Who knows?
Yeah. Which one do you think is correct? Which one is Earth? We looked at Blue Marble 2.0.
It could all be photoshopped. I don't know.
So they're all photoshopped.
Wait, no, I think the key is like where do those images come from? Like if these are images that NASA, oh right, so yeah, so all of those, I would say there's a high probability that they're not photoshopped because NASA is presenting them as something that's not photoshopped. The other one that you presented with like a cartoon face, I don't know where you got that from, but if NASA was saying that that's a cartoon, then that's fair. But the thing is that there's we have images of Earth from space since like 1946, even before Photoshop. Of course, there's other things you can. No, I'm saying supposedly, that's basically.
Supposedly you do. So prove it. Look, you don't understand.
Anyway, let me just finish what I'm saying.
Like, require proof.
So the reason why we're even talking about
we've heard you guys do this monologue over and over again all morning. Those pictures are not proof. Those pictures themselves require proof. If the ground can't be demonstrated to be curving as purported with those pictures, then those pictures are forgeries, and that's all there is to it.
Do you not think that
going back to this?
Do you not think that, like, if you're in a court of law and someone showed you a video of a murder, that you might accept it as proof?
Wait. I'm still. Can I just finish?
Just you're
We're gonna
doubting
give you
it. Just you're
we're gonna give you
doubting it
500
doesn't mean it's
videos of murder, but
untrue.
each time they're gonna
Yeah,
be
but it's
so
a fantastical
drastically
image,
different.
though, right? I mean, if I came out with a picture of a unicorn that you have no point of reference for, you've never seen a unicorn, you're going to doubt that. You're going to be like, okay, there's no way you can supply me with a picture of a unicorn unless it was some way forged, right? You didn't
What
go out
makes
and
it
take a photograph
fantastical?
of it because those don't exist, right? Unless you want me to go disproving unicorns.
Yeah,
But
what makes it
so
fantastical?
the globe in this case would be the unicorn, right? So if there's no verifiable evidence from the surface of the earth that it is that thing that
Why
they're
would
showing in those pictures, then it's just a picture of a unicorn.
But
That's all we're
there
that's
is a
all
lot
we're
of weight
arguing about.
behind what you're saying, right? For instance, yes, it is true. A photo on itself, without any reference point or any context, it would obviously could be fake and could be true. Like it just depends on if you have a good sense of pattern recognition. But when it comes to things like, well, you're not just saying that photos could be true or false. What you're saying is that there's a reason why these photos are false, right? And we
Yeah.
can't believe them, right? That's
Well,
different.
right. If
There's
if
extra
the
work
ground
there,
isn't
right?
curving, right, the way that it's alleged to be, given those pictures, right, then those pictures are forgeries.
Well, there's circumstantial evidence, which was someone was talking about earlier on, that you could use and refer to the and to prove the image, right? But
You're kinda cutting
let's say.
out.
Oh, sorry. I said you could use other proofs like circumstantial to support it, right? Which don't
You
actually
can't.
have to be drop
You
over
can't.
distance.
You can't.
The
You
point
can't.
is that
If the
photographs
drop
and
of
videos
listen, if the
are
drop over
satisfactory.
distance that those pictures are trying to show you doesn't actually exist in reality, then those pictures aren't reality.
Well, yeah,
Do you
actually,
think a
if I
photo?
could,
Do you think any photo could be satisfactory as evidence? Do you think it could be in any sort of way?
Yeah, if you could demonstrate the surface to be curving that way, then I would go, I don't really have a reason to doubt those pictures. Seems like that's what the Earth is. Sure, why not? But if we go to a beach, we test a lake or an ocean, it never seems to be dropping the way that they're showing in those pictures. Then those pictures are not reality. They're not the beach. They're not the ocean that you look at. It's simple, dude.
If your mum, right, was killed, right, for instance, and someone showed you a picture of the man
great
killing her
argument,
mid murder, right? But then you have another picture of someone, let's say Bill Clinton superimposed into the image with NASA written on him, right? Which one would you believe?
Here, I got a good example for you. So this
I don't know
guy
what
I
that
was
does
watching.
to address my point, but go ahead, I guess, Crit.
Yeah, so this is a really good example. I was doing traffic court one time out for a continuing education class, and this guy went to traffic. It was interesting because part of the thesis I was doing is how traffic court does not have an affirmative defense to it. So the guy went to court and he said, they got your car, a vehicle you own, which he was using for the work too. It was spotted running a traffic light. He said, so the government accused him of a crime. And since he can't give affirmative defense, he'd have to say it wasn't his vehicle or it wasn't him. It was somebody else. So he says, certainly, Toby, he shows to the judge, that vehicle is used by these number of people. It's a work car. It's registered to my landscaping company. Here's a photo of me in the Bahamas. I had just gotten married, and here's with my beautiful wife. Here's our marriage certificate. Here's all this evidence, one thing after another. Not only was I not in that vehicle at the timestamp recorded by you, I was in a completely different country.
Yeah, but
the judge said, too bad. You own the vehicle. You're responsible for the ticket. This is a burden of proof the government will use against you. So why not reverse it? Why not hold the government to account for the same burden of proof when they present something?
Well, that's not really engaging with any. Like, I mean, I respect that is a very valid point and very useful point, in a different conversation. Right, that's obviously fine. I'm not exactly pro government, but I do think that's a good point. I do need to say though, I am going to be right back. So if you want to respond to Pinky while I'm gone, because he's also on my side.
I want to respond to the analogy real quick. You're saying someone comes in with a video evidence of your mom murdered, for instance, but the problem is our mom is still alive and we bring her to court.
Yeah, I think he's gone now, but
we measured the ground. The mom is alive or flat. It's not dead or curved.
Yeah, I think what the point maybe he's bringing up is
You just said that his
talking
mom is
about
flat.
evidence for
That's
evidence,
disrespect.
right? Like, so it's not just like, oh, and all photos are equal because they could be photoshopped. You know, like for instance, I've never seen a bear in real life, but there's tons of images of bears online. So the probability that all these people are lying and all the history of bears and all the stuff I've read is made up. It's very, very unlikely. Now, also you can when it comes to like satellite space images,
please.
I'm sorry.
One thing at a time.
The difference is
all
you,
right,
can,
all right.
you can go and see a bear. You can go to a zoo. You can
I
go
haven't,
to a country that has bears, and you can go see a bear. That's
and
something
in this,
that you can
I know.
verify for yourself. So it's not something you have to take on a lot of faith. It's something.
But in the same way though, I can also go to space if I buy a ticket on. I can if I have enough money. I can certainly do that.
Jeff
Elon Musk
Bezos doesn't have enough money. Do you have more money than Jeff Bezos?
Well, think about
I'm pretty sure from the the Kármán line, which is where his spaceship goes up to, you can see the.
We talked
Earth
about this the other day.
curvature.
Suborbital isn't even high enough.
Think about it in this way.
Isn't high enough.
Can I just try and elucidate why the examples are very different, right? So, let's just say that I wanted to become a rapper tomorrow, right? Would you say, Pinky, that it was possible for me to download a digital audio workstation and then record a rap song? Would you say that that's possible?
Yeah, I see what you mean. Like the easeability of disproving it by just going to see a bear is connected to that. I understand.
But then, would you also say that it's possible for me to support Drake on tour as a rapper?
Yeah, it's possible.
That's also possible, right? But they're not equally possible. So that's
yeah, I know. There's a difference in the probability of being connected to just being able to see things empirically yourself. Although it is still the case that like for instance, Dude Perfect released a video of them going up into space with a curved Earth. Maybe you think that that Jeff Bezos satellite is
according to the math, that's not high enough to see the curve.
Oh, by the way, you didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you. Do you know how high up above the Earth he was?
No.
So if you take a
63 miles.
Okay. So take a schoolroom globe, and that's how high above it is he? So he's about 2 millimeters above the surface of a schoolroom globe. So nobody has seen the curvature of the Earth from that height. I just want to make that clear.
So according to the math, that's not possible. It would have to been a lensing effect.
Okay. Well, that's fair. Anyway, if I could move on to my second piece of really quickly, the empirical evidence of the photos being true. It's that you can actually take pictures of say the ISS, for example, with a telescope that you can buy yourself. You only need like a 16-inch telescope and you can see it pretty clearly. Not only that, you can calculate the distance to all these satellites by using parallax and Doppler radio stuff. You can also prove that the satellites are indeed, those things in the sky that appear to be satellites are indeed taking pictures of the Earth, because you can use Google Earth historical imagery. And say if you go outside into a yard or something and you write a message for Google, like hello, or just something on the ground, you can see that most Google image areas update the place a couple times a month. So you could go into the Australian outback, for instance, write some big thing in the sand, and then if how are we getting these images on Google Earth? How can you write something on the sand and then see it on Google Earth if there are no satellites up there? You know what I mean? That doesn't mean that they're maybe they still could be lying about the shape of the Earth, but at least the satellites are up there. That's at least some proof of that, I think.
No one's denying things in the sky that can take images of the Earth. The thing that's in contention is the vacuum of space, my friend.
Well, I think now the thing that's in contention is the shape of the Earth, and that's the point I just made. I was saying the Earth could still be flat, and maybe they're taking pictures, but maybe they're just lying about the shape thing, possibly.
No one's denying that things are in the sky taking images of the Earth. The thing that's in contention is the actual area that they're in the vacuum of space. I know you just said the thing that's in contention is the shape of the Earth, but you're pointing out things that are said to be in the vacuum of space. We've had this conversation, mate. Come on.
Oh, well, so most people say that there's a firmament at a certain height. You can show that satellites must be, higher than that if you look at distances. But even if you are talking about the vacuum of space, the fact that satellites move at a certain speed and that follows the speed of orbital mechanics and there's no drag is evidence that there's a vacuum up there, for instance. But yeah, I think mostly we're not really talking about the vacuum at this moment. I know that's something flat earthers believe, but we were just having a conversation about, whether it's flat or not. Because of course you could have a vacuum with a flat Earth, you could have a no vacuum with a round Earth. You know, like it's kind of independent.
No one's denying
So the
can take images of the Earth, though.
No, but the fact that that you can take images of the Earth, and even in places where there's no like weather balloons or like high altitude flights, like over the middle of Australia, you can like I said, write something and see that it gets updated. And that is evidence that at least they're not lying in this grand conspiracy, that they've actually been that high to take images. And there's little things, there's little dots you see moving, like the Elon Musk Star Train. The train of what are they called? Like Starlink satellites. You can see those. All that stuff.
Okay, let's follow
you
the
can
logic.
see stuff in the sky. We don't know the exact mechanics of how all that stuff works. We get told how it's supposed to work, and we see them putting a bunch of stuff on balloons and stuff up there.
Hey, Pinky, let's follow the logic, right? So is there a map of flat Earth? Do you understand is there a map or no map?
I don't think there's a map that works with the observations we see. Maybe there's a model some of you guys have.
Okay, let's follow that, right? I'm not challenging you. I just want to know what you thought. So now let's look at the contradictory worldview you have here, because here you've got, Robert Simmons, NASA, visual arts guy, says he used photos of Earth to make a flat map. So which one is incorrect here? Did he have photos, or he doesn't have a map? So
a flat map.
Yeah, a flat map.
Well, I mean, like what happens when you compress a sphere into a flat map.
Yeah,
right?
so he took photos from space. So what NASA did with photos from space, he said, we wrapped the flat map around the ball to give the appearance of what Earth might look like from space.
But what happens when people try to wrap a flat map around a sphere, right?
Yeah, he had to use Photoshop. That's the second part.
You get distortions, right?
So he could have just presented the flat map, just right there. He goes, we got all these photos. We laid all these photos across the ground. We have a flat map. And your worldview says he doesn't. He doesn't have a flat map.
No, I think so. Maybe I think you're misunderstanding. So my first point is I'm not trying to say that if you zoom in at a super close level, all those images knitted together can't make a flat map. I'm just saying the fact that like these lights in the sky and
you're talking about stitching. You're talking about stitching, right?
Yeah. So for instance, Google Maps, if you zoom out enough, it all looks kind of flat. The thing is, if you stitch a bunch of stuff together, well, actually, first of all, you can. Actually, the thing is, if there's no distortion, then the things won't work. It's like in terms of the map projection, either the angles will be off, or the areas will be off, or the distances will be off. And if say it does work, which I don't think it could, I think there could be some stuff going on with software. If it's like a whole bunch of things stitched together and just made to sort of work by the artifacts of the resolution. But yeah, Crit, if you could send me that guy Robert Simmons with his map. And that is a proof.
I posted in the text chat.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, and there's also, you can find it too. He did an interview on National Public Radio. It was really quite inspiring, because the lady who was interviewing him said, "Hey, some people have said that the blue marble's photoshopped." He's like, "No, it's not."
Photoshopping and stitching are two different things, right?
Yeah, and it was not altered. Let me correction. People have said, "Hey, Robert Simmons, this blue marble 2.0 is an altered image." He's like, "No, it's not altered. That's pretty much what you would see if you viewed Earth from space."
Pretty much what you'd see is like saying that it's stitched so well that
he lied.
Saying pretty much,
he lied
right?
To you.
It might be high. Yeah, well, I think he's probably trying to pick up his own project, but the idea of saying it's pretty much what you'd see is saying, for instance,
in his mind,
saying, for instance, that it's so well stitched together that if you did go out and compare it against actual images, it looks good enough, right? It looks good enough.
Yeah,
right?
But it's not an actual photo. It's what he thinks.
And he said that, and he admitted that, right? So it's
he goes, "I'm not an astronaut." In the view, he goes in the interview, he goes, "I'm not an astronaut. The best I can do is use my imagination and then use Photoshop and take these flat maps and kind of wrap them around a 3D sphere.
Yeah,
He said,
but you see what's
in
happening
the same
here, right?
interview, he said, I could have done the same thing for any shape. I
Yeah.
could have put it on a triangle. I could have put it on a cube. I could have put it on any shape you wanted.
Yes, but
I just picked a sphere for shits and giggles.
well, no, that's not why he picked it, right? I don't think he's ever said that. But the issue is here that you're using.
He didn't
You're actually.
pick it.
You're.
He didn't pick it. He was assigned it.
Yeah, it's signed.
Oh, yeah.
Hold
signed
on,
to it.
hold on. I want to ask a question. So was it in that same interview where he said, yes, I'm not an astronaut, so I've never seen the Earth, so I'm making this Earth as the Earth I perceive it to be and what I think people expect? Was that in that same interview?
Yeah. It was the expectation of what he thought that the Earth would look like.
Okay, yeah.
Can you show me this interview, please? Because I think when you say that, I think I know what you take from it, but I take something else completely different. The issue here is that, and I find it kind of funny that we're using NASA's honesty against them to prove that they're liars.
No, it's you. It's your worldview, not mine. I think they're always lying.
So
I
is
follow
Simmons lying?
The George Carlin view that I don't trust. This is why a little bit of atheist logic. If I could sprinkle just a little bit of atheist logic into your worldview and just say you don't know for sure what they're talking about, and let's investigate what they're saying. I would say every single thing that NASA puts out has layers and layers of propaganda behind it.
Well, do you think this does?
Just like all branches of government.
Do you think this
the
Simmons
executive
thing
branch,
does?
The executive branch is no different.
Yeah, but do you think this?
legislative-
Do you think the
the-
Simmons things does? Right? Do you think this does? Right? What you're referencing is proof of lies or proof of, I guess, stitching.
No, what I would say, which one is it? Does he have a flat map or he doesn't have a flat map? I would say he doesn't have a flat map, and you would also say he doesn't have a flat map.
Well,
We
no,
agree.
I don't. I think you. Well, flat map, I think, is being used, I guess, loosely here because I don't know exactly what flat map means, right? If you're talking about stitching, you take sections of the Earth and put them together, right? That's true.
So we both agree NASA's lying. They do not have a map. They lied about that.
Well, flat map again depends on what you mean by flat map, right? The second thing is, and I said this earlier.
Flat map. It's 2 words. How about flat Earth? Is that hard to explain?
Well, flat map might mean just like that it appears flat based on the stitching, right? So you can take a picture of Australia, right? Or like a very zoomed in picture of Australia, stitch it all together to make Australia, right? For instance, it might look relatively
but if
flat
it
when
was
you
from a
have it all
globe, you'd
separate.
end up with a globe. You wouldn't end up with a flat map.
You'd have a globe map.
I don't know
This
what
is
you mean.
why they think what happened to
Wait, Craig, I wanted to ask you a question because I think I know you have a lot of let's say lack of trust in the American government and NASA, but like why would you mistrust the Met Office, for instance? Do you know much about the Met Office?
Holy fuck.
Yeah, but like it's just like, you didn't know anything about the organization, but yeah, I guess you just extend your skepticism of NASA to the Met Office, don't you?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
The Met
So-
Office is the British Meteorological Organization, right? So you have
must
NASA,
mean
we
it's
have
true,
Met
then.
Office, right? But you're extending your skepticism of NASA.
I would
to
say
the Met
I've got
Office, right?
99 problems, and being a subject of a queen isn't one of them.
Okay, but that's not a count. That's the point I'm saying is that your
Or a
skepticism.
king now. A
the
king,
point-
I guess. Yeah,
yes,
the queen.
yes. God save
The
the,
queen is dead. Long live the king.
yeah, but
So all the problems you have in England, we said no, thank you, not into you, bro. You know, like not going to happen. Okay, 1776, we said King George,
Hello?
you guys committed multiple heinous
Yes,
crimes
but
against
the point
American
is that
people.
when you have
I do not trust that you have our best interest in mind.
Okay, well, something that happened 300 years ago can't exactly be your axiom for what
Yeah,
you think about British
no,
people.
it still stands to this day.
All right, okay, well that's fine, right? But the idea is that you have skepticism of the of NASA. That's fine. Maybe NASA are cunts, right? Who knows, right? But then you have to extend you're extending it about organizations you know little about. I assume you know a lot about NASA, perhaps, right? But you're extending it to the Met Office, the ESA, and the Chinese Space Agency, and
The Met
any other
Office
country
doesn't make
that you
water
probably don't know
curd.
anything about, right? It's
Well,
very.
let's
It's
go-
not
let's
saying
go
that
one
it's
by
true.
one.
It's just saying that your
No,
skepticism
hold
is
on.
less.
I mean,
Let's go one by
Brit,
one.
Brit is British, so for his credit, maybe he doesn't know what no means.
Yeah, let's go one by
hey,
one. How about
now?
the Chinese Space Agency? So the Chinese Space Agency is part of its military. This is why I think it's also important for people to look up how each space agency is organized in which country. So in China, it's a space force, if you will, for lack of a better term. It's always been part of its military. So I can look at that and do I trust the Chinese military or do I distrust the Chinese military?
But do you think China trusts its military?
Yeah, I think the Chinese people are
No, it's in the government.
supremely suppressed by their government.
Do you think the military
how about
trusts
the
the
guy
space,
who's
the space
the guy
agency?
who's in charge of the supreme leader of China? I can't remember what title he actually uses off the top of my head. It's like chancellor or something like that. He says that images of Winnie the Pooh is dissidence against the Chinese government. Okay? So I would say this, right? Let's just say hypothetically the Chinese government develops a space program and they go into space and they come across an alien race that looks like Winnie the Pooh. Do they right, rethink their worldview about images of Winnie the Pooh being dissidents? Or do they bomb them into
I have a train of thought for you, Crit, right? You would agree states want to preserve themselves as best they can, right? Security is important, right?
With
you agree
lies,
with that?
intimidation, or with truth?
Or lies, intimidation, that's true, right? But you agree that the military is supposed to be the state's method or tool, main tool, hard tool for protecting itself abroad and within, right? But you also agree that perhaps that the agency, the space agency or the Met Office, supports the military's ability to protect the state from its people and other people, right? So in a way, there has to be trust between the space agencies because if people say the future of conflict is in space, right? Well, not in the sense of like Star Wars, but in the sense of like using it on Earth, right? Those two organizations, those two institutions, the military and space agencies, need to be aligned and trust each other. So the space agency can't lie to the military.
You're
very,
imagining
very
too
well,
much,
right?
You're imagining too much. A lot of these people are just operating on belief. Like, how many rockets is this Met Office sending out beyond low Earth orbit?
I don't think the Met Office. I mean, they don't think it's not a space agency. We have the British space agency.
So it's irrelevant.
The meteorological organization.
There's just people who believe in the story and are furthering the narrative with their beliefs.
Well, they have satellites and stuff like that. It's not a space agency per se. It's a meteorological organization.
Yo, Britt. So, I mean, I'm a globie, obviously, but like, yeah, it's definitely possible that these agencies could lie to their government body or even the military. Like, that happens all the time.
But then it's against the state. Then there's a big problem here because if the military and the state are being lied to by the space agencies, then this whole idea that it's in support of the state being able to oppress us or whatever, or like other organizations being able to oppress us with the military, and there's that disconnect where even the military can't really trust the space agencies, then there's almost like a paradox going on here, right?
Yeah, but you're
not
thinking about the separation of the departments and the compartmentalization. It's not like there's a bunch of them hanging out in a room. Like, I'm from the Met Office, I'm from NASA. We know what's going on in all these places. That's not how it works at all.
Well, they are
compartmentalized.
Well, yes, every state has departments, but they are all arms of the state, right? They aren't just separate.
Yeah, but the individuals in it aren't privy to what's going on across the whole organization or at the top of the organization.
Yeah, yeah, sure, I agree with that.
And I mean, I don't know, the link between NASA and the Met Office, I don't really see it. I mean, yeah, they're all arms of the state, and the state is doing what it's doing. The space agencies claiming to go into space is like a total isolated thing. Like, no one in another government department is going to be privy to space because they're part of a government that has a space program. It's like a tiny amount of people, even on paper.
So the connection, I guess, just to be clear, the Met Office and NASA, obviously the British Space Agency would be more appropriate. But I think the Met Office serves the purpose of saying, they're also engaged in space operations and so on, right?
Yeah,
so
but they'll just be getting their information from the so-called space agencies.
I think they also involve themselves in putting satellites into space.
Well, they also have ICBMs and stuff. And to be honest, like it's in all space. I mean, it's in all military interests across all militaries to have the shape of the battlefield pretty well known, because distances, like I said, on a map projected flat Earth would be completely
Exactly,
different from
exactly,
other stuff. So
Pinky.
yeah,
Exactly,
having
Pinky.
their it's like there's a lot of incentive to
There's a
get
lot of
all this
incentive to
distance
get
and stuff
people
correct.
to get normal people to not understand the shape of the Earth, so that they cannot operate on the same
Right,
level
but
as the military.
If
But
one
there's also incentive to cheat. Like for instance, if like militaries agree, okay, some people
I
at the
can
top
give you
are going to
I
know
can
that
give you an
the true shape
example
of
of
the
this.
Earth, but most people in the military, like privates and stuff, they're not going to know. Well, a military
I
that
can
actually has a true understanding of the shape of the Earth would
I
have a
can give you
massive
an example of
advantage, right?
this.
And
I can give
so
you an example of this. The Nazis during World War II, they used the Nicobine targeting system to bomb Britain, and the British generals said, well, they can't bomb us. The targeting system is too far away. The curve of the Earth will get in the way. There's no way. But they did, because the targeting system still works.
Yeah, targeting system works.
Explain to him how it works.
I'm not that great at that. You can do that,
If I remember correctly, it's essentially they have two transmitters, right? That transmit like as best, the way that it's described, a linear transmission, right? And they cross at a point in space, right? And so the planes can follow the signal trail until they peak where they cross. And when they get to that peak of crossing, they then know they're over the target and they can release their bombs.
Okay.
And like he said, rightly so, these aimings of these signals were said by the British, supposedly, that there's no way this can work because the curve of the Earth is in the way. But
I don't know too much about this situation, so I can't comment.
The meeting point of the beams would basically be so high up in the air that no airplane could get there, so they thought they were safe.
But the point was more to challenge. I think what he was challenging was more the idea that the military has to be, let's say, unaware of the lie, right? Because any state wants an advantage in war, right? Any state will try to get an advantage in war, right? Whether it's the British saying that the Earth is curved and that's why they won't be able to get us would sound almost self-harm if they thought that the Earth wasn't curved, right? Within government. The idea is that you want to maximize your ability to secure yourself, and securing yourself sometimes means going to war. And if you know what the shape of the planet is, right? You know the shape of the battlefield, right? Then you have, and the other side don't, you have such a great advantage, right? And so at least some people, at least in the arms of the military, which are connected to the space agency, will have to have some sort of relationship. And that relationship will have to be also a part of the government as well, because the government, the state is also what wants to survive here, right?
But it's not just that. It's also scientific institutions and just individual scientists themselves have an extreme incentive to get the shape of the planet right. So if I just become a scientist and I'm doing a bunch of experiments, the shape of the Earth experiments. The shape of the Earth, is invaluable to people who their literal job is to try to figure out what's going on and see the universe as clearly as possible. Not only that, but like to private companies, the shape of the Earth is important. Like shipping companies would need to know, the fastest ways to get different places. Airline companies, cartographers, private space agencies. Satellite TV providers would all have satellites. All of them are lying. And also, at what point does a new CEO
stop galloping?
Sorry. I won't gish gallop. You can respond to this.
No, you're just making up stuff and imagining things. We're not saying all of these people are lying. Most of them have just a very strong belief, and they try to figure out how it could work on a globe, because it's most definitely a globe to them. And so they imagine maybe it's this, maybe it's that, maybe it's dark matter, maybe it's dark energy. That's how they're trying to explain the cosmos. Like they create ad hoc excuses, and because the ad hoc excuses sound good on paper or work mathematically, it's good enough. That's not good enough in reality when you actually measure the ground and it lacks the curve that is required to be there.
I know, but I guess what my point with the scientists is, people are coming up with a bunch of new observations and experiments all the time. So and in a wide, diverse array of fields. For instance, so as an example, for instance, the arrival rates of meteorites can be used as as proof that as a piece of evidence that the Earth is spherical. Because meteorites, if you track where meteorites land on the planet through time, you see that most of them arrive at the terminator line between night and day in the morning. Maybe you've heard the best time to view Halley's comets. Halley's comet, not Halley's comets. The star. What are they called? Shooting stars is in the morning. That's because if you think about it, if the Earth is moving through the solar system, it's kind of like bugs on a windshield. It's more likely that they'll hit at that point, right? Now, so someone comes up with that piece of data that supports the Earth being round. Now the thing is that could be fake. Wait, Trace, let me just finish really quickly. I know. Now that could all be fake. Like maybe.
No, it's not about it being fake. It's
okay.
about interpretation of the data. The data is still there. It's about how you interpret it. If you interpret it with your preconceived ideas, which have been falsified, then all of your ideas are false.
Wait.
Okay. I suppose that works. But I guess what I'm also saying is if someone comes up with some evidence that disagrees with our model, that shows that the Earth is flat, that means that this large conspiracy would have to jump on top of them really quickly and either brainwash them or kill them or get them to, change their results. Has anyone ever?
The evidence already exists, and you're still here defending it. So
Yeah,
no, that's not true at all.
All that happened was they started censorship, and we got the ad apocalypse, and we got swept under the rug as a crazy conspiracy theory, and then they misrepresented us and they lied about us, and most of the public has no fucking clue.
I think
we love talking to educated people because we can actually talk to them and show them the evidence, and they're going to be like, they're generally like, oh, okay, show me the evidence, instead of just chanting from their religious view.
So Drace, would you agree then, since if there's no necessary alterations or censorship from some grand conspiracy, that means that all of the evidence that scientists come up with supports the globe
Earth model? It's not a grand conspiracy. Stop trying to misrepresent things.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying.
It's actually been admitted.
Maybe it's not grand, right? But it's a conspiracy.
It's just been admitted in front of YouTube that they censor us openly.
Wait, I know, Drace. That's what I'm saying. There is no conspiracy. If you agree that there is no conspiracy,
I gotta make a point here. It's from the factual world.
Okay.
So, in the factual world, okay, we actually had meetings in Congress, right, about how we're going to censor the flat Earth and how we're going to control the narrative of what's allowed and not allowed when it comes to this topic, right? So it's not like these responses aren't in the world. However, it's actually good for certain societies to allow dissidents to air out a little bit, give them a chance to breathe. Like there's a sense of we really could change things. Because then if you're allowed to do that a little bit rather than be stifled completely, you have less sense of urgency to actually really do anything. So there's always these niche groups that are allowed to fester in the corners, There's this illusion of censorship, there's this illusion of freedom, and it all works together to support the system. And if you ever watched the movie The Matrix, right, where Neo is the hero, right, and he meets the architect of the Matrix, and the architect of the Matrix tells Neo, I designed you, brother. You weren't freed to become the one by Morpheus. That was all my plan all along.
Yeah, I think that the issue here is that, one, I don't deny or doubt that Congress, for instance, would want to do that because, there's things that are true or untrue that Congress will want to probably, because especially if they genuinely believe that the Earth is spherical, they don't want people believing the opposite because, having an uneducated population wouldn't be a good idea. But I'm not saying that this is true. I'm just saying this is a possible alternative idea to what you're suggesting or inferring, I suppose.
How is censoring and isolating a group of people going to educate them? How is that helping them?
So, for instance, I don't know about the method, because if you're saying
if you had the truth on your side, would you not just talk to them and show them the truth?
Well, there's a difference, right? Because on the one side, if you say, for instance, taking out information, let's say you take out critical theory out of university, right, or schools, whatever. The idea there would be that that government thing that actually knowing this information does more harm to people than good, right, or more harm to our ability to, I guess, progress, right, or whatever, right. Now, we do that all the time with different things. We add things into the curriculum, we take things out, and each one could be a method of suppression because education is ultimately where we get, let's say, indoctrinated, right, to believe certain things or to learn certain things because it's good for our society, and our society wants to succeed as much as possible, off the backs of us in a negative way or in a positive way. That I guess
if I could just quickly jump in, though, I think what I would see as being something that you're not maybe thinking of in the way that we do, or that I do certainly, and you might not accept this, but the way you're talking about the state and the self-preservation of the state and how the state interacts, you're talking about it from a position of the state's main concern are the other states and protecting itself from the other states and bettering its people so that it can be a strong state amongst other strong states. So you're thinking like it's state versus state, whereas I think you would understand this more if you realized that, if anything, it's more state against you, state against me, state against us. The state's main concern is controlling its people, other states. So when you're talking about, well, it's a massive advantage to know about your battlefield, yes, it is. And the people who want to control us, the society, the state, understand that very well. So what better way to have a superior knowledge over your environment by telling your people something completely incorrect about it, so that none of them even know what the chessboard is that they're on, and the state do. Now that's true
an
power.
interesting. That's an interesting point. I would say. Sorry, go on.
I got a quote from a state actor, right, who's a very important figurehead in this entire endeavor. And this quote goes like this: "We will know our mission has succeeded when everything the American people believe is false."
Who said that?
I want to say he was a CIA guy. I just wanted to say
He was the head of the CIA.
I read your mind. I drafted at the same time. We'll know our disinformation program is complete
don't
when
wanna forget-
everything the American public believes is false. William Casey, CIA director from first staff meeting in 1981.
I want to.
I don't want to forget what Cyclone said.
Hold on, Fred. Let me follow that up. Move on. So this actually purports to game theory as well. And they ask this thing like, why would they lie, is a question that people ask. But the actual right question is, why would anybody in power ever tell the people that they're in power over the truth? They would always benefit themselves through deception, because as soon as you give away the truth, you've given away power. And that's part of the rules of power. You can go read the book. I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Wait. Can I just say that, like, if someone became president and they were told, and they didn't know the Earth was flat, and they were told by the people in charge, like, okay, the Earth is secretly flat, but we're gonna, say it's a sphere, and he, spilled the beans, so to say, and he told everyone, he would be kind of like a hero. Not only that, if a scientist proved the true shape of the Earth. Wait, 1 second. If a scientist proved the true shape of the Earth, he would go down in history is one of the most important scientists of all time, like up there with Newton, like, and everything. That's an extremely important piece of information.
I have one for you, brother.
Yes.
Okay, Dr. John D., PhD in optics, did a tri-band laser test over a frozen lake and confirmed no curvature. Nobody gave a shit. You know why? He doesn't conform. He does not conform with the status quo. And by the way, people that go up against Einsteinian relativity, there's documentaries about them in their fields being shut down, blacklisted, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
That's an important.
It's not
but
true that the scientific community is just going to accept their paradigm being upended overnight. That's just not true.
I agree. I think there's been times in history. I think there was I can't remember what it was specifically. There was a time in history when I went to Oxford University and the scientific community laughed him out, right? I think, weirdly, that might be to do with the heliocentric model. I can't remember what it was, but that I think it has something to do with that. But I don't want to miss out what Cyclone said. I think he deserves a response, right? The issue here, right, is that yes, we do work on assumptions, but I don't think what you're saying is mutually exclusive to what I'm saying. So, for instance, you can also have control of your people and secure yourself from other states, right? The idea that I was putting forward was more that, yes, controlling people is good. Sometimes you can with the truth, sometimes you can control them. There's loads of levers of power, right? Like, this, I know this, right? The idea is that the states are very much concerned with the security that's threatened from a foreign power, right? there are
To a
states in the world.
degree, but I would maybe suggest not to the extent that they would make us believe in the news. And again, the relationships between the states, and yeah, I'm not saying that the control over the people is desirable to the exclusion of defense from outside states, but it's also not beyond the realms of possibility that these states could be closer than we're made aware of in the public. And just like our state leaders, their state leaders are just as concerned with them remaining the people in power, which means control over their populace. And if control over their populace means we have to essentially look like we're going to be going to war so that they're scared enough to just listen to basically whatever we say, for example, or you're just going to have to, go along with what we're saying. And basically the states, it's not to the exclusion of the outside other state actors, but the primary concern is that they're controlling their people, and what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So if the US have a good way of controlling their people, Russia are going to do the same. So the whole space story, the whole taking the money from what could go to schools and hospitals and the betterment of your people to go towards a space force, which is essentially just a military wing working on rocket technology, if anything, to kill more people in the world, instead of putting it towards the good and betterment of your society. They're going to do it in Russia too, and then China and India, because they all say, yeah, that's a good little deal. And it's, why would they tell on each other? They've got a great thing going. They're taking millions, billions every year. They're in control. They've got exactly what they want. So why would they tell the people? I mean, this is just about the nature of power, and I would suggest that you maybe need to do a bit more research on the history and nature of power.
Okay, well, weirdly enough, right? I think to the last point, I think that's part of the problem, right? Where you have a mathematician, a physicist, and then someone like me who's an international relations guy, right? You have all three of them. And the angle here is that I want to pull you into my realm, right? Because I don't know much about physics at all, right, or mathematics. But yes, it's true that securitization exists. If you have you and I live in currently one of the most surveilled countries on the earth, right? We live in the UK, right? And yet states will try to control us through those methods. So they're very Foucauldian methods, right? But the problem I'm having here is that I think it would be to a state's detriment to not inform, for instance, your arms of your military that actually the plane that you're working on is not curved at all, or like your engineers or your scientists. And like they can't all be a part of they can't all be in cahoots.
Depends how you
very
slice
unlikely,
it,
right?
define it. So, like when you say to the state's detriment, but is that to the detriment of those particular elites who might be at the very tip of this pyramid? Would it be to their detriment if they were to benefit massively from the state itself suffering? Is it possible that there would be people in power that would make that trade-off and say, well, yeah, I know this is going to make the state, our people, weaker, poorer, but me and my friends are going to be massively enriched.
Also, since there's also many states that change hand, and the governments of those states change, hands every so often. It's like, what are the odds that every single country, every single government entity across the entire world, and all of the governments that come and go have agreed that this is the best possible thing to do?
Well, I didn't say that would be necessarily the case, did I? You wouldn't have to, really. There's only a few key states. I mean, there's a lot of countries, yeah, but I mean, there's only a few that really matter and play a massive influential role on the world stage, so to speak.
To me, it's very interesting because we can disregard the state's involvement. What about private companies that invest in technologies that are dependent on the curvature, on the existence of a curvature?
Well, I would say that there's
Amazon,
no actual
Microsoft.
technologies or practical implications or usages of the world that depend on curve and motion of the Earth.
Surely you would agree that if, for example, companies want to take advantage of new technological developments and they deploy satellites, right?
Well, they don't deploy
to achieve
satellites,
that.
though. The companies that are making satellites, even, they're not the ones launching them, right? They all have to go through, like, basically, in the US at least, and I'm sure across Europe as well, it's the same. There's a certain altitude which is not private, not commercial, it's military. Like, it's military purview after a certain altitude. So if you want to put anything or propose to put anything above this height, you need to go through the government. the military. And as far as I know, they're the ones doing all the, or claiming to be the ones that are launching these things. So like a company might make something and then say, hey, we've got an agreement with SpaceX or NASA, which is the government either way, to put this into space. Our satellite's going to be launched on this date and we're going to get the data directly from it. But they're not the ones launching
but
it.
it's not just like I said, it's not oh you go then.
The point is that like it seems unreasonable for a profit organization like Amazon and Microsoft to invest billions upon billions in technology that's not real, right? Like they're shareholders. If I was a shareholder, I would slaughter them. They're wasting my
It depends what you mean. It depends what you mean specifically. I mean, you'd have to be specific about exactly what technology you're claiming, what use it supposedly has on the
money. Like
Earth.
networks that are dependent on high orbit satellites, or something like that.
Well, yeah, that's when you would have to get into proving that that network is indeed dependent on what you're calling high orbit satellites, and that these things are indeed in the place where they're supposed to be. Yeah, but we're assuming when we're saying why would they buy all these or use all these technologies that that's actually what's being done.
Sure,
when we don't know that.
Sure.
When we don't know that.
But it's also just any company that has to move things around the world, would benefit from knowing the true shape of the world. Clearly,
well, they all treat the Earth as flat and motionless.
No, they don't. Like for instance, like airlines obviously don't.
Yeah,
like,
pilots treat the Earth as flat and motionless. Yeah.
Oh, that's a simplification. When you're flying the plane, it's sometimes good to do that. But in terms of the directions they fly, like if you like, for instance, here's an idea. There was a flight called the Pan Am Flight 50 that literally circumnavigated the globe in the polar direction.
Well,
so
you
they
don't
went
have
from
a
the
globe
North
yet,
Pole
so
to the South Pole. I know. All I'm saying is they started at one location, went past the North Pole, down past the South Pole, and went back to the same spot. So
yeah.
So you think that would be
the whole way as flat and motionless?
Yeah, possibly. But all I'm saying is,
no, that's what they do.
All right. But that's not the point I'm making, though. I'm just saying that.
But that's the point the guy made. The guy made the point. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but I can't have you pretend like I'm
making a point here.
The question.
I know.
Because the other guy made the question and the point that we have all these technologies insist on the world being a globe. And then you were bringing up the traveling, which none of that insists on the world being a globe, and you've just agreed they treat the Earth as flat and motionless. So no, that's not applicable at all.
So if I could just respond to what the Cyclone said, I'm not talking about the way that in terms of like aerodynamics they have models for planes and stuff. I'm just saying if you go past the North Pole, down past the South Pole, if it was a flat Earth, you would never be able to just teleport from one side to the other. Clearly, there's a way to go around.
Right, well, that's a total non sequitur to what was just said.
I know. Right, no, but it's not, because in terms of the like Pan Am would have had lied about that flight if they if the Earth was actually flat, because on a flat Earth you wouldn't be able to do that. And I can post the video to this if you want.
No. I mean, that's a claim. That's a claim that if the surface that they're treating as flat and motionless was actually flat, they wouldn't have been able to fly over this flat and motionless surface that they treated as flat and motionless.
No. You keep going back to this whole flat and motionless.
Because that's what's in contention. The surface.
No, I'm talking about the shape of it in terms of it being round.
Yeah, you're saying it's a curved shape, but you're also saying that they don't treat it as a curved shape.
Yeah, I'm not making any claims about the way they treat things aerodynamically, which, to be honest, planes don't even do that.
It's like, why would the companies all depend on there being a curve and a motion, and we're pointing out that no, they don't. They treat it as flat and motion.
Right. So the reason why they do depend on it being curved is because the way in which you get from one place to another on a curved
flying over a flat surface. They're not flying over a globe. They're flying over a flat surface.
Okay, we're not talking about reality. I'm saying if it is the case.
That's exactly.
No, I know. I'm just saying if it is the case that it's round, then if a sphere, say, the direction in which you would fly to get to one place to another as quickly as possible would be different. Not only that, you wouldn't be able to fly a big loop,
right?
Yeah, if the surface is a curved ball, you can do this loop from the. I know that's the whole thing.
I know this is the whole thing, and it's like annoying because it always comes back to it. But again, the argument from your side is always, we're assuming that it's a ball, so it has to work this way. But as soon as we say, okay, but case, and the best direct way to answer this question is well, is it curved or is it not? You don't need to do some tangential.
No, we're not.
Well, I'm going to travel the whole world and then make a claim about it, even though I didn't measure anything. Just measure it. That's the way to answer this question. Like you said, there's two models.
Yeah.
And the fundamental difference that we can all go out and test that have access to is the surface, the curvature. So that should be the only place your head is at if you're like, I want to know if this is a ball or not between the two models. If you're doing anything else, you're literally assuming the curve and then skipping past having to actually prove it.
No, I think you've lost. Okay, well, I respect your take on that. I guess if my response to that would be, in terms of throwing out, or in terms of whether or not is a large conspiracy or cover up, you know, these companies are saying that they're doing certain stuff, and they are, you know, they do have an incentive to get the shape of the Earth right. And so I'm not making any claims about reality. I'm just saying hypothetically, you know, I don't even have to. I'm saying if everything that we're saying is the case, you know, if it is round or if it is flat, they would have to be lying, or they wouldn't be able to do the thing that I just posted a video about.
That was not my argument. It doesn't matter. To me, governments can lie for sure, for utility, pragmatism. Corporations that are dependent on publicly traded, specifically corporations, that waste the money of their investors for bullshit just to uphold the conspiracy, unless the government is compensating them, obviously, right? Would be kind of unlikely.
Well, you would have to give me an example specifically of what you're talking about, because that's a broad kind of generalization. Like if you're talking about like SpaceX, when you're saying there's some government involvement, yeah, there's a good example. A lot of people say, oh well, maybe we can't trust NASA because it's the government. But what about SpaceX? They're private. They are the government. They use all of NASA's facilities. They are funded by NASA. It's like a branding change. But yeah, if you've got an example of something that you're thinking about, feel free to throw it out.
Cyclone, the problem is that most big companies, or at least the big 5 tech companies, rely on government subsidies.
Yes, of course, absolutely. And this is it again. It always comes back to the reliance on the state, right? At the end of the day, whatever these technologies or the globe images, the satellites, the weather data, they're all going to the government for this stuff. If you're in America, you're all going to NASA. Even outside of America, so they all go to NASA. They've got such a monopoly on the whole anything above a certain height. It all goes back to them. But like I said, if you've got an example of something where you're like, this corporation says they're doing this, they developed this technology, they did it all themselves, or they went to these people for the data. I mean, we can look at it and say, right, is it possible?
Excuse me, is my mic working?
Something else? Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
I have a question here. So all these institutions and all these, you know, big agencies and government agencies working together, and universities and students working together to build this big collective base, this knowledge, this science, right? So I have a question for you, flat earthers. Why is it satellites aren't falling back to Earth constantly every time they're launched into space? What's keeping them up there? Just balloons, thrusters?
Helium, dude. Infinite helium.
Infinite helium.
Yes, super helium.
So when you look into those satellites, you don't see any canisters of helium. You just see fuel, liquid fuel. You see oxygen.
Well,
so where's this magical helium?
I was joking. You're an autist.
You're probably being trolled.
No. This is a serious. I'm not kidding here. This is a serious question because you guys are.
People have had satellites crash land in their garden and they had a big balloon.
No, I'm not talking about those. mistakes. I'm not talking about satellites that have engineering failures or crash back to Earth. I'm talking about satellites that are successfully in orbit right now. What's keeping them in orbit if the world is flat?
Well,
you have low Earth orbit, you have mid Earth orbit, and you have very high Earth orbit.
Engines and thrusters?
Angels
no, not angels. Engines and thrusters, right?
No, satellites when they reach orbit, engines are turned off. They just constantly orbit Earth.
They use some thrusters to continue.
Yeah, you would have to present what you're actually specifically claiming here.
Okay.
Cyclone, it's even worse because it is a matter of fact that.
Why do you have to talk? Give me a second.
If you live on a globe and if you are in orbit, if you push an object in orbit, you have to use thrusters to correct course constantly,
or
in some intervals, so that the object doesn't escape
No, you
round
don't.
the orbit
No,
or fall down to the Earth.
no, you don't. If you have a satellite in
Oh, okay.
mid-Earth orbit in a near perfect vacuum without any molecules in any shape, way, or form near to Earth, you don't need to correct your orbit because you just constantly go in orbit around Earth.
Right,
You're
but the
far
problem is we
enough-
don't actually have any evidence of that.
Yes, we do. The data, the raw data, the
No,
information
having
going
data
to
doesn't tell you the source of that data.
the information going to and fro big
You've
agencies
got no
like
idea
NASA,
where that
like
data
ESA.
is coming from. or
Yes,
goes.
we do from those very
Do you?
satellites that are launched in space. Yes,
Okay.
I'm
So you're a
quite
psychic?
confident
You
about
can
that.
like
I'm
you're like
very
Professor
confident about
X
that.
from
I
X-Men.
place so much trust in these institutes
Yes,
because
I know.
yes, I do because
I know. It's okay.
it can be backed up
I don't. Is that
by
okay? Is it
empirical
okay that I
evidence.
don't trust
It can
people?
be. Hang on, you're interrupting me, and I'm trying to say a few words here. It can be backed up by empirical evidence, whereas your denialism, there's nothing to back up your denialism. I asked you guys multiple times. I asked you for the day and night cycle model. You couldn't provide a concise.
Okay, well, don't gish gallop. Don't gish gallop. We're on a point. We're on a point here. No, we're on a point here. Don't gish gallop. So you're talking about empirical evidence, but in the same sentence, telling us how much you trust these people. If it's about evidence, then you don't, the word trust doesn't
There are
need to come
millions
into
of
it.
people in on the
Right?
lie of
And
satellites. Millions.
also, if
Most
you're
people
talking about trust, yeah, I don't trust them. And
Well, why don't you go to a? I assume you're in the UK. Why don't you go to a space agency in the UK and go ask them for the raw data yourself?
ESA
Since you don't trust
offers
them.
the data. ESA
If you don't
cannot
trust
look it up on the website, actually.
They're very happy to provide you with a massive, a trillion, gazillion gigabytes of information, all you want, and it can all
how
be
would
proven.
I verify that information to be
If
true?
you want, you can. They'll launch a missile while you're
They'll
looking at.
launch a missile for me. If I go
rocket,
into the
yes.
government and I say,
Yes,
"Hello,
why
Mr.
not?
Government,
Yes.
I don't believe that you're doing what
Yes.
you're claiming to be doing. What can you do?" They'll say, "Oh well,
To be
Mr.
fair,
Citizen,
there's
thank you for your
a missile
concern.
launch
We're gonna
almost
launch
every
the
week.
missile for you."
Hang on. So
There's a missile launch
let me
every
illustrate.
week.
Just launch a missile. That'll show
Hypothetically
you.
speaking,
Yes.
hypothetically speaking, let's
Christ,
say
get
you're
real.
a denialist. So you go look at that
Denialist.
launch.
Do you mean
Yeah,
someone
rocket
who
launch.
doesn't just accept
Give me
anything
a
the
second.
government says?
Just give me a second. You go look at that rocket yourself with your own very eyes. You see that rocket launch it up into the air. That rocket is successful in its mission. It gets into orbit.
Well, it takes a
Where
parabolic
does
arc
that?
and then seems to come back down to Earth. That's
There
what
are
I
about
said.
180 rocket launches a year.
Yes,
You
and
can
they take a
easily see
parabolic
one.
arc. They take a parabolic arc, yes. So they go
So-
up,
so-
they level out, and then they appear to come back down towards the surface. Yes.
No, satellites, if they're
Yes.
placed properly into orbit
No,
around
we're
Earth,
talking about
they
the
don't fall
launches.
back
We're
to
talking about
Earth.
the rocket launches. What the rocket launches do
There are
is they go up,
those are stages
they
of
level out,
rockets.
and then
Yes,
they appear
those
to
are
come back down toward.
More rocket has 3
Parabolic
stages
arc,
of
yes.
launching. That's
those
how
are
it works.
The parts that fall back to Earth
so
are.
it goes up,
Give me a second. Those
and
are
then it appears to come
rocket
back to the
stage.
surface. So
Yes,
what's
those
that going
are.
to tell me exactly? I can.
Why are you
Okay, so let's see
over-talking?
it. Because you're trying to talk through my point. So you're talking about go and see a rocket.
You
launch.
made your
Okay.
point. Let me respond
The
to it.
rocket. I go
You're
to
not
the
gonna
rocket. No,
monologue.
I've not even made my point yet.
You're
You've not let me get it
monologuing.
out. Let me finish it.
Let
So
him
I
finish
go
his
to
point.
this
Let's have a
place
laugh.
where the rockets. Jesus Christ. So I go to the place where the rocket's launching. It launches up. It levels off, and then it appears to come back down in a parabolic arc. Now what?
Okay? Do you think the entire rocket comes back to Earth?
Well, it does a parabolic arc, which parabolic arcs land on the floor. So where else is it going?
And the fact that
The vacuum of
rockets have
space?
stages. No, hang on.
Oh wait. Okay. so that's
Are
a
you
claim.
aware? Are you aware rockets have stages in them with different parts of rockets breaking off?
Yes,
Are you
I'm
aware
aware.
of that?
Yes, I'm aware that's
So-
what they're showing us. Yeah.
Awesome. So, are you aware that there's the top part of the rocket, which is likely the payload, like a satellite, for example? Are you aware that that's supposed to be a high up into space, and the lower stage
Well,
items
yeah, but
such
I'm
as?
just
No,
seeing it
hang
through a
on.
parabolic
No,
arc.
you're
That's what
interrupting
I'm
me.
saying.
Nato,
The
I can
lower
help this with a simple video of 2 minutes how a rocket launch works with a GoPro attached to them. It's pretty simple. I'm just gonna play it and it will answer all his questions.
I mean, you have the first stage of the rocket, which is the solid fuel, which breaks away, and
Here
then
we
you
go.
How
have
do you
the.
verify where the
It's playing.
rocket's going? Let's just cut to that point. How do you
Here's
verify
the
where the
launch.
rocket's going?
Watch it both and then we can discuss it. It's pretty simple. Here we go. 2-minute launch.
All right.
Well, who was I talking to?
You're
It's a
you're
live
talking to
stream.
me and the other guy.
Okay, so when the rocket goes up, how do we know where it goes after that?
Well, you
Once
can
it's
look
out
it
of our line
now.
of sight? Huh?
Look at the stream, mate. It's pretty simple.
No, I can't look at the screen right now. I'm multitasking. So just tell me, how do we know where the rocket goes?
What you mean? How do you? This is you don't see things with your eyeballs. This is not how it works.
Okay, so then we watch the screen.
You could strap yourself to a rocket if that helps with you.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
Seriously, you want to see it, right? You could strap yourself to a rocket.
Yeah. So now, for me to trust the people that you say you trust very much, I would need to strap myself to a rocket to know that what they're saying is true.
Right. So if you want to find
If
out
that's
what
the case,
the
why do you believe it? If that's what we need to do, if we need to strap ourselves to a rocket to know that it's true, why are you claiming it's true?
Do you trust the GoPro then?
Because
you've
I
never done that, have you?
No, I trust that the.
Oh, because you trust them. Well, I don't trust them.
Yes, I
Sorry,
trust.
I don't
Well,
trust
I
the
trust the
government.
study. I trust science.
Let's
I
keep
don't
it
know why you
simple.
trust them. But
Because
cool,
it's
good for you.
science.
Do you trust the
That's
GoPro
okay.
then?
Because
I don't
it's
have the
basic
same belief.
reason and knowledge
don't
and
have the same
science. It
belief.
works.
Hold on, didn't a bunch of flat earthers conduct an experiment where they
No,
shined a
that's
light and
nonsense.
like Buddy
Listen,
had
so
to fucking hold
basically,
up
we're
the
getting
sign
down to
higher
it.
because they're like,
You
yeah,
guys
that's
have a
the good
belief.
light.
You guys have a belief in what these people claim to be doing.
It's
We
not
do
a
not.
belief, it's a fact.
No, you just said you trust.
No,
That's belief.
You're denying science. You're just denying basic
You're
reason.
basically
You're
on some
denying
basic
science.
I know beyond a reasonable doubt.
Ridiculous.
I'm not going to strap myself to a rocket. You've never strapped yourself to a rocket, so we're in
I don't
agreement.
need to.
Neither of us know where the rocket's
for
going.
you, where they strapped the
Here's-
GoPro
okay,
to a
hold on,
rocket.
hold
Is that good enough?
Listen, Globers, you are
If I
going
placed
to
a
have to calm
gyroscope,
down. You are
if I
going to have
placed
to
a-
calm down.
if
Be
I
quiet.
placed
Hold on,
a-
get a hold of yourself. Hold on, because it's going absolutely chaotic. So whoever's talking to Cyclone, chill out, go back and forth, let him speak.
Yeah, I
You can
actually need to
respond.
get stuff
We don't
ready.
need
So,
5 of
is
you
anyone
all
else from
spiraling
FE
at
here?
once.
He has responded, and I'm trying to respond to him.
And I'm trying to send him footage that actually proves without a doubt, but hey, tries to ignore it.
Can we have subtitles on the go?
I'm multitasking, guys, so I'm going to be in and out. So if there's any other flat earthers here that want to pick up as well, feel free.
Okay, look, can I just state this out? If you saw a rocket in front of you, and that rocket had systems to measure basic distance, basic
Telemetry.
velocity, things such as height, altitude, longitude, axis, sides, like gyroscopes use. You need a gyroscope to measure what direction the ship is going or the rocket is going, right? You're asking things like, oh, how do you verify? Well, this is why you have measurement. You have systems in this rocket to measure the velocity of the rocket, the distance of the rocket.
I'm talking about verifying what that number is that the agency that you trust gives you. You trust the numbers, but you don't know them. You don't verify them. That's the point. That's the difference.
Look at this. Look, right? Look. I'm pretty sure there's information about a rocket being launched into space that is publicly available. Things such as velocity, the current
and again, you're not answering how you verify that those are actually real and happening.
Because there's private rockets being shot up that just go to the atmosphere that are actually quite.
Well, you already answered. I get it. You believe
which is loose from the International Space Agency, and are done by private companies or even by individuals at this point who confirm that information. So yeah, if you want to do about a rocket, if you want to shoot a rocket into space with just a camera, it would cost you €2 million. If all the flat earthers on this planet would put 1 penny in it,
it's okay.
You could have funded it.
Yeah, why don't you guys build a rocket?
All of this data that you're receiving can be simulated, right? It can be simulated very easily. They do simulate.
I'm telling you guys, don't send a rocket into space to prove this proves us wrong. Your argument is invalid.
Okay, this guy is
calm
out
down.
of control.
What is wrong with
you? You're gonna have to just be
I'm
timed
saying
out.
facts, mate.
So I have actually, I mean, how many of you have gone and seen rocket launches, right?
Me.
I've seen quite a few of them. Anybody else in the room seen a rocket launch?
Yes.
I used to be in the rocketry club in my high school.
Okay, real quick
What is
before
it?
you
I've
guys
seen-
go forward with that conversation, I just want to hold on.
Here's the thing: a space agency has the ability to simulate all of these launches, right? Meaning they go through simulations, they feed data points to simulations, right? So just because they have a rocket that everybody can visually see go up in the air, do a parabolic arc, right, and then it disappears over the horizon. That's it, Everybody, it disappears out of every single person on Earth's view. Nobody has a visual of it.
You know,
because it
there's
goes
like
into the
a
middle of the
million rocket
ocean.
launches with
Does that
GoPros
mean
stuck
that
to
all
them.
of that
It shows the
data
whole
can
thing,
easily
which
be
just
fed
makes no
back to the
sense.
people?
Yuppie banker, you
All of that
cannot
data
control
can
yourself,
easily
so
be
you'll
fed
have
back
to.
to
Oh,
people
are you getting
the
scared
same
of the
way that
facts, mate?
simulation.
Is that the issue? If you're talking
Yuppie,
BS, there's a fucking rocket strap.
stop. Yuppie, your
Yeah.
mic is very loud and it cuts out. Just, you know.
Yeah, he's muted.
And
Can't
he's
control
also
himself.
out of control. He's completely losing his
Okay,
mind
let's
and he's
move on.
spazzing all over the chat. And real quick, somebody asked a minute ago, why don't you guys just buy a rocket? Why don't you launch a rocket? Because it's irrelevant. We don't have to measure an ocean, to measure a lake, a body of water. It's completely irrelevant. That's why we'll just measure the water
disagree.
correctly. It either curves or it doesn't. If it doesn't, then all your rocket reification attempts for the globe all fall through. Sorry.
So
Well,
let me get
what
this
do we
straight.
concretely
Hold
know?
up, wait. So you don't want to test something yourself because it might end up proving other people right. In contrast to your
sounds
false
like.
claims.
There is just stunning, honestly.
You're
I can't believe
denying
that's
not
what
only
you got out of what I
okay.
said.
With respect to you, sir, not only are you denying basic science, you're denying the scientific method to prove
my
something
God.
is right or not. Right?
No, you're relying on trust, remember, not science.
No, that's science.
Can
This is
I?
science.
Can I
The
ask
scientific
Let's
method.
to everybody in the room, what do we concretely know? We know that we are standing on a firm surface. We know that there is a line that splits that surface from the sky. We know that when we jump, we always come down, and everything we throw up always must come down.
Okay.
We share all of these common facts. We should be able to work from this.
All right. Yeah. So why wouldn't you guys want to build a pitch in a few pennies and make a rocket yourself? There's people in Nevada that do the rocket tests all the time.
You're not
Why don't you just
responding to
go
what I'm
measure
saying.
the curve, bro? That would be the easiest thing to do.
Well, that's true, but like there's two things, and I want a clarifying question for the from the NATO co-offensive. Are you saying that? Look, right, there is a method that doesn't involve like getting a ruler out and pushing it against the surface. You're saying that the arc of the rocket going over the horizon also just happens to prove the curvature of the Earth. So if they fired it, if the flat earther just got a rocket, which you can get from
Right.
Amazon, then you
Right.
could just look at it yourself, right?
Well, I mean, if they build a big enough rocket with enough fuel, they could send something into orbit, and then that will prove their curvature.
Well, Neil, why don't you do that then? Improve your curvature.
I
in
don't have
space.
the resources, sir.
Oh,
I don't have the
well then,
resources.
waste
hold
of
on.
time. Why don't you talk about something that can be done then?
Wait, Cyclone, do you think if
Well, you guys are a group.
if I had the ability, let's say I had the ability to fire a rocket into space.
Honestly,
with a
I would
Go-
recommend you
with a
guys
GoPro,
all go and try and get on rockets
yeah,
and
but
go to space.
but if I could, right, and I had a GoPro attached to it and it showed the cover,
GoPro with a fisheye lens, you mean?
Yeah, or anything, any other camera. Let's say like you gave me the camera to use to prove it, right?
Yeah, whatever you take from up there, I would say, okay, cool. Now let's go and confirm it by measuring the ground.
See, I mean, yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
look, I
just
think
to
the
verify,
issue,
just
the
to
issue,
verify any lens issues or anything
Okay.
like that. Yeah, we're going to be
and if
thorough.
the issue with the like, is it?
If the
It's
rocket
always
I
it's
know
always like
the
everything
issue with
everything
it
retreats.
always comes back to
Yeah, it
confirming the
does.
claim
No,
of
it
curvature.
doesn't.
Of
No,
course it
no,
does.
that's different.
Here,
That's a
hold
different
up,
claim.
hold up. Even simple. So you launch a rocket and it goes and it disappears behind your horizon and it's still flying according to your readings. What does that mean?
What?
Means
Explain.
that's beyond your ability to see it.
If you fired a rocket
Yeah,
over the Atlantic, so
no,
you should be
because-
able to see it, right?
But you see, their
At a
claim is that
distance.
the world is flat, and therefore the horizon is just, it's completely flat. And if it disappears behind the horizon, then the world is still flat, and it's supposed to crash,
So
right?
do
The
you-
rocket. But
Okay, so
apparently,
do
it
you
doesn't
really wa-
crash.
Okay, so do you really want to take this point to a conclusion? Just you and
Sure.
I for the next 5-10 minutes about the horizon?
Look, if you launch a rocket,
It's a yes or no. I heard what you said.
Yes.
There's a horizon. If something goes beyond it that you can't see, that
He
means
said
it's
yes. He
closed.
said yes.
Isn't that your claim?
yes.
Okay, so then that means that the horizon is geometric. You're claiming that we wouldn't have a horizon on a flat Earth, right? So let's just go ahead and focus on the horizon that is supposedly geometric,
Well, what do you mean geometric?
meaning it's at a specified distance based on the size of the Earth. specifically the radius of the Earth.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you want me to get
Sure.
like a slide?
No, sure. Let's move on yet. Sure. Okay. We're on the same page.
So there's a tangent to a tangent point.
Okay.
The tangent is your line of sight to the horizon. That's the tangent point.
Right. Okay.
The problem with that is every time we try to validate that that point is the curvature of the Earth, the horizon, it's never where it's specified to be when you calculate where it's supposed to be.
Okay, great. Awesome. So you made your point, right?
Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I understand. I understood what you meant. Let's put this on the side for a second.
So it means this.
Now,
So it means
let me go back to the basic.
What you think is Earth curve, we can validate whether that's actually true or not.
Awesome, but
So
you see, there's a small problem with this.
How do we actually validate that it's true or not? Like we can do that instead.
Awesome, thank you for the point. Now let me point this out. When you launch a rocket, I'm pretty confident that if you launch this rocket beyond that horizon and it keeps flying, and it starts disappearing. Now, hang on a second. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. If your trajectory, hang on a minute. If your ballistic trajectory of that rocket goes beyond that horizon, starts disappearing behind the horizon, keeps flying for a good 1 hour or 2 hours, then you have your proof that your Earth is round, sir.
No.
Yes. Because if you measure, hang on a minute. If you measure, if your measurements, your systems show that the rocket hasn't crashed yet, then there's your proof.
You're not listening. That's the claim. I didn't reject it. I heard what you said when you first said it. So I said, well, that is subsequent to the fact that the horizon would be geometric, Earth curve, something that the rocket is traveling beyond that you believe is the curvature of the Earth. You said yes. I said, okay, so then since that is a subsequent point, we need to test whether or not the horizon is geometric. And all you did was go back to your initial point, which I already heard. It has to be tested. You just saying it's the case
hold up
is just a baseless assertion.
Yeah, well, the flat earther claim is that the world is flat, and by geometric, I'm assuming it's geometrically flat. So it just constantly goes into one direction. Therefore, flat. You see.
So we're not going to validate your claim by way of any kind of test. You're just going to assert that when you can't see things.
I assert this based on thousands and hundreds and thousands of other rocket tests that people have performed before, and I'm confident that the conclusion is right.
Isn't your point that if a rocket goes beyond the horizon, that means it's Earth curve? Yes. Okay, so if you do that 1,000 times, that means your claim is the same, that the horizon is geometric. So shouldn't we be testing whether or not that's the case?
But
Focus of
only
this
if the
point,
rocket is flying straight, right?
the
If
focus
it's a
of
straight vector,
right, the focus here
perpendicular to the surface,
is that the rocket travels in a ballistic trajectory. That means you fire it upwards and it falls down like in a curved fashion. And when you fire that just far enough across the horizon, it will keep flying into the horizon downwards. If you fire it far enough. So if you look at your measurements would show. I'm not done with the point yet. Your measurements would show that the missile hasn't, or the rocket or whatever, hasn't crashed yet. That means it flew over the horizon and it's still flying over the horizon.
So that means we can test that the horizon is geometric then, right?
I think
since that's the claim, right?
There's much easier ways.
It sounds like you're afraid to say yes. Why not test it? Since I'm already claiming
it's already been tested.
Well, no, because
there are much simpler ways than getting a rocket.
That's how militaries launch cruise missiles all the time.
Well, again, if you only come into this with what you know, you won't learn anything. I didn't reject what you said. I did not reject what you said. I said, well, seeing is that you have a geometric horizon that you believe things are traveling beyond,
right?
Shouldn't we test that premise? And you just keep on not wanting to do that. That's
well, we've tested it. We've already tested this stuff with 30 kilometers. Things fired. Hey, wait, hold on a second. hold on a
guess.
second. When
Let
you
me
fire
guess.
missiles,
Let me
when you fire
guess.
missiles with a
Let me
ballistic
guess. When you
trajectory,
fire a missile ballistic, if you a plane, anything that you see that goes beyond the horizon but is still flying, that means you made the claim already. I'm asking, well, since those are the subsequent claims, doesn't matter how many thousands of them you think you have, shouldn't we test the geometry that is claimed to be the horizon?
what do you mean test the geometry, sir?
Well, now you're asking the right questions. Well, the horizon has to
Why
be
would that
geometric if
matter?
everything is disappearing beyond it.
Why would that matter?
Do
The
you even know what the
geometry.
claim? Do you even know what the claim is? I asked you if I could share with
You're
you.
you're
I asked you
focusing
if
on the
I could share with.
geometry of the
I asked you
horizon.
if I could share with you a slide, and you just disregarded it. I've heard what you
Yes,
said.
because your
If
point
you would have
here
provided
is
me information,
measuring.
I would have accepted it. But I'm asking you something that goes beyond that, and you keep on saying, "Well, that's not relevant." So then, how are we having a real, honest conversation?
Sure, let me tell you how. Your point is irrelevant because you want to measure the horizon. I'm not talking about the horizon. I'm talking about things going above the horizon and beyond the horizon that apparently reach their targets wherever you want them to be, meaning that the world is definitely curved. It doesn't matter what shape the horizon
That
is.
doesn't mean it's curved. No, it doesn't. You're claiming that it does. So I'm saying,
I
okay,
mean,
well, you're
a
saying
curve.
that it does. You're saying that it does. So that's begging the question and affirming the consequence. Affirming
Elijah,
the
just a real
consequence
quick.
that
This is
affirming
Think
the
it's
consequent,
nonsense, hubris.
affirming the consequent, which is I see things go over the horizon. Therefore, conversely, the Earth must be a sphere.
I mean, I
That's your
measure. You
argument.
can. Well, you can
I
see them on the measurements, and it still constantly flies above the, over the horizon
So I'm
and
asking,
downwards.
I'm asking, there's actually, like, because I can go to washington.edu, I can go to many other places that will actually make a claim as to where exactly the horizon is from your standpoint as you're looking over the ocean or whatever point, tangent to the tangent point, that being the sphere, the thing you keep saying things are flying beyond. And I'm just asking for validation of that. And you're saying it's irrelevant. That's interesting.
I'm not the right person to ask that question. You can
but
go and ask the people who are, specifically measure your specific question because that wasn't
No,
my
I mean,
point here.
we're in the middle of the conversation. You made your point.
Uh-huh.
So if you're saying that it can't be tested and rebutted by me because I'm making a pertinent point, you're not even willing to investigate it.
Yes.
I mean, what else? I mean, I can show you. It would only take 2 minutes, but you're like
Have you
not
tested
trying
it
to go
yourself?
there.
Have you tested it yourself?
I have. I was
What have
on
you
Coney.
tested?
I was on Coney Island Beach in New Jersey Shore. Was on the other side, but again, until you understand what I'm talking about, you won't know what I'm talking about. So it'd only take 2 minutes. Would you like to see what I'm talking about?
Sure, go ahead. I'm not saying no. I didn't deny it. Sure, go.
Great.
I
Now
just
that
Go
want to
we've
for it.
specify
spent
one.
5 minutes, you want to specify. That's what I'm trying to do.
No, I know, but like I disagree with something he said. Like a
I
curvature
didn't make a claim. What could you
behind the
possibly
horizon does
disagree
not
with?
necessitate a globe. It could be a cylinder. It could be anything, right?
An emergency meeting.
I didn't make a claim. What are you trying
Yeah,
to?
he did. He
What,
did. I'm trying to like take down what he said.
Why are you trying to take down what I
and
said? What's
how
wrong
could
with
you
what I
deny
said?
something that? How could you deny a point from me if he's the one that made the
No,
point?
I'm affirming what she said. Like it's fine. I think your skepticism is okay. I think his claim that a curvature can only exist on a sphere in the sense of the Earth is fallacious.
Well, I mean, if the Earth
Fallacious.
is curved, then the Earth is curved. That's
Oh,
not a
okay,
problem.
okay,
No,
then
but he's
I
claiming
guess
it's a globe. It could be anything. It could be a cylinder. It could be a pyramid, and still have
It
like a
doesn't really.
curve.
It just
right.
doesn't
It
really
could be a
matter.
hollow Earth, right? A hollow
It
flat
doesn't really
Earth,
matter if the
right?
Earth is curved. The Earth is curved. Let's at
You're
least
just doing
start
this.
with that.
What was your name, Zoidberg? You're just doing this to get back at me. I know who you
Well,
are. Yeah,
I'm just trying to keep you honest.
keep me
Okay,
honest, right?
so can we move on? Okay, can you Google distance to horizon formula? Are you doing it?
Okay.
What are you seeing?
There's a distance to horizon calculator.
Wait,
Do you
Google
see
what?
the diagrams? Do you see the diagrams? This is your point materialized. This makes it real. This makes it falsifiable, meaning someone can verify whether it's true or not. This is the direct claim. Have you ever seen this?
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
You understand?
Sure. Yeah. I get it. Yeah. Sure. So the point. What's the point here? Point being made.
The point is that the horizon has to be 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. In order for the claim, the thing that you're looking at right now from all of these relevant sources, in order for that to be true. And there's only one answer because there's only the radius of the earth, right?
Okay. So say that. Say it again slowly.
Say what again slowly?
What does have to what does have to be from the perspective of the person standing?
I'll do you one better. Go to YouTube. Again, this will only take
No.
3
Just
minutes.
repeat what you just said earlier, just now.
Okay. So, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. This has to be the case if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 feet, because all of these trajectories that you're talking about is subsequent to that one singular point.
All right, awesome. And how does this dismiss things going into orbit?
Because you don't have an orbit if this isn't true. That's why I said, shouldn't we test if this is true or not?
Well, here's the thing. If you, this is how the conversation started. We're talking about rockets. Rockets, when they're fired far enough beyond the horizon in a trajectory, when you place things into orbit, they constantly keep falling.
Bro. Jesus Christ, you said it so many times. I
Right.
know.
So yeah, I understand your
my
point.
My point is, because for all you know, I mean, because rockets have a trajectory anyway. What goes up must come down, right? We all see it. We all see the arc. So what you believe is that that's an arc that's falling around the Earth at a rate that doesn't allow it to actually crash once it reaches orbit. That's
Right.
what you believe. That's the claim. But in order for that claim to be true, the mathematics within all of that has to come derivative of an actual measurement. Actual geometric claim is that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. In order for you to have any orbits around this size, the Earth has to be this size. Yeah, I
Okay,
mean, that's
and who's
true, right?
who's right, and who's denying that orbits that you can't place things into orbit though?
Like I said, you have a belief that things are in orbit. I'm
No,
saying,
but you just said.
well,
No, but you just said.
I'm saying, well, someone such as myself, seeing as that that's a subsequent point to the Earth actually being a sphere of the actual size, for them to work out the calculations to actually do that, like going to the moon, reaching escape velocity, wrapping around the Earth 15 times before they actually escaped, it would have to actually be the sphere of the size that they claim.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. So we're talking about sending things into orbit around Earth. We don't have to go that far. Talking about very complex things.
Whatever,
like hang
it
on a
doesn't
minute.
matter.
No,
Every
no, no.
single orbit,
Going
every
to
single orb,
you're
every
interrupting me.
single,
You're interrupting me.
every
So I said,
single
no,
trajectory
hang on a
is going to
second.
be every single trajectory calculation is
Slow
going to be
down, yo. Slow.
trajectory.
I can't hear you. Slow down. All right, go ahead.
Every single trajectory calculation is going to be based off of what I just said. So, seeing as that you already have a belief
Hang on a minute.
That when things go beyond the horizon, this is what's
I was gonna
happening.
right, but I was gonna say something. You interrupted me, and then I got muted. So I'm just gonna go ahead and say it again. You see, you're
Oh,
talking
go
about
ahead.
things such as
I
Go
mean,
ahead,
because he is repeating himself. Everybody heard me say, I don't care what trajectory it is. Doesn't matter if it's to the moon, around the Earth, the ISS height, whatever rockets are claimed to be doing. It's all subsequent to the supposed fact that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
You
Everyone
gonna let me
heard me say
respond
that.
or what?
Did
Or you're
everyone hear
just
me
gonna
say that?
monologue?
Well, I'm not
Dude.
monologuing. You just keep going beyond the point to reassert your claim, which is baseless. And I'm trying to show you how.
It doesn't sound like that at all.
So the question is,
Well, guess
whatever
what? You won't know the conclusion unless we actually investigate the matter. I'm trying to get there. He's not helping that happen.
Yeah, so the question is, Cope Fensive, are you going to let yourself respond? Because you're not actually responding to what's being said. So I'll take you off mute and try again to actually address what's been said.
Yeah, what's been said is he's talking about some calculations to calculate the geometry of the curvature of the Earth.
No, that's not
which
what
he's
I'm
trying
saying.
to excuse me, which you're trying
No, that's
to
not what I'm
which
saying.
you're trying to say
No,
that
that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead, Elijah. Say it again.
No,
This time,
I'm just
listen.
saying. No, look, I don't want to cut anybody off. But if you're going to begin with what I said, it has to be what I said. I said in order for his calculations and his trajectories to be accurate, then the size of the Earth in that claim has to be true. That's what I said.
First of all, I didn't provide any calculations. Number one. Number two, I was talking about rockets and low Earth orbit, and you're talking about calculating the Earth's geometry, its curvature. I'm not talking
No,
about
I'm not.
calculating the
No,
Earth's
I'm not.
curvature. No, yes, you are.
No,
That's what
I'm
you're
not.
saying. You've provided a formula to calculate the observable curvature
true.
according to
That
the
part is true.
tangent, observable tangent, or whatever.
That's true.
Right.
But the
So this
point
is
that I
your
was
point.
making was the trajectory
Okay.
that you're
This
talking
does
about. In
not.
order for them,
Excuse me. I'm not done with my point. You're interrupting me again. I want
in
to
order
get to
for
my
them,
point. I want to finish my point, sir.
in order for them to
I
fuel
would
up,
like
you're
to finish
wrong about what I'm saying. That's the problem. In order for them to fuel up the rocket, calculate how much fuel they need to escape, to reach escape velocity of the Earth. In order for the math that goes into all of that flight, those calculations that you're saying we don't need, they don't just shoot rockets up and that's it. No, a lot of math goes into that. So I'm saying all that math is subsequent to the size of the Earth, but you keep on trying to change what I'm saying. You also, that's all you're doing. You're not actually going, okay, fine, so let's investigate the matter. You just keep wanting to assert what you're saying is true.
Stop.
That things
Stop.
that go beyond the horizon proves that the earth is a sphere. That's a baseless assertion unless you can prove the premise first.
It is not a baseless assertion because, again, when you want to send things into orbit, it goes beyond your calculations for the observable curvature or geometry of Earth, because this is not what the point was originally. It was about sending things into orbit.
I don't think he understands what I'm saying. In order to send things into orbit, you have to already know the size of the earth because that goes into the calculations. So, since you believe that that's the case and what you're saying, I'm challenging. What I'm saying is, well, the first thing we need to do is test whether or not the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Now, I was just laying out a method as to how to do that since it's not Eli's method, but just a simple geometry method.
You
I mean,
haven't. You by
they laid
the
it out,
admin muting me, you're just
Hello.
proving me right.
but you just keep.
Are you guys still fighting?
I mean, I don't want you guys to mute him. I just want him to get what I'm saying correct and then respond to it. But all he keeps saying is what I'm saying is basically irrelevant, and what he's saying is true. But he's just baselessly asserting it.
I'm almost done with listening to it, to be honest. So if you can't figure out what
I
he's
don't care
talking
if
about
you're
and
done or not.
respond
I'm here to
properly, okay,
discuss
you
the.
will care
Takes
because
are
you won't
done.
talk.
I
You're
don't
not
care
discussing the
if
nonsense.
I
I
don't.
do care, and I don't want to listen to you if you can't figure out what he's talking about because it's stupid and repetitive. You've done this like 16 times. It's really obvious what he's saying. You keep addressing something he didn't say. You keep responding on the first erroneous thing that you said that he's responding to. Like, get with it, or somebody else can pick up because this is getting boring.
Here, can I try? I'll try. I'll state what another way what Elijah's saying, and then let's see if that resonates. So what we'll do here is like almost a mini scientific experiment, cause and effect. Are you able to hear if you change a different speaker? So Elijah saying to get stuff into orbit, you need to know the Earth is a globe or not first, before you get stuff into orbit.
Can I ask a question? What do you
No.
guys? Oh,
No.
okay.
No, well, this point first, okay? Make sure everyone understands that if your proof of globe is you've got stuff into orbit, you would need to know the Earth is a globe first.
Okay.
Do you know the Earth is a globe?
Yes, it is.
Okay, how do you know that?
There's a radius. You said it yourself.
Okay, that
and
can be tested. I was trying to get to that point,
There we
but
go.
you keep on brushing past it.
Yes,
Okay, now we're
the
back on
radius
track.
of the Earth is a thing measured by consensus, pretty much by hundreds of years of research. So
Then that means
there's
we
really
can
nothing
test
to
it then.
question here.
Then that
You
means
prove
we
it?
can test it then. What do you mean nothing to question, like a priest? Like, no, let's challenge it then.
We test
Why
these
not?
things. We the
No,
cons-
no, we
the
can test it
collective
today.
knowledge. We
We
the
can
collective.
test it today.
We
can
the
test it
collective.
today.
We the collective
We
people.
can test it today.
We
Do
the
you want to
collective
test it
people have
today?
already tested it,
We
and
can
we
test
have
it right now.
things in orbit
In the
right
midst of
now.
this
Dude,
argument,
come
we
on,
can
man.
test
You're
it
already
right now.
spurging out again.
We the collective.
I'm quite confident in
He
what I'm
doesn't
saying.
understand that, like,
We-
even if we have collectively tested it, they are expecting you to demonstrate how we have collectively tested it.
We the collective.
They
Right
want
now.
to
I
see
can-
with
I
their
can demonstrate it right
with their
now.
optical nerves. They want to perceive the light of you interact as an object interacting in the material world,
Object.
light passing through you and creating images in their minds using their optical nerves. Right? They want to see that.
Well,
Yeah, show us
why don't
that.
you go? Well, why don't you go ahead with the providing them with the formulas and the waste your time with it?
And I should
Why don't
work
you do
for
that?
nothing.
Can you not
Why should you do
demonstrate
that?
it in a practical way?
No, I have time to spend somewhere else. To be honest, I'm here
And then
to
why are
entertain
you
myself.
why are you debating if you don't? If
Yeah,
you're not
Not
willing to
even
commit,
debaters.
like it's
So
just kind of pointless,
the thing.
no?
That's the thing. People are scared to death of their own claim.
Not
So
really.
they make baseless assertions, like affirming the consequent
Not
fallacies and
baseless.
begging the. Well, you're the one that affirmed the consequent. I put your words into the formulation of the affirming.
You formulated something that was completely irrelevant to the conversation,
You don't even
which
know
was
how
low Earth orbit.
relevant. You don't even know how relevant it is. You already agreed. First of all, he's going to say that what I'm saying is irrelevant when he just said we already know the size of the Earth. It's consensus, which obviously has to be the case before anybody is having any calculations about gravity, orbits of other planets, and how they affect this one. All of that has to be again subsequently to the point that the Earth is actually the size and dimensions that they claim. But you're telling everyone that that's irrelevant? I'm just saying let's test it, bro.
You can test it with
And
a
I'm
stick.
saying we can do it today, right
Test
now.
it with a stick.
And you're
Just
not
one
saying,
stick
well,
is all you
fine,
need.
go ahead, let's
Well, you
test
need
it.
the
Let's
solstice.
see what you got. You're not saying, okay, flat earther, why don't you put your money where your mouth is? Let's see what you got. You're not saying that. You're trying to shut it down by saying it's irrelevant so you can hold your belief because you're scared to death of your own claim. That's crazy.
Stop it, please stop. You're flattering yourself. Please stop it. It's
So
pathetic.
challenge me then.
It's pathetic. No, I really
So
don't, because I
challenge
don't
me
want to
then.
waste my time with this.
Then why are
Then
you
why are you
here?
here debating? So, for example, can
I'm
I
not here to- hey,
demonstrate?
I'm just discussing here.
So, Elijah, can I demonstrate the thing he should have said to you in a sort of a role-playing situation?
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, so
NATO,
let's
so
let's
NATO, put
pretend
yourself on
I'm
mute. Okay, no
NATO, whatever
interrupting.
the fuck his name is.
Yeah.
I'm a NATO, whatever. So I'm a NATO, and you ask me, hey, how do you demonstrate this? And I say, well, we go to a flat surface, some part of the planet where it's like flat
Bolivian salt
for a
flats.
long period of, for a long, like not period, but for long distances, right? Let's say
Salt flats, yeah.
middle of the United States, super flat. I get a
Maybe
car.
Florida. Florida is flatter than Kansas, so
Sure,
I heard.
whatever. It doesn't matter. I put 6 feet into the ground a pylon, and I attach a cable to it. Then I get a cable roll. Let's say that cable contains 4 kilometers of cable. The cable roll is attached to a periscope that accounts for distance, raising with each individual meter or kilometer I pass with my vehicle. Vehicle heavy enough to keep the cable extended at all times, not to sag, and I just drive into one distance on a flat terrain. I would be able to see, if it's true, that at some point, with the rising of the periscope and with the with the extension of the cable, beyond like 3 or 4 kilometers or whatever the curvature is noticeable, I would be able to see the noticeable difference between the height of my periscope and cable and the original pylon's height, right? So I'll see a drop, quote unquote. That is a practical way of demonstrating it. That is also cheap. There you go.
Is this
We can. I'm ready to pitch in 500 euro for us to do this experiment, all of us. If everybody pitches $100, we can get this off the ground.
Is this forced to line?
Yeah, I assume so. We can make sure that.
Wow. Well, that's
The most
interesting.
complex part of that will be
there's a
keeping the
bunch
cable
of
taut, won't it?
Yeah, the cable should not sag. Yeah, I agree.
Well, that's interesting because the tensile strength, there'd be a problem there for practicality.
On metro trains, what they use to keep it the cable there taut, they use like stone weights at various points to keep it.
Yeah, we can get a really heavy vehicle that is so heavy that consistently keeps a lightweight cable always
Do you know what the longest flat rail is? I mean, because we already have that. So
sure, whatever. We can use a cable, rail, a thread. It doesn't matter.
done if that's the case.
Okay.
But if you want to do that, that's fine. What about today?
There's an even cheaper
way. I cannot travel to the middle of the United States today.
There's a much cheaper way
I'm
of
not
doing
talking
it.
about your method. I'm just talking about a claim. That's
Wait, Elijah, that's not fair because you're asking me, for instance, who doesn't live anywhere near.
We're moving further and further away.
Yeah,
again.
you're asking me, for instance. Okay, go on.
Why are we moving further away from the point that I made? Is everyone scared?
Here's the thing: you've come here with a body of research, prepared to argue a point which I didn't make, and then you're expecting me to provide a body of research which is extremely complex. Hang on a minute. You're asking me to provide
anything.
You're asking me to provide.
I did not.
You're providing. Sir, let me finish my words.
You're lying.
Let me finish my sentence.
You are lying.
Let me finish my sentence.
Asked you to provide anything.
Right. To back up, to formulate what I was trying to say with regards to things disappearing beyond the horizon and entering into orbit, I need to provide quite a large body of research when it comes to trajectory of launching something high enough and fast enough to get it into orbit, which is not impossible.
That's not in question. I did not shoot that down. I accepted all of that when you first said it.
Okay. So let's get back on the same page.
No, I'm trying because I said all of that is cute if the Earth is actually a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Do you want to know how to test it? You didn't say yes.
No, but
you just said I want to confirm my bias.
Here's the problem with
what you said.
Here
How
is
do
the
you know? How is there a problem with the method that I was going to lay out, which I didn't come up with, if you don't even fucking know what it is? Because you have not listened
trajectories.
not one time to what I said.
Sir, trajectories aren't conspiracies. They are something that can be calculated and can
I'm
be
not
backed up.
talking about the. I'm not talking
Hang on a
about
minute.
that, though.
Hang on a minute. Trajectory.
I'm not
Hang on a minute.
challenging. I'm not challenging the trajectory of a
Great.
ballistic.
But you need to let me finish what I had to say, because the reason
But it
to
says
prove if the
you're trying to
world
say the
is, you're
same
interrupting
thing
me
that
again.
because I let you say it the first 2-3 times
But
already.
you're not
And you're not
understanding what I'm
understanding what I'm
saying
saying.
here. You're not
All
understanding
right,
what
you
I'm
know what?
saying.
Go ahead. I'm gonna give you all the
right.
time in the world, and
Your
then I'm gonna make my
position.
point again, and then you're gonna tell me what I'm saying is irrelevant, like you did last time.
Okay, great.
I offered you the floor to say what you had to say.
Okay, now let
And
me
then
have
I
the
tried to
floor.
respond, and then you tried to
Sir,
disregard it.
let
So
me
let's
have the
see how
floor
this
then.
goes.
Great. So your position very clearly is that the world must be flat, as I understood in context, which in my point of view it is not, because there's things such as trajectories. You're arguing about calculating the
trajectories on
geometry.
a flat plane.
Excuse
Are you
me,
stupid?
you're talking about a
You're not
trajectory.
finished.
You're talking about calculating the geometry of the horizon, which is not the point of
No,
contention here, which is,
the
excuse
radius
me,
of
you're
the
let,
Earth.
let me
No,
finish.
the
No,
radius
I
of
have
the
the
Earth
floor
is
now,
He's
sir.
wrong. No,
Sir,
Elijah, he
I
keeps saying
have
things that
the
are wrong.
floor.
He keeps saying things that
Elijah,
are
shut your
wrong.
ass up, boy.
He
Elijah,
keeps
you let him
saying
talk.
things that are
Let
incorrect.
me
No, what
finish
I
Let
said.
my
him hang
sentence.
himself.
If you're gonna
Let him hang himself, man.
finish,
Your
then you
bitch
have
ass up,
to
nigga.
characterize what
The
I
fuck was
said,
that?
which was, in order for you to do any of those things pertaining to a globe, then it's going to include the radius of the Earth, which has to be
We have
tested.
the radius.
You want it to be begged in, like a begging the question
We have the
fallacy. You say,
radius.
okay, huh?
We have the radius of the Earth tested
That's what
and
I'm saying.
calculated.
And I'm saying, so we need to challenge that first. And you're like, no, we already have it. And I'm
Not
saying,
really,
no, that
because
needs
it's
to
already
be.
tested and proven.
How?
So this is a circular conversation.
Well,
If you're not willing to actually do a method that can establish that is actually true, what the
you're
hell
asking me
is the
personal?
point?
You're asking me to personally verify that? Is that
Well,
the
I can do it today. I just told you we can do it right
so
now
the
in 5
entire
minutes.
Who verified
We
that in
can
the
do
first
it
place?
right now in 5 minutes. We
Hang
can
on,
do
your
it right now
entire
in 5
argument
minutes.
here.
It sounds like you're afraid. We can do it right now in 5
It
minutes.
sounds like you're trying to make a counterpoint of argument here, trying to win this argument
That's the
debate
point.
by
And you're
claiming
supposed to
that
let
because I
me
don't.
in your
Hang on a
debate,
minute.
and then you're supposed to respond.
Excuse me.
Lads,
You're
can you
not letting me
please stop
speak
talking
at
at
all.
the same time? For fuck's
So
sake.
I
your
already
point.
heard his point. So his point is that my point is irrelevant. My only point is that, okay, we need to
I'll let you
validate
finish.
that the radius. We need to validate that the radius of the Earth is true in order for you to be using it in your trajectories. His point is, well, I already know it's true. That's begging the question.
Okay. So are you done? Can I have the floor now?
Well, it's begging the question. Are you going to respond to that?
I will respond how I will respond, and that is my choice, not yours. I don't have to go down your dialogue tree to prove your point. So I have a counterpoint, and I'll say it, and you will not interrupt me, please.
Stop talking about talking. Just talk.
Right. So as I said, you've asked the question if we have a radius and you want to measure it, attempting to.
That's not what I said. Go on.
Attempting to make a point,
That's not what I said, but go
as
on.
in I didn't personally measure it, then therefore what I'm saying doesn't make
That's not what I
any
said, but
doesn't.
go on.
You're interrupting me
How
again.
you gonna begin your
You're
dialogue
interrupting
with
me.
something I didn't say?
You're interrupting me, sir.
How you gonna
Again.
begin your dialogue with something I didn't say? How does that make sense?
Either let me finish my sentence or just go ahead and monologue and believe what you want.
Well, wait a minute, Elijah. Right? You make your point again, then you can answer concisely if you're able to.
All right, fine, fair enough.
On you go, Elijah. Make your point, and if he's able to, he'll be able to respond correctly. If he's not sure what you mean.
I didn't.
No, I'm pretty sure what he means.
I didn't say that
I
you need to
just said
measure.
to let Elijah finish.
I didn't say
to make
that
his
you need
point,
to
and you
measure.
stop.
Oh my God!
Fuck's
I didn't
sake,
say
man! I'm
that
trying
you
to tell
need
him to stop talking over you, man.
No, not you. Oh, I thought that was somebody else jumping in.
Go, man, go.
I did not. whenever you begin your statement, telling everyone what I said is required of you, it has to be exactly what I'm saying. So I did not say you have to measure the radius of the Earth. I said we have to test whether or not the radius of the Earth is true. Now, I wasn't able to get out the method as to how to do that because you didn't allow for that part to come out.
Can I speak now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I know that you deny the existence, perhaps I assume you deny the existence of satellites, but I don't. There's body of research that proves satellites exist for a fact, and the fact that these satellites use telemetry to constantly scan Earth give us things like very accurate world maps and 3D scans of the Earth, by the way. So when you ask questions like, do we have measurements of the Earth? The radius of the Earth. Yes, we do, and we have it in 3D form. And it's you're interrupting me again.
Because I didn't ask for that.
I don't care what you asked for. I'm saying I'm gonna wrap this up. I'm gonna wrap this up. I will wrap
Listen, I just said to Elijah, make your point again so you can respond. So the point was you would respond to Elijah's point. You get me? That was the whole point of me trying to interrupt to get it concisely replied to.
He left.
If you're able, for fuck's sake, man.
Not good. That's just
He's not responding
literally
to it because he keeps saying that I'm saying he has to measure the Earth. No. First of all, I already said all orbits, all trajectories pertaining to the globe is subsequent to them utilizing the radius of the Earth. So then we should have a method that establishes that that's at least true. Because you couldn't have satellites in orbit
Every single
unless
motherfucker in
you
this
already
VC
knew the
retarded.
radius
Fuck all you
of the
retarded
Earth.
motherfuckers in this VC. Fuck all.
Fuck off. Bail then. Nobody wants you here, man. You're not welcome.
That's all I'm saying. He keeps running away from it like I'm telling him to measure it himself, get all this data. No, I heard what you said, and I'm like, all of that data you think is true, it could be thousands of pages worth of data. The one thing in there that is presumed to be true is the radius of the Earth. So let's just go ahead and test that premise first. And you said, well, we already know that that's the case, which means you're begging the question. I'm wanting to actually validate that it's true. And you're saying, no, let's take it as read. That's begging the question. What's so hard about understanding that?
What's up, guys?
What's up? What's up, Biggie?
Chilling, man. Listening to you kind of back and forth with that guy. Globers, am I right?
Yeah, you got it. I mean, how am I begging you to investigate that it's true? We already know it's true. Well, see, look, we have this, we have that, we have everything. We have goats, we have pigs, we have lambs, we have everything. Come on down to the zoo. Fam, let's just see if we can validate the one claim that's on the table that all of this math is subsequent to.
So is there
I
any
even
globe
said it would
earthers
take
out there
5
that
minutes.
want
I'm not a
So
globe earther per se, but I think
There
that
you
this
are.
is an interesting topic for discussion in terms of like evidence and how to produce value and truthfulness.
Well, it's probably
and
the
Can I ask a
sufficiency.
question for the room?
It's,
Well, no, I
it's
was
probably
speaking.
the most. It's probably the most
Curious.
important.
Who is
he
this
was
question,
Xehanort
though.
guy? Is this Zoidberg?
What?
On you
No.
go, bro.
It's not
Zoidberg.
Zoidberg. It's
Fëanor.
Goldberg.
I'm the king of the Noldor. Anyways,
What happened to
On you go. Finish your
Goldberg?
point, bro. Finish your point.
so I think it is important for us to have realistic expectations, especially on Discord when we're talking to regular people, right? Mostly regular people.
Kind of.
We should have the same standard of evidence in terms of acceptance of threshold of what evidence is evidence. For example, things that we engage with in our daily lives. Or, for example, what we constitute as violations of law or not, right? Obviously, we don't have recordings of all the crime that's happening, yet we still convict people for crime, right? So there has to be like a good medium, a balance when it comes to standard of evidence.
But bro,
I think
look at the
that's what the two sides are like usually like having a problem with.
Bro, look at the standard of evidence
Cameras
that
everywhere.
flat earthers produce. Like, look at what we're expected to produce from the Globers, but look at the shit standard that they produce. They've got literally nothing, man. Like,
Yeah, they got
opposite,
one-word
polar
answers.
opposites.
One-word answers when you ask like for any evidence. They're like, "Well, what causes this?" Well, science.
Well, no,
okay,
I
so
think
how can you define? Yeah, hang on a second. How can you define something? They're like, "Well, I don't need to. I'm not a scientist." So they got escapes. They got easy outs. They don't have to produce any evidence. They could say one-word answers to just like they don't. There's no standard here for those guys. They can say whatever they want, and that's okay.
That's not fair. I think.
Stop talking over Meggy, man. Stop talking over him. Man. I'm finished.
It's crazy.
I just want to say.
Finish your point, Meggy.
He's still gonna go ahead, Meggy.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like we are in here. We have the like Elijah wasn't yelling or saying anything. He doesn't want to be misrepresented, just like I'm sure you guys don't like being misrepresented, right? So that's all it was. And the guy was always, every time that he would get on the microphone, he didn't care what Elijah said, and he just went on to like say whatever he wanted to. He's like, well, I can say whatever I want. Sure, fair enough. You can say whatever you want, but if it's not to the point of what we're speaking of, why are you saying it? And then that's all Elijah was like trying to interrupt and saying like, dude, like let's get back on point. But he didn't want to hear that. He just wanted to keep saying his same sentence over and over again.
To be fair, Mayhem,
That's why
this is the
he
toxic.
bailed because I was trying to get him to answer concisely. I said, Elijah, finish your point.
Okay,
and he
you're all
didn't
disagreeing
reply.
with each other.
So
Yes.
he ran away.
Maybe he didn't do too well.
Do you
right?
have
You're agreeing
to,
with
bro?
each
Do you have to talk when other people?
You're just corroborating each other's
Do you
opinions.
have to speak when other people are speaking, man?
All right, have your little bitch, Sash. Go on.
Just let someone finish and then jump in. And if you think that somebody's still talking, give way. Everybody gives way now and again. It'll be cool.
Okay, continue.
On you go, man. I was almost
All right,
finished.
okay. All right. I'll just say very quickly that what Fingolfin said, or whatever his name was very, I think very apt, because I was talking about earlier about standard of evidence, and someone said earlier that the Globies have, let's say, a lower standard for proof, right, compared to the skeptics. But I don't see that necessarily, because I said earlier on that, for instance, we could talk about kinds of evidence. So, like, for instance, stars, video, photographic, whatever it may be, right? And usually, on a day-to-day basis, we usually accept it, right? Or like an article or something like that. We usually accept it. We don't really make much of a fuss about it. But like everything, for instance, could be problematic, flawed, forged, or something else. The issue I have is that when I stepped in, because I had a conversation earlier, I stepped into the realm of, well, so why, right? What's the answers to the questions of like why are people lying, right? And a lot of it was just based on conjecture, and conjecture is not evidence. I mean, like if conjecture is 90% of why you believe what you believe, I mean, how is that rational? So flat Earth or not?
That's
flat
a
earthers,
misrepresentation.
Curve
That's not
skeptics
90% of what we believe. We don't have any beliefs about specific beliefs about how any conspiracy is maintained or continued.
No,
All
no,
we
it's not
do
that you
is
don't have
point
beliefs
out
about
when
it.
you guys use faulty generalizations to say they're all lying. No, a lot of people believe this stuff.
No,
They
it's
just
not
believe it.
It's not about you having beliefs about specific conspiracy theories. It's just the idea that when it comes to the question of why,
No, you said 90% of this
is conjecture.
for us
Yeah.
was conjecture. No, it's
Yeah.
not. It's just the evidence from the ground.
No, that's not. That's not obviously the case. Because,
that's not. That's
like I said-
99% of it.
No,
So
because
if you're saying 90% is something else, then you're not been paying attention.
Well, then obviously it's not the case, because if I say to you, I find this video proof of a satellite orbiting Earth to be satisfactory for the curvature of the Earth, and you say no because it could be forged because NASA or so on, right?
No,
then
that's-
as soon as we enter, because NASA, we start talking about Elijah, patience, right?
That's not our evidence, is it? That's not our evidence, is it? That's you talking about something and you wanting an explanation
make
for
that
it.
point, Drace. Let him make that point. I wanted to, please, if I may respond to it, because
Okay.
the other guy was talking
I'll
about
just wrap it up.
satellites as well.
I'll just wrap up my point very quickly, right? So so if like it could be something else, that some other explanation for, because someone's either lying or very much mistaken, right? And in both of those instances, I said earlier you have a lot of legwork, right, of proof, but it is just conjecture as it stands. There's no proof for any of it, and that's
And that's where, and all of your views, right, of your skepticism has to lead to that point, right? Up
Just
until the
one
point you say,
point.
well, just
Just
measure
one
the Earth,
point.
right? But that's
Just
not
one
possible for
point,
all of us.
please. Just one point, please. You made the point about the satellites.
Yeah, go on.
Don't gish gallop.
He wasn't
the
gish
point about-
galloping.
So the point about the satellites, right? So you created an argument that a flat earther would make. Now, I wouldn't make that argument. What I would say is, oh, there are satellites in orbit, huh? Okay, that's subsequent to the Earth being a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Can we test that?
No, that's not. So there's two claims, right? There's the
He's
exact
doing it again.
size. No, no,
Now
no.
he's doing it.
No, no, no,
Now he's
no.
going to say,
Wait,
no,
hold
what
on.
I said
No,
is irrelevant. I
no.
directly
I'm telling you,
addressed.
Hey,
I
Elijah, are you
directly
PHI?
Elijah. There's two.
I directly addressed
And
what
I'm
he
responding to
said
it.
about the orbits, and I'm saying, well, in order for there to be orbits around a sphere, we would have to already have measured it to be
Okay,
a
that's
sphere.
fine.
And since they make that claim, instead of begging the question, because obviously the shape of the Earth and the geometry of it is the thing in question, then
Okay.
let's test that directly.
Right. So
There's
there's
nothing. What's wrong with that?
okay. So the first thing is there is two propositions, right? The one that you're trying to tackle specifically does not have to be combined with the other, right? If you want to talk about the measurement or size of the Earth, that is fine. But if I'm out here trying to prove the Earth as a globe and there's curves, right? I don't need to give you a measurement if I have visual proof, right? That's
Visual.
that's
I'm
one
not
that's
asking
one
you to give
that's
a
one
measurement. You're
proposition.
doing the
right?
same thing the other guys
But
do.
visual
I'm asking for a measurement. I'm saying a measurement is already out there. And since the measurement is and the metric is already out there, it's the same metric that we use to say satellites are in orbit and they're going this speed at this distance. Then I'm saying, okay, let's challenge that direct metric.
Oh, yeah.
By way
So when,
of a
That's
method
fine, but that's
that
kind of
Eli did
that's
not
kind
make
of not
up.
responding.
That's gonna be
By the way.
expensive.
bro,
That's kind of
so
not
when,
responding to anything I've said.
bro,
Though,
see
the
when
issue.
you say you've got visual proof, do you just mean videos from like NASA or satellites or like?
And then
do you
we're
mean-
gonna and then we're gonna get into whether or not NASA is a valid
So,
organization.
No, but why are we getting into an argument?
Why the
look,
fuck is everybody just still talking again, man? You're not just wanting to talk over each other. What the fuck?
Because he's not
It's crazy here, that
addressing what
Elijah
I'm
guy.
saying. He's not addressing what I'm saying. He's like, forget what Eli's saying. Let's listen to what I'm saying that most flat earthers are saying.
No.
Why are we doing that?
No, that's not what I said. I said that
Well,
your proposition.
You just said what I'm saying is irrelevant, and I'm talking about measuring the Earth, and I said no, that's not what I said.
That's fine.
I said actually we already have a measurement. It's the same metric that you use to make your calculations to tell you how far a satellite is, and this, that, and the third. So I'm like, okay, so let's test that metric.
But if I want to affirm the proposition the Earth is a sphere, is the only possible way to measure it, or can you use visual proof to prove that a sphere exists?
What would you say is visual
No,
proof?
I want him to
From
answer the question.
organizations
I
that
want him to
are
answer the question.
Yeah, sir. Please don't cut him off.
But Pinto, you're forget the visual. Look,
No, not forget. Why are we forgetting? I've got Alzheimer's.
no,
What's the
what
issue
is
with the proposition?
What's visual proof? Just like a video that shows curve. I mean, is
Video,
that good enough?
pictures, anything like that.
Like,
No,
I mean,
because
like
any of that
what?
could be deep faked. So he wants his own
Sure.
eyes. That's the only way he can prove it.
I mean,
Listen, that's another straw man. Okay, sorry, I'm jumping in now too. But
That's not
it
straw
is
man.
true. He's not responding to what Eli keeps saying, which is the metric has already been given. This is what all the talk of rockets and everything was based on, right? The metrics that are already given. So we're talking about testing that. And every one of these guys tries to go straight off of that onto something
heretic.
else that they can use
They
instead.
make the argument.
What, are you
they
going
make
to
the
listen?
evidence so
Listen?
hard
If
to
you're
prove,
going
it's
to
insane.
respond, hey Britt, if you're going to respond right now, it's going to be to what he said to do with the metrics that are in question.
Okay, so my response will be, and it will be in response to what he said, right? That yes, there are metrics out there for the size of the Earth, but if you think that those metrics are the only way to tell a shape, right? So you can't use visual proof. Then you're not actually you're not asking the question. You're not asking the question as wait, hold on. You're not asking.
doing it again.
I
You're doing
responded
it again.
directly. Now let me
No,
let me
you're
give.
not responding directly.
So let me
Because
give
you're
me.
saying
Elijah, give him some
others.
space.
Shut your ass up. So the idea is there's two propositions. One is what is the size of the Earth, and the other is what is the shape of the Earth, and they are not combined and separate them out, right? You can look at a sphere without knowing the measurement of the sphere to know it's a sphere. If I have a visual proof that is enough for a sphere, curvature does not have to be measured to observe.
That's non sequitur to your point. I'm actually speaking sequitur to your point. Because if there are satellites, then all of that data is subsequent to the one claim that I'm saying let's test. You're saying, well, let's separate that from actually just looking at it and trying to. That would be non sequitur to your own claim.
Why is it not sufficient?
No,
because it's non sequitur to your own claim.
Why wouldn't it be why would it not be sufficient? What do you mean non sequitur? It does follow.
Are you not listening?
If you're going to separate one from the other, it's going to be non sequitur from your own claim.
No, when you say separate, I say separate the proposition. Not that they're not related, but the proposition can be separated.
Proposition has to be tested. I'm saying let's
no, it
test
doesn't. You can look at a sphere without testing the exact measurement of it.
So you're going to beg the question because in order to be looking at
explain how
satellites
it's question begging.
In order to be looking at satellites,
no, please explain the question begging.
In order to
you can't throw out these terms and not know what they mean. What is question begging about the idea that the proposition that you can tell a sphere without measuring it that it's a sphere. The observation of curvature can be observed without knowing the measurements, right? Yes, people. I mean, for me, right? For me, you're saying the satellite has to know the measurements to get into space. That's fine, right? But what I'm saying is, once it's in space, you and I don't need to know how it got there. All we need to know is that we can see.
You need the measurement first,
and we can observe it.
They would have needed a measurement prior to Sputnik going up.
Yeah. You need the measurement first. You don't just send a rocket.
Yes, a scientist would if they were going to throw it into space. But you and I, we can look at the picture once it's there.
Into space because guess what? All of your calculations are based on the gravity of the Earth, which has to do with, oh my God, guess what? The radius of the Earth.
Yes.
So that they know how big it is and how dense it is and what the gravitational force of it is. That's also subsequent.
That's fine, but we don't need to know that.
May I just
really you and I don't need to know that.
Why is before you put a rocket or anything into orbit, you have to know the dimensions of the Earth first. Why am I saying that? The reason I'm saying that is because that's already patently true.
Wait, Elijah.
The mathematics is already there. You're trying to say, well, they could do it without it. No, they did it with it.
Wait, I know. Wait, so Elijah, if I may respond, they did do it with it because it was just assumed that the Earth, was a globe, and so that's how they were trying to get a perfect orbit and everything. But to be honest, the only thing you really need is just a rocket that blasts up high enough to get it far enough away from the Earth, such that you can see what it looks like, right?
You can't do that because it wouldn't escape. It wouldn't reach escape velocity to get that high. You can't just send a rocket straight up. That's what I was trying to tell you.
Wait. So may I just? So you can. Actually, the very first space vehicle was launched straight up.
No, you cannot. No. All right. You know what? All right. Okay. Fine. I'm for the sake of the audience. Go ahead and provide the data, so we can look at it. Because I'm saying no, you can't. You're saying yes, you can. Give us a citation so that we can all look at it together. Right.
All right. I will. But let me just say that
before we continue the argument, because this is the point of contention.
Yeah, I know.
Now, because
and that's what I'm doing now.
No. Because the argument is, well, we can just send stuff up without knowing the shape of the Earth. I'm saying no, you cannot. Well, you can send stuff up, but it's not going to go anywhere. It's not going to. So here's the thing. So then, since this is the point of contention.
Yeah, I understand.
Then
you want me to prove that
this is possible. That you can put a rocket up high enough that you can actually see the shape of the Earth. Go ahead and give us that.
I will. So this is my response to everything you're saying. Please let me finish first, and then you can respond to me if I, don't answer your question.
I need to see the data.
All right. Yeah.
Respond.
So that's what I'm talking about.
My response. Let's see the data. That's my response.
And I'm about to answer the question. Here we go. All right. So first off, before I provide you specific, calculations and stuff, let me just say that when you're launching a rocket, it actually takes energy to put it into an orbit because you have to go sideways in order to get
Yes,
the
that's what
horizontal
I'm
velocity
telling
to go
you.
around.
That's what
Now,
I'm
if you're
telling you.
just going straight upwards, you can actually go much higher than you could if you're going to put it in low Earth orbit. The thing is that it just falls straight back down, so people don't do that. Now, the very first
That's what I
ever
just told
launched
you.
spacecraft that was ever launched was a V2 rocket, and even though Nazi Germany was fighting everyone else at the time, Werner von Braun wanted to launch one straight up, and so they did launch one straight up. Of course, it didn't go into orbit; it fell right back down. But it does actually, you can actually see it. Actually, they took a photo of the curvature
Okay,
of
give us
Earth from up
that on
there.
that. Let's see it.
Now,
Let me see it.
Let's see it.
sure,
I've
you
never
can.
heard
Yes.
this in my life. I've never heard of
Yeah, yeah.
Werner von Braun
I'll,
sending this straight up.
So everything
Oh
that
yeah, yeah.
you just fought for the mic to say, I already said.
I don't think so. But anyway, I'm still going to give you
I
your
did.
citations
Yeah,
for
I did. Yeah, I did.
the
I said you
calculations and
can
all that
shoot
stuff.
rockets straight up, but it's not going to do anything. You said that. You said, well, they need to know how much energy that a rocket is going to need to reach escape velocity. I mentioned that, minus the energy thing, but basically that should have been presumed. Like I said all of the same shit that you said. So now I'm saying, okay, well, what about this thing about shooting a rocket straight up that the Russians did? Give us that.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Yeah. So I'm going to provide a reference for that, and then not only that, I just found a calculator where you can, basically see the angle at which you're launching and stuff, and I'm going to show you that it can actually go higher if you don't go into orbit. So let me just first get you the. Why don't you just keep talking? I'm just be in the chat providing this stuff. If you
I don't
need.
really have to talk. I just want to address what people are saying directly. I don't have to fill the air.
Okay, well, I guess it's better to avoid moving on, because if we do move on, then we might forget that this
I'll maybe just add, since you mentioned Werner von Braun. Do you know what's on his tombstone?
I've heard this before in this room.
Do you know Werner? You mentioned Werner von Braun, yeah. Okay,
Don't keep us waiting. What's on his tombstone?
Went over to help found NASA, and what's on his tombstone is Psalms 19:1, a reference to a Bible verse, which says, "The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork." So, I mean, I'm not saying that's proof of anything, but it's pretty odd that this guy, who's like the father of rocketry, provides an obscure quote from the Bible directly referencing the firmament, which is a solid container of Earth, on his tombstone.
Okay, so this is where, right, everyone, this is where we get close to proving a point, and then doubt through conspiracy is
you
positive.
just went quiet, so I thought I'd fill the air. You go back to your proof, bro.
Now there's a conjecture about Werner von Braun. Actually, someone wrote something on his
that's just
tombstone.
while you went to get your proof, bro. Don't worry, we'll definitely look at your proof.
Of
Go back to it.
It's Pinky. Pinky. I don't want to claim credit. It'll be Pinky Bandinsky.
He's not a part of the conversation. He's just taking us away from what the other guy said he was going to go get. This is different.
Your friend just talked about Werner von Braun's gravestone, and you're complaining about moving away from the conversation. Are you okay?
No, bro, we're just waiting on you providing this proof.
Are you following the?
It wasn't because it's not an argument. It's not an argument. He put a psalm? I don't even. He put something. Listen, it's not an argument. Werner von Braun put a Bible quote on his tombstone. That is just a point blank statement. It's not an argument.
Yeah, but you're using it. You're invoking it for a very
It's
specific reason.
It's not proof or anything.
Yeah, Brett, I don't know why, and I'm sorry that everything I say immediately triggers you, but you'll be okay.
Well, I'm anti-Scottish, but yes, it does trigger me because the whole point of
I know
positing.
it triggers you, bro, but it's okay.
Yeah, you were.
Why are you anti-Scottish?
Because he's triggered.
Okay, the firmament thing, it was an aside. It was just that wasn't supposed to be a whole new tangent. That was just filler while the other guy was getting his stuff ready. If you could fuck off with trying to derail us into that, Brit, that'd be great. Thanks.
What the fuck do you mean anti-Scottish, motherfucker?
So what's the guy's evidence? What's he presenting?
There's a photograph of the rocket that supposedly went straight up. No, that we can prove anything by a photograph.
Not even a photograph. Like I'm waiting because I'm trying to figure out how it's relevant to the conversation we're having about needing the radius to do any of the things that modern modern aeronautics people are saying they're doing.
Well, because if you're going to try to figure out an orbit and say that, oh, we don't know, we can't even tell if it's going to be going to in an orbit or not, that's not really what we're talking about. We're just saying going high
No,
enough
that
to
is
take
what
a
I was
photo.
talking about. You can't
I
tell me
know.
what I'm not
No, I know
talking
that's what
about.
you were.
That was
Yes.
my point. Like,
All right.
because
Yeah.
if we're listen, the guy mentioned satellites. That was his argument. So I said, in order for that to be the case, you need the radius of the Earth. Your point was a red herring, but I said, fine, let's see it anyway. Don't tell us what the conversation is not about, because that's a
Yeah.
lie.
Yeah, maybe I misspoke. I guess what I'm saying is what the red herring is worrying about going into orbit anyway. It's basically just the height of that the rocket is, and if whether or not you can take an image of the Earth. And of course, for that you just need to go straight up. And my main point is, you actually waste less energy not going sideways, because obviously like rockets sort of go upwards and then they kind of go to the side for a
Why does it matter? Why does
because
it matter?
it matters
Because do
because
you know
this whole
that
discussion of orbits is irrelevant to what we're talking about.
well, that's no, it's not. That was the point. Because in order to be talking about satellites from the perspective of a globe, instead of begging the question, we would need to go back to confirming that the radius is 3,959 miles. So that's actually the point. We've been talking about it for an hour. I've been asking about it for an hour. You, the other guy just before you, and the guy before you all said that that's irrelevant. I wonder why that is. Let's just assume that we already know. That's fucking begging the question. Let me tell the people in this room right now. There is not one globe Earth evidence that exists that doesn't include the fallacy of begging the question or affirming the consequent. If there is one, I'll pay $100 to whoever can give it.
Penis.
That's what I fucking thought. No comment.
Prove it. I prove it.
So go ahead and call your professors, tell them what I said, so you can come win $100.
I do. I have papers and proof.
Bring your professor in here. Tell him when you go to school next time. Tell him you want there's some flat earthers that want to have a discussion with him.
Oh yeah, bring him here. Let's go.
If I could screen share, I could prove it.
Prove what?
That the Earth is round.
Send it to me and I'll post it. Whatever you want.
Hold on.
Bro,
Who
I
am
will.
in?
I will post inside chat. Like.
Sounds
Who,
like a
who
little
am I
troll.
DMing?
No, look,
No.
look side chat, man. It's easy. This is the
before we move on from the other guy that failed, and we'll try to fade to black. Before that happens, because I'm still waiting for him to post up his information. You know what? What's his name? Paul Larson, a planetarium director, said. Now, how is it relevant? Well, this guy, he supposedly has a ticket to Mars, I think in 2025 or some shit like that. I don't know. So this is a real deep space dude, right? And so he's a planetarium director, and he did a lecture on Eratosthenes, and he began that lecture by stating that the flat earthers are right. You would not be able to see curvature of the Earth from left to right, even if you were at the height of the ISS. You could only see 3% of the horizon. So what would that look like? It would look flat, is what he said. So
All right.
So what?
Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna finish the point, Eli, or you want me to?
I'm just trying. I mean, we can move. So the other guy is just going to fade the black then, or what?
I think he's muted, isn't he?
No. Oh no, I'm just. I
Brett,
have to
Brett, not
find
as a
no, he's
not you,
about
not
me, bro.
no. He's not talking about you. He's talking about Britnet.
I think he's talking about me, right?
I think
Yeah,
he's talking about Pinky, and Britt's been
exactly.
running interference all
Yeah.
day, so he's just in the corner for now.
Yeah, so basically, I'm either going to have to use some sort of calculator or do the actual math myself. Kerbal Space Engine could be useful for you. But to be honest, if you just think about it, not having to turn sideways, obviously doesn't waste energy. But anyway, now I'm just going to try to get you the V2 rocket thing, if that's interesting to you, or if you want, I can skip that. There's a Scott Manley video on it, if that helps, if that works.
I mean, you were talking about the Russians doing something. I just wanted to see.
No, Nazis. I'll show you that. That's actually far easier to find, so I'll get that for you.
Yeah, but what does this have to do? Rockets and whatnot have nothing to do with the geometry of the Earth. It only has to do with you guys talking about your fantasy globe Earth lore. The lore, just like any good fantasy story has. All that is attached to lore. So lore with rockets and stuff, is you're full of that. You're going to keep bringing all that stuff in here. What use is that to geometry? Doesn't give us any way that we could measure the geometry of Earth. You're just going to keep talking about rockets going up. You guys can talk about that till the cows come home. I don't understand. Like, what is so interesting about that? Like, you're not going to get to this, what the Earth actually is in viewing the understanding. Like, right? What, Pinky? You're
Why do you
just going
keep
to
requesting data if you don't accept data?
data. We're not requesting data. Understand when I'm saying listen. When I say geometry, how is that not what I'm asking for? Like, why are you requesting data? I'm not asking for data. I'm asking for the verification of the geometry of the thing we're standing on. Do you comprende? You understand what I'm saying now? Not data. Specifically the exact information for the geometry of the Earth and how we derived it. Right? Crickets? And then back to rockets again, right? Yeah, because you can't answer that question. You're good with all the other things. Rockets, three-body problem, other kinds of gravity. You go on to days about that, but you won't answer that specific one. Just geometry of Earth, that escapes you. Oh, there is no evidence for that, huh?
I mean, these guys have averted.
I just don't think you're willing to accept any information
these guys
provided.
have averted. Yeah, we're willing to accept the validation of the radius of the Earth instead of somebody using it as a begging the question to formulate their argument. We're willing to accept the actual supposition being validated directly instead of presumed in the beginning. So,
for sure,
Gregory, these guys keep acting like they don't understand what I'm saying. Now, you've been in here for a short while. I saw you come in. Is what I'm saying confusing? Can you summarize for the room what I've said, if possible?
It's not confusing. I mean, it's the same question for the past, I don't know, 20 minutes, half an hour. Empirical verification of the supposed geometric properties of the Earth. Without begging the question.
Mm-hmm. And how does that silence a room? I don't understand. That's weird, huh? You'd have people in the Globe Earth camp salivating to jump in at that question and say, I got evidence for that. But you hear crickets, so that's telling, isn't it, guys?
I mean, this is the same
example of this verification process that you're using yourself.
Directly measuring the Earth. That's it. Just directly go out to the Earth and directly measure the thing, right?
So pretty simple. You should have data for us, right?
Me? It's not my claim, sir.
Yes.
Oh, so you've never directly measured that. You also want direct measurements.
To a reversing of the scrutiny.
Yeah,
Very slick segue to reversing the scrutiny.
Measurements, but you also don't have direct measurements. Is that true?
A very slick retort to switch the chairs of scrutiny. That's what you people completely do
every time.
But I started with
should
asking
flat Earth not be scrutinized? Do you think flat Earth should not be scrutinized?
Well, it's a true.
You're still trying to do it.
It's a true dichotomy.
It's strange that you're trying to avoid all scrutiny.
We don't have
to. You're losing Eli's voice as you continue to try to do that. Eli, please finish.
Bro, it's the globe that's scrutiny.
Antonio, rocket region of destruction, worthy cause of peace.
We don't have to be afraid, though, guys. Like, yeah, it's a true dichotomy. Either the Earth is curved or it's not. So if it's not curved, then guess what it is? If it is curved, then guess what it's not? Is everybody okay with that statement?
I am.
What about the globe earther that said that we wouldn't be willing to validate what we're saying? Okay, so if it's not curved, that means it's not curved. If it is curved, that means it is curved, right?
Can I ask one question, bro?
Why you want to ask a question in the face? Because this guy came through like he was saying something, significant, and I'm challenging him. The first thing I did when I came in here was say, "How about we just validate it?" You know what? You know what that meant? That meant that I was going to provide a method that we all could use that Eli didn't come up with to validate it. And guess what? So far, 3 people have run away from doing that. 3 people have tried to obfuscate the room to the
I'm
point
unsure
that
of your validation process. I want you to go through it with us.
Wait,
I
nigga, bro.
would love to.
Listen.
Once
I
again,
would actually
steamrolling
love
his
to.
voice when you can clearly hear him
Bro,
talking.
I'm here, bro, for so long. Like I want to learn
I
something,
would love to, but
I
you
don't
have
care.
these people that are like afraid of
Still
it
doing it.
happening because they've heard some people. What's crazy? Some people have actually. Here's what they're trying to steal and rob from you guys as globe earthers who truly are just in here trying to figure out what the
Wow,
f is
get to
going
the
on.
fucking point.
That was Rupert Cow, by the way, that said that.
The girl, man.
So not only have we figured out that it's not curving, but we've also demonstrated it. And the thing is, all they want to do is show you how it's not flat so that we kind of obfuscate the room into not listening to what the flat earthers have to say. But clearly, if we have something to say, wouldn't any individual who's trying to figure out why the fuck flat earthers exist in 2023, wouldn't you want to hear what they have to say?
Bro, can I ask one question?
No, okay,
Nigga,
fine. I guess
shut the
not.
fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You speaking for so long. Listen, what is on the fucking edge of the earth? Can you explain me that? And why there is no fucking pictures on anything? You're gonna say, oh, there is the ice wall. Bro, what is beyond
Hey, relax,
ice
dude.
wall?
Relax.
None of us are claiming ice
No, bro,
wall.
like he's speaking for so
Calm
long.
down,
You know,
man.
Why are you so
Calm down,
flustered
man.
and
You can,
thinking
you're
about the shape
you're
of the
allowed to
earth?
ask your question, but just calm down a little bit, bro. You know what? I have to mute you, bro.
One guy
I don't
asked us for the
understand.
method. One guy alone asked us for the method. And that's what, the second troll that came out to stop it from happening?
It's the nature of the beast, man.
trolling, bro. I ask you question.
Right,
I want
ask your
I want
question
you
again.
globe earthers to understand that it's your brethren that are stopping you from getting a clear understanding of what's actually going on here.
Bro, what is going on? Explain me.
You're an occult religion. I mean,
That's fine. It's fine. You could just stick with the merits of the logic.
What if I am open
There's no
minded?
reason.
No, I want to learn. And you attack me, like I want to ask question, like I know, like if when you go to school, you ask question, teacher answer you, and you learn something, bro. I want to learn something. I ask you question, and you give me opportunity,
Yeah, let me teach y'all something new. Religions are all cults. All religions are cults.
We're
That's
not
them. And
religious.
it's a scam. It's a scam.
This is not a religious room.
What are you
is it?
talking about? You're on the wrong topic.
We're
Get out of
in
here.
the wrong room. I thought I was in
You
the wrong
explain
room.
me.
Let me mention this.
Stop noise spamming.
Elijah,
Let me mention this. Let me
No,
mention this
the only
because
religion
Bootable
we actually
asked me the
discussing
question
here
in
is
the open chat.
Heliocentricism.
Let me answer this because Bootable asked the question in the open chat. So we're standing on an object, and the surface of that object is either curving or flat, right? And so the curvature or flatness of other objects above the floor has no bearing on the curvature or flatness of the object that we're standing upon. You can have a flat surface with spherical or flat, or objects with a spherical or a flat surface above the surface.
Nigga, what is on the fucking edge of the planet? Can you explain me
The
that?
guy who mentioned that the nature of the surface of the earth has nothing to do with religion. It has to do with empirical observation and measurement. So screw your heads off.
Well, no, exactly. Psycho, let's find out about the globe religion, because heliocentrism
Can I get fucking
definitely is
answer,
classed
bro?
as a
Like
religion.
you're here.
Bro, can you stop? You hear
Bro,
people
why can't you
speaking.
stop interrupting
You
him?
hear people
Nino, bro,
speaking.
he's
man.
speaking for so long.
Bro, I've just fucking started, man. I've just been
Like
listening
he's
in.
fucking
Bro,
like
calm
easy
down, or you
question.
are
Like
getting
fucking
muted.
let him
Simple as that.
Mute that guy. Just mute him.
You are getting muted unless you can calm the fuck down.
Just mute him anyway.
One
Yeah.
guy asked for the method. Notice how the interest in that faded because of all the trolls that came out. What I would like to say though, because I'm a simp, I want to address the girl, right? You know the Bible warns against religion. Ooh, so I think the Bible agrees with you.
Fair point.
Like, we need to stop with the category, or this is really annoying.
Hold on.
Mm.
Fair
Did
point.
you know that
I think you're
vague
in the
book
wrong
says
fucking
vague
channel. This
thing?
is a
Holy
flat Earth
shit.
Can you
channel.
listen? Can you let
All of you
AI
are
make
idiots
his
for
point?
believing the Earth is not round.
Can you let
Cool
AI make
story,
his
but
point, folks?
Spake was struggling for the mic. It was then open to him. That was his turn to speak, nobody else's.
I'm cool, bro.
All right.
But carry on. I thought you were trying to say something, AI. On you go, bro, if you have.
Just bringing up a point for home team is that when one of the home teams, appears to be clearing the floor for himself, and then there's a pause when people do clear the floor, that's his turn to speak then, right? That would make the most sense, right?
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Fair. Let's continue.
Right, so do you want to go back to Elijah's point then, if it wasn't answered and there was a guy who actually wanted to know? Or whatever, take it to the next point.
Explain.
We're still looking for someone to verify the horizon conform
You're cutting out.
Find a better
You're
spot,
cutting out.
bro.
Could you repeat yourself?
Got bad connection.
Wolfgang, you're
he
cutting
did-
out, bro.
I think he
someone-
disappeared when I said, "Sure, I'll gladly do that for you." Look, like I said, for whatever reason, most Globers run away from their own claim. It scares the snot out of them. Don't know why that is, but it is what it is. The guy said, "Let's have a method." I said, "I have one. Let's go." Where the fuck is that guy?
That's racist.
Probably server muted.
Is he?
Probably.
No,
Statistically
no,
speaking.
he's not statistically. Do you have anything to contribute here, or are you just gonna chime in with nonsense?
Oh, we can add him to the statistics as well.
Well, we're off track now. So I was interested in how do we know the race of the Earth
right
in
now
modern times
through logic.
without referring to the logic they tried to use in ancient times? What modern method have we used to measure the radius of the Earth?
We have
Excellent question. That's one for you, Globies. Right, so the globe believers, the guy's asking, how can we verify the radius value in modern times? Let's see how you convince him.
Yes, that is my question.
I mean, just any globe earther right now could chime in and tell the man the method, because there should be a method, right? If you guys have a method to directly measure that
You don't
curvature.
even need to measure the circumference. You can literally just look at a seismometer.
A seismometer.
There's your answer,
Yes.
guy. They say you don't need to know it. You don't need to know.
No. I'm
believe
saying
it.
that you don't even need to know it. Like this conversation about the physics of the Earth's dimensions.
Yeah, that's
is
what I
entirely
just said.
irrelevant.
You said
Was that PNS?
you don't need to know it. So that's it, globe guy. How do we know what the radius is? You don't need to know. Shut up,
No,
pleb.
you're taking my
I
words and
thought
you're
it was-
misconstruing them in a different way to.
Well, I thought you-
Okay, so answer the question then. Don't just say, okay, so when you're asked how do we get the radius, don't say you don't need
Well,
to
you know,
know.
I'm
Tell
not
us
a
how we can
physicist.
get
I'm
it.
a geologist.
I don't
So
care
why
if
are
you
you
do it
answering the
from deep
question?
space.
I didn't
No,
ask
no.
the
Figure it out.
question.
Well,
I
what's-
answered the question
No,
and
he
said that you
asked the
don't even
question.
need to know.
Why are you answering the question if
So-
you don't know?
So you admit there's no method then?
Again, because I'm saying you don't need to know it,
Okay.
you can prove
So-
that the Earth is round through other
How?
measures, like
What,
a
I'm not
PNS?
proving the
From
Earth
the
is
guy
round, dude. I
was-
just want to know the radius.
Let
What
Wolf
are you,
and
deaf?
Spake go. Wolf,
question from the guy.
please.
The guy wants to know how we get the radius value. So if a glober wants to answer how we get the radius value, that would be good. Saying we don't need the radius value Okay, that's not what the guy asked. The guy asked, how do we get the radius value if we want to verify it?
So speak up if you know.
Radius value by fill in the blank.
If you don't know, you don't know, man. But you can't
I don't
just
know, man. Help me out.
claim that's the case. And you say seismology. How are you doing it with seismology then?
Well, what do you think's below you, bro? Are you not sitting on the world?
You're not answering the question.
Sure.
You're not answering the question.
I feel like
You
I'm
don't
sitting
think
on a
there's people
stationary
below
plane.
you? There's people living at different angles of life on a
No,
planet.
answer his questions, guys. How do you measure the radius? He's
No.
asking a serious question. Globers, answer his question.
Or at least
I don't
validate
see
the
the
measurement.
radius
You
just
could
isn't
just
relevant to proof that we live
Yeah,
on.
you're the fourth person now to say that. I began the conversation. Now Miggy's saying, how do we measure it? Fair enough. I'm saying you don't even have to measure it. How do we validate that the measurement that we have is the case? There's two questions on the table. Now we have a
Well, it
fourth
could be fake.
Glover.
The
Now we have
measurement
a
could be
now we
fake.
have a now we have a fourth
And that
Glover that
wouldn't mean
says, well,
anything. Like, who cares if the
now we
measurement
have a
is fake
fourth
or
Glover
not?
that wants to speak through
It
the
has
clear and
nothing.
concise
It has no
conclusion, like
relevance.
he's retarded or
What
something.
has relevance is the fact that we are not able to exit the plasma sphere that Earth created.
That's
We
begging the
can't.
question.
So determined to
can't-
say this retort and
We
ignore
can't
what is
get
actually being
anything
talked about.
outside of the plasma
Mm.
sphere to
That's
see
begging
Earth.
the question. That's begging the
That's a
question.
low troll. That's a low
We get,
troll.
It's just a
dude.
non sequitur
The
reply. This has nothing to do with what we were talking about previously before you
pressure of
determined to press your
space
voice and say this.
Why
the
does it take
pressure
five?
outside
Why does
of
it take
the
five
plasma
flat
sphere
earthers?
is
You know what I feel like? I feel like I'm on the Amistad in the middle of a raging sea, trying to stay the course with five of my brethren. Like it's
I mean,
just
seriously.
it's on.
You people
Dude,
know
I'm
so
telling you,
much, so then just
we
tell us the
can't
method
get
of how
high
you
enough to
empirically
see the
verify the
Earth,
supposed
but
radius of the
if
Earth.
next,
But this guy
if
is sitting here
anyone has
determined to
life
press his voice through
here,
everyone else's voice, not answering the question on the table. That's stupid.
I fixed it. I fixed it. Now we can't hear him overtime.
Unless you want to concede, either concede or present the information, or we have to move on because it's getting a bit fucking tedious now, boys.
Can I respond to the red herring though?
Uh,
How can we respond? Nobody's answering my question.
Wait, Elijah. If you want, I've got all the information
You
you
guys have been
requested.
going on
so
for
I
5
can.
minutes about how no one wants
Okay,
to answer
he's
your
got.
question. Just change the topic.
He's
Why
got.
don't we change the
He says he's got
topic?
the
No one's
information.
answering.
No, we're not going to
I
change the
literally-
topic. We want this question
Hold
answered.
it. Wait a minute.
I literally
Well,
asked.
clearly no one wants to
Listen,
answer
hold
it.
it. Hold
my
it, boys.
God.
The guy just says that he's got the information, so let's go.
Yeah. So
But that was
I,
right after I already asked what I asked, which is
oh,
fucked up.
anyway, wait. So
I'm
yeah,
not
if
gonna
you,
answer.
really quickly, just because you guys, you guys
Yeah,
are,
man, let him talk, boys.
yeah,
Fuck.
It's like you trying to dodge the question, something, player.
I'm ready
He's
for the
got-
answer. How do you
he's
determine
got
the radius of the Earth
information.
with modern
He's-
methods?
Boys, let him fucking speak.
yeah. Just it doesn't matter that much, but just because you guys are interested in it, like, so if you go to the V2 rocket page on Wikipedia, you can see. Basically, it has a flight altitude of 88 kilometers with a long range trajectory, but 206 kilometers if launched vertically. Now, there's also I can post it. I can also post a list of
Can you
all the
stop
different
fucking speaking over the guy when he's trying to
all
get
the
information?
different V2 rocket launches, and you can see some of them were launched vertically, some of them not. But anyway, the more important thing I find more interesting is how much of a rocket's energy is actually spent going sideways to go into orbit as opposed to actually going vertically. So I found a page with lots of XKCD articles.
You
and
just
stuff on
get
it,
up
but
into a new
basically-
topic.
But basically, to get to be in low Earth orbit, you need 8 kilometers per second of horizontal velocity.
Okay,
in
so
order to
this is a
stay in
troll
low
because
Earth
he's not
orbit.
answering the question.
Yeah.
He said he would.
And
Just let him
yeah,
finish
and
the logic
so
sequence.
yeah.
Just let him finish the
You
logic
gotta
I
let
will.
him talk.
Yeah,
He's
so
laughing away trolls,
and
right?
so at 8 kilometers per second.
If I
you
was
could
a mod
actually
here, I would
achieve
mute him
12.
because he said he's answering a question that he specifically didn't
That's what I'm
answer.
saying.
Okay, wait, listen, I'm almost done.
Topic that no one can understand.
I'm almost done. A couple more seconds. This is the most interesting bit.
Fucking hell, stop talking and talking.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
have you got the information that was asked of you? That's the point.
Yes, that's what. So this is what I'm
You're
going
jumping
for.
all over the
At
place.
I know there's okay. So so how much of a rocket's energy is spent going sideways as opposed to going
Oh
vertically?
my god, dude.
Well, at 8 kilometers per
that,
second
measurement?
going
Basic rocket
sideways.
science. Just listen to him.
Where is that measurement, bro?
So at 8
can
kilometers per
can I hold
second
on
going
really quick so
sideways.
that you don't get interrupted again?
You
Because I'm the one that asked for this. Slow the fuck down. Miggy, everyone else, I did ask him for what
He asked you question, nigga. Why didn't you answer it?
Why are you talking over him again, man? You don't hear people speaking. Stop being so fucking ignorant.
Guys, yeah, exactly. Thank you to the Scottish guy for saying that. Yeah, so honestly, I've only got like three more sentences left, and then I'll be quiet. I promise. Like, I'm just saying that at low Earth orbit, it takes.
Over uninterrupted, and you're trying to even interrupt me. What's wrong with you?
Are you talking to me? I'm not interrupting anyone.
Yes, because you're just trying to fucking press play, and you're not listening to what's going on.
Yeah,
I'm just
I was talking maybe even before you started talking.
Yeah,
bro,
I know because everybody's tuning you out because they don't think that you're doing something relevant. Well, I'm telling them that I asked you to bring what you brought. So
well,
they could
actually,
just
so I take it back. Thank you, Elijah. Yeah, so thank you, Elijah. I promise I'll only be a couple more seconds. Basically, he did ask for this, so I'll present all the references after I say it. But essentially, low Earth orbit, I calculated it. It says it was at 2,000 kilometers. And at that orbit, you need 8 kilometers per second of horizontal velocity to stay in orbit. And so at 8 kilometers per second, you can actually get to a height of 1.6 times that low Earth orbit. But of course, so essentially 2/3 of the rocket's energy, I think, around about there is used going sideways. And anyway, I'm done. I'll just send a bunch of references showing
All right,
that.
so here's my response to that. All of those calculations are based on knowing the radius of the Earth. So, like I said earlier, how much energy is going to be required, right? It all has to do with the size of the Earth, the pull of the gravitation, all of that. So, seeing as that we all believe that, right? It would be subsequent to the radius of the Earth being known. So, is there a method to validate that? Seeing is that it's directly related to what's required for the information that you've given.
So the reason you're correct in saying that in order to know how fast you have to be going sideways, you should know the radius of Earth and all that stuff. What I'm saying is, even if you don't know the shape of the Earth, you have a decision. Are you going to go sideways by that amount of velocity, or are you not? And I'm just saying, if you're going to waste that amount going sideways, you are you're just not going to get as high, right? Now that doesn't matter on the shape of the Earth at all. And so if you want to figure out the actual shape of the Earth just by going upwards and taking a photo of the surface to see what it looks like, you don't need to know anything about orbit or anything.
I didn't ask you that, and I told you that earlier. I didn't ask you that, so I don't know why you're responding to that. We're not talking about sending rockets up so that we can determine the shape of the Earth. That's not possible. Paul Larson, planetarium director, like I told you earlier, stated that even at the height of the ISS, which is 230 something miles, supposedly above the sphere Earth, even then the horizon would look flat. You would only see 3% of the Earth. So no, you won't be sending up any rockets to see the shape of the Earth, not straight up. You would have to send it in orbit. In order to do that, you would have to already know the dimensions of the Earth to include that into your calculations. So rather than beg the question and say, yeah, we did all of this, let's just confirm that the radius of the Earth is actually what they claim it is, to use it for all of the things that you guys believe in, like the distance to the sun, the size of the moon, the orbits, the orbital mechanics and Newtonian physics. All of that is subsequent to the size and dimension claim of the Earth. So let's go on and test that. Is everyone okay with that, or are you scared of your own claim?
I believe I already answered that thing you said, so I won't say anything further. But...
I don't believe I heard a single
I
answer
am.
to
I'm
the
scared.
radius
I'll just say
argument.
it. I'm
just
scared.
explained
I
your
heard a guy
answer like
laughing
you
into his
just
mic,
explained begs
talking
the
about other
question.
topic.
This nigga speaking English can't answer a question. What's up with that?
Like he just responded as though Eli gave a stupid retort. No, he just explained that the answer you just gave begs the question.
I think I already explained that. Anyway, you guys should unmute Brit. He seems like he's not gonna.
Right,
He's
that
been talking
does
for a
not
while.
refute the critique. You're begging the question in your answer.
Yeah. So I obviously disagree with that. I think I've already explained it. But
You haven't explained anything. You gave us stories again, which is cool because that's all you have. That's fine. But the other guy who came in, the new guy, said to the Globe Believers, "How can I verify the radius?" Which is the same thing we're asking here. So it leads us back to the question nicely. How do we, as individuals, verify the radius value to know that we do indeed live on this ball that they've told us? What would be the method? Anyone know that from the Globe side?
I know it, but I'm a flat earther, bro.
Okay, well, we need a modern measurement to verify the radius. So if you're a flat earther, you're not going to get that.
Well, I mean, like, you can literally watch the Action Lab video on how to measure the radius of the Earth, but
Okay, here, now we're getting somewhere, right? What was their method?
they took a picture and they used Photoshop to determine these things. This is a more modern way of doing basically the equivalent of the sun, you know, two towers shit that Archimedes or whatever did.
But it involved.
You know, earlier a couple of days ago, Eli played a video for us.
You say it involved images and Photoshop?
Yes.
How does measuring the radius involve Photoshop?
You take a picture of the moon when it's coming to your horizon, and then you take a picture of it when it's 180 degrees above, like vertically above you. So you're measuring, you're taking those two photos, overlaying them, and then finding the difference in the.
Wait. But we're talking about the Earth, not the moon.
Yes, I know.
So why are you talking about the moon?
Because this is how you measure it.
Wait a minute. Now you
to measure the Earth, you have the moon.
He said
Yes,
it's
you can
an
measure
angle
the
of
Earth using the moon.
180. He said it's a measurement and an elevation angle measurement of 180 degrees. You know what you need in order for that to happen. Matter of fact, anyone in here, because before this gets taken, because as soon as I start saying another thing that proves that the Earth can't be a globe, there's going to be like 5 different trolls. Google what an elevation angle is. Go on and do that for your own pleasure.
Just to say this sentence, let me say this, because Eli a couple of days ago presented a video to us, and then this gentleman here told us that there's a video that explains how they empirically verified the supposed radius of the Earth. So I would suggest, if you want, to find that video and play it for us, so that the presentation of your case is thoroughly presented, and then we can get into the critique.
I don't think we could do it with the amount of people in the room. That's why
It's in the side chat.
I see.
That's one way. You can do it another way using the sun and the whole ancient way of doing it with the, measuring shadows at 2 different points along the Earth's radius.
He did specify he was looking for other methods to verify the radius.
You are roboting. I can't understand you.
Yeah.
You're breaking up, Wolf. But here's what I think. Here's what I think we should do. I think it's fair. The true legend is the one person in the hour that actually came forth with something for us to look into. Why not just look into it? Let's see what methodology they have behind the claims in the video and see if it's valid or not for the globe earther's sake in here. Because obviously they're going to think, okay, yeah, great. Somebody provided something. You guys have been asking. Now you're not going to see what it is. Yeah. Yes, we would love to. So can you explain the methodology again, just one time? How long is this
Basically,
video?
So what he did was he took a picture of the Earth at, you know, the horizon and then completely vertical up from him, so roughly 90 degrees apart from one another. Then using Photoshop, he overlaid the two images to see the difference in the like distance of the moon. And since we know that the moon is a uniform size, he used that change in distance from the Earth to measure its radius. In other words, he used trigonometry.
Wait, hold up. You can't use trigonometry for the celestial bodies. Everybody knows that.
Are you stupid?
Yes, yes,
Well, I mean, if we could, they would do that in celestial navigation, but they don't. So you have an angular distance, but it's not an actual altitude in feet or miles distance measurement. Now,
Do you even
hold
know
on,
what trigonometry is?
I'm out. Do you want a validation of what I'm saying? Yes or no? Yes or
No,
no?
because you're just spouting BS. The
Well,
moon has a
if I'm
certain
spouting
distance that it
BS,
orbits
Answer
the
the
Earth
simple
from.
yes or no question.
I mean, technically speaking, the distance of the moon's rotation from the Earth changes about like a paint layer, like level of thin a day.
No, not that. Answer the simple yes or no question he just asked you.
Well, I mean, he's just
wait a minute. So
saying
you're telling
nonsense. So
me
no.
you have something to say that I've listened to, and I have
He's not speaking nonsense, dude. Yeah,
So
you guys
how
are
is it that
talking
you
cross.
can't use
You guys are
trigonometry
talking
to
cross
measure a triangle?
purposes. Dude, let's be clear. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. We're not talking about the altitude of the moon when it comes to this thing that this person is doing. They're using the 180 degrees to say when the moon reaches the horizon, right? Then that is a point in free space which represents the leading edge of a sphere, and they're making that they're making an angle with that, right? And so if you assume that the point where it starts to disappear at the horizon is a tangent line, right? Which is an assumption. You can't tell that it's a tangent line. You have to infer it at best, right? Then you calculate. It's the same thing with anything to do with the horizon. You assume it's a physical location, and then you work from there. So now that we know that that's what's needed for this conclusion to carry, where's the evidence that the horizon is a physical location?
What?
Oh, here we go again. This is the fourth. This is the fifth. You're the fifth person that this challenge has been brought to. So you're gonna use the
Where's
horizon.
the evidence that the horizon is a physical location?
Yes, that's the question.
Yeah.
You don't need that.
Well, it actually
So you don't
validates.
need your own concluding premise.
No, like
How
all right,
come
so you were
when a
talking to me you were
rainbow
talking to me about how you
goes?
want me to be the guy who's providing you any information, and then you said post the video, and I posted the video, and none of you are even listening to what I'm saying, and you're taking things that I'm saying out of context and just making
No,
complete
you're
lies about them.
determined to condescendingly retort to us and believe that you have the intellectual high ground instead of just directly engaging the comments or questions given to you. So we can't progress because you just
I've been
dismiss
straw
the
manned 3
specific objective
times.
premises
People
and
have
the
taken what I've
argument
said out of
presented to you
context 4
by
times,
Eli
and
or
someone
by
said that I'm
AI
the 5th
with
guy to do some
condescending
bullshit that I
bloviation.
haven't done.
It
These
doesn't
are
allow you to
talking at the
progress the
same time,
dialogue.
man.
We need a moderator right now. So
we need
next-
I'm going to finish my sentence regardless of him interrupting me.
man, hold up.
Right. If we're going to have the attitude where we're just going to talk through people because we're self-righteously indignant to say I'm going to finish my sentence, nobody's going to hear either person. One, it's confusion. Two, it clips the audio gates. Anybody recording or streaming would suffer. It's just asinine. Somebody has to relent or appeal to moderation for the other person being muted. Those are the only productive options.
I was the last
Right, it's
person.
very easy to interrupt and
Based-
mod the person interrupting. That's the solution.
I was the first person to speak in the open space when I said, Gregory, what the fuck? Why? Because he said that Gregory strawmanned him. I would like him to formulate Gregory's words in the strawman. What was the strawman? What was your point? And what was Gregory's point that strawmanned you?
Gregory's point is that you need a definite definition of what the hell where the horizon is.
Okay, so how is that a straw man? Because that's
I
all
never
of.
said that you even need the horizon.
But in the video, what? So you're taking an
All
angular
right, so the
measure.
horizon isn't a physical location.
So
Do we agree on that?
Well, it's on your globe, isn't it? It should be.
No, it isn't.
It
my
should
God.
be. You should have a geometric horizon on your sphere.
It's
Surely.
not a constant position.
No, it's not.
changing.
That's our statements. We're saying that, but you need a geometric horizon, don't you? Or you've not got a sphere, surely.
No.
No.
Because the horizon is not a fixed point. A horizon is a constantly changing point in relation to the person viewing it.
So the boats aren't going over the horizon then.
The horizon isn't a physical place that you can find. It is dependent on an individual.
So how could anybody have ever measured the radius then?
We don't need
If
to
the
know this
horizon
reason.
constantly fluctuates, how the fuck could anybody have ever measured us at the Earth? Sorry.
So he's acknowledging the fact that the horizon.
Can you let him answer? Gregory, I just literally asked him something.
So when the sun comes up in the sky, what do you call that?
Bro, I ask you a question. Like, if you're admitting that the horizon constantly fluctuates due to atmospheric conditions, optics, elevation, whatever.
No,
So
that's not what I'm saying.
No, I'm saying that's your horizon. It constantly fluctuates. How could anyone have ever got a measurement for your globe Earth?
God, that's not what I'm saying.
I'm asking you a fucking question.
Yes, and that's not what I'm saying.
I'm not caring what you're saying. I'm asking you a question. How could anyone have ever measured the Earth if
It doesn't matter.
what do you mean it doesn't matter?
It literally doesn't matter.
I'm asking you a question. So you've not got an answer, basically.
I'm saying it doesn't matter to this very simple mathematic solution.
I'm asking you a fucking question, you simpleton.
We were talking about one specific thing. Let's not go off on tangents. Don't you
What
think,
do you mean?
moderator?
I'm a fucking moderator. He's the one talking about the horizon. Bro, Elijah and Gregory, they've been speaking since they came here. Other people get a chance to fucking speak. It's not literally those
Why
two.
you interrupting him and shit, nigga? Let the man speaks.
Oh, other people are allowed to take the floor. It's an open forum, man. It's not just fucking Elijah and Gregory's show, mate.
No, I know, but we were on the point of his demonstration about the moon and the horizon, so we should follow that to conclusion before we go off onto something else.
Yeah, he's the one saying it fluctuates, man.
So
The guy who asked the question for the measurement of the radius, I don't know if is he still here? Because this is for his benefit, because he was asking how we measure the radius, and this guy's saying you look at the moon and the horizon. But right, so I don't know, Elijah, do you want to pick that back up with that, or do we want to keep going on this?
I do.
Or do you
I
want the
want
guy to explain more?
I want to stay on that point. If Spake could help me stay on that point, then he can take it. It's fine. But let's not.
I only asked him a question, man. He was the one saying it fluctuates, so I just wondered.
We can, we can get to the horizon afterwards. Let's just do this one first and then the horizon. Just for the ease of people listening. All right, so Elijah, do you want to pick up with the guy?
Yeah, I don't understand your retort to AI or Gregory or me or even Spake, who actually, I mean, it's a valid point. Is that number one? If you have an elevation angle of 90 degrees or 0 degrees, 180, whatever, however you choose to see it, bro, that's off of that's a planar measurement. The baseline is flat. So I don't get how this measures the radius. I didn't stop to watch the video, so I'm leaning on you to give me
It
the particular.
measures it because what you're measuring, since the moon's orbit is elliptical, so it has two different, it's going to appear differently in the sky depending on where you're at and where it's at in its orbit at that current time. It's going to appear at two different points, and you can use those to measure the radius of the Earth.
I'm almost not sure. Like everything that moves is going to be at another point from its initial point if you wait a while. So I don't get what you're
yes.
saying.
But the thing is, those are constant throughout the moon. So if you measure it one day and then you measure it the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day, you're going to get the exact same radius.
Right. So you have a matrix of interpretation, it seems, that you already have an orbiting body system. Right. So it's already begging the question from the start.
Yes.
Oh,
and the
come
reason
on.
I'm using the moon is because I've never seen a flat Earth model and the moon actually moves in a logical path. Or a
So
consistent
we
one.
have my interpretation of the sky is true. Therefore, I can measure the radius of the Earth from my interpretation of the sky,
Yes,
based
but
on
the
the
thing is that
presupposition
I've
that
never
Earth is a
found a
globe and the
model.
other object is rotating. I'm speaking, son. See, unlike these guys, I won't just try to talk through you. I'll just mute or kick you. I don't really give a shit. All right, go ahead.
What I was saying is because of the fact that this model is consistent within itself, versus I have not been able to find a flat Earth model in which it has both a sun and a moon orbiting it in a way that, you know, makes logical sense.
Okay, that's fine. Let's say that's true. The thing about a flat Earth is that what the sun and the moon are doing is irrespective of the Earth. The proposition of the Earth being flat has entirely to do with the surface of the object known as the Earth itself, not the things in the sky. We don't need the things in the sky to explain our view. You do, not us. It's not our problem.
Oh, we don't need it either. That's why I mentioned a seismometer earlier. But the reason I'm saying that is that he was asking a way in which you can prove the radius, and this is a way in which you can prove the radius, because you can do it with the moon, and then you can do it with the sundial method, and these are two independent ways because these are two bodies orbiting at separate distances, and you can measure Earth with those as well. But one of the easiest ways that you can actually just measure, and well, not necessarily measure the exact radius, because I'm not certain how you do it with a seismometer, but you can determine that the Earth is, you know, spherical in shape through that because of how a seismometer even works. If the Earth was flat, a seismometer wouldn't work. Because it's measuring three different waves that are going through the ground when earthquakes happen. Earthquakes, of course, being only a result of tectonic plates, which couldn't form on a flat plane. I'm sorry.
We're going to a lot of things. We're going to a lot of things now. Let's maybe just keep it focused.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Seismometer. Like you don't need celestial bodies. Everyone focuses way too much on space constantly with all of this shit.
Well, to be fair, you were asked for the measurement of the radius, and that's what you put forward as your measurement.
Yeah.
So you're the one focusing on the things in the sky.
No.
At which point would you like us to address first? Will you allow us to respond to something?
I want to respond to the seismometer.
Oh yeah, if Indio's here, let Indio respond.
Yeah, so the data that they take, they feed it into the seismic wave equation model. That's in a hyperbolic geometry. So are you saying that the Earth is a hyperboloid?
It's an oblate spheroid.
Yeah, but they feed the equations they feed the data in, how the waves propagate, is a hyperbolic geometry. It is not a spherical geometry.
That isn't.
So you just saw a diagram on the internet or some frickin' flatearth.ws bullshit and you just took it at face value. It's wrong.
No, they don't feed it into a machine that
Yes,
does
no,
that.
it's called the seismic wave equation. When you want to know, okay, so you have an earthquake, right? And there's a travel time between the seismometer and where they think the Earth, there's a bunch of seismometers to try to figure out where was this earthquake at, right? The travel time, right, because of the different, in their model of different layers of the Earth, there's different travel times, different waves travel at different things, and they're refracted and reflected, etc. They have a model for this. That model is called the seismic wave equation. It is a hyperbolic formula. It is not a sphere.
Yes, you have different waves traveling through different materials, such as the mantle and the crust.
Are you not comprehending what I'm saying? Is they're not assuming that the Earth's a sphere to do this?
You have to.
No, you don't. I just told you they don't
Right,
want me to
no,
post
so
the
you're-
PDF of the seismic wave equation on the
Right, so
fucking.
you're just saying a bunch of bullshit. What
I'm not
I'm
saying
saying
a
is
bunch of.
no,
I'm gonna
no.
post the documentation that since you just said I'm just saying a bunch of bullshit. I'm gonna post
It's
it
like the
from
fifth
fucking
time he's
university.
given that response. That's not an argument.
Nuh-uh, yeah, nuh-uh is not a refutation, dude.
I mean, it's not
Hey,
like
real-
I'm a geologist or anything.
Oh,
I have a quick question. Real quick,
Which I
guys.
literally am, which
Here
is why I'm
comes the
saying it's a bunch of
excuses.
bullshit.
Excuse me, real quick. I just need
So
a
why
question
didn't
of the
you're a
mod.
geologist but don't know that the seismic wave equation is in a hyperbolic geometry?
It isn't.
Okay, so this is from the Institute of Planetary Physics. Okay, Institute of Geophysics and Planetary Physics. It's a article on the seismic wave equation. I'm gonna post it in the chat and I'm gonna read from it.
Yeah, the sensor relationship is never on a sphere, like ever. So whenever you would plot these sensors in relationship to each other on any topography, the topography that you're representing would never be spherical. It's not like you're measuring the entire globe, right? It's only selected regions of the planet, and these selected regions of the planet topographically are not spherical. They are, as he's describing them, basically bent two-dimensional spaces.
Yeah.
But not
So they use
spheres.
something. It's called like a point carrot disk. That's technically what it's called. But the wave equation is classified as a. I'm reading from it. The wave equation is classified as a hyperbolic equation in the theory of linear partial differential equations. Hyperbolic equations are among the most challenging to solve because sharp features in their solutions will persist and can reflect off of boundaries. And blah 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 blah. But it is a one-dimensional hyperbolic wave equation, not a sphere. They're not modeling a sphere. So your claim that they have to use a sphere, they're not using a sphere at all.
Now is not the time for silence. What's your rebuttal?
There's no
Hyperbolic
rebuttal.
wave equation does not mean that you have to measure it off of a plane. Also, the
listen.
reason that I'm saying seismic waves is because of P wave shadow zones that you can't get on a flat disk.
The P-wave shadow zones are an artifact of the seismic wave equation.
It's not an artifact.
Do you know what
It's not an artifact of an equation.
Yes, it is.
If you have three people standing in three separate places and two of them can feel it that are in the path and one of them is in the shadow zone and can't feel it, that's what that means.
Yeah. Do you have the data to support that?
Yes.
Okay, show me.
That's
show me
literally
the
what
data.
you can literally look at across the world right now and check if they have P waves.
A shadow zone. Yeah, just show me the shadow zone.
Just post it.
All right, here, let me look this up.
Finally.
Yeah,
You have to
I
look
don't
up
have.
what you
I don't
already
have
believe.
all.
That's hilarious, dude. I just
I
find
don't
it
have
hilarious.
all of this verbatim. You know, I don't have a list of lies that I propagate constantly, just scripted in a Google Doc somewhere. I actually have to look this
You
up
think
because
that we're reading
I don't
from a
have
script?
this
No, we've been doing this for
24/7.
6 years, and you guys are all NPCs and say the exact same shit all the time.
Exactly. Only reason we
I've
have
so
had this
you've talked about
argument with other
seismometers before?
geologists 50 fucking times already.
Wait, so you think that this is an NPC take?
No, yeah, you're an NPC, dude.
To be fair, you did claim
You're an
you did make
NPC
a
because you
claim,
don't
and then
have data
Indio
of this
asked
very
you for-
obscure thing at hand.
No, you're
well, you're
an
making the
NPC
claim.
because you guys make all the same arguments over and over and over again. You brought up Eratosthenes, dude.
Yeah, and I acknowledge that. It is
No,
a very
but-
common and easy point
Does it
to
work on a
prove
flat
that
Earth,
you're
yes or
retarded
no?
about.
Does it work on a flat Earth, yes or no?
It works on a flat Earth in which you have a sun model that doesn't match with a moon model, yes.
How does that even make sense?
Because the flat Earth model
Where
in
is
which
the
the
moon
sun...
in Eratosthenes' test?
What?
Dude, do you even know what Eratosthenes did? Do you even know the so-called experiment, if you want to call it that?
Yes.
His measurement of the circumference.
What?
Okay, what do you
I'm
do?
I'm asking you. What are you talking about? I know that
talking
it deals
about
with the
his
sun and
task.
shadows.
Okay, yeah, okay. So I'll
Yes,
give you the
everyone
little.
knows
I'll give
that.
you the story. Okay, there's a bunch of problems with the story, but I'm not going to get into that. Whether this guy existed and the fact there's no primary or secondary sources, and that's a whole another ball wax. But we're not going to get into that. Took a stick in Cyrene, and he took a stick. Where was the other place? Anyone remember off the top of their head?
Alexandria.
Yeah, so
Oh
he
my
took two
God.
sticks. Sometimes the story is about two wells, whatever, right? One cast a shadow, the other didn't. He paid someone to walk the distance between them, and they measured his steps in Stod, right? So then he measured the angle of the shadow. He did trig the bigger. He measured the angles of shadow supposedly at 7.2 degrees before they even used degrees in Greek by 300 years. But we'll ignore that. We'll ignore the fact that they didn't use degrees yet in Greece, and pretend that they actually used degrees. But anyway, he used that to estimate the circumference of the Earth, supposedly within 10%. After that, there was a guy named Al-Biruni, who was an Arabic guy, Arabic mathematician and astronomer and astrologer, who measured the dip of the horizon from the top of a mountain, and he came close to Eratosthenes' figure. So that's the story of Eratosthenes. Two sticks in the ground, how he did a simultaneous observation, how like all these questions, what's the length of a Stod, how'd that person get the actual distance, in fact they weren't actually where they thought they were, according to the modern model of the globe. There's all these problems, right? But at the same time, Eratosthenes